What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? What's up? Sunday morning, waiting for some people to get up in this live, and we'll jump into our conversation. Everybody at church today. You know, it takes YouTube a minute to send those notifications out. What's happening? Good morning, you guys. Oh, no. He's being a rebel. What's happening? Ray Miller in his house. Brother Ray, what's happening? Is my title showing you guys? Is my topic showing? I don't know if it did. I don't know if I put it back in there. I'm not quite sure if I did. Malara, what's going on? Malara's in the house. Malara, good morning. Good evening. I mean, I don't know where you're at, but it is. Okay, cool. All right. All right, we're going to let a few more people get in here, and we'll get into it, man. Man, I tell you, I'm just getting my voice back a little bit. A little bit. I'm just getting it back a little bit. It's been kind of hard on me, you guys, with trying to rap. Y'all know I don't rap, but I've been trying to rap. I haven't been doing that bad of a job, but I'm definitely not a rapper. So let's just say that. But man, it's been so funny watching myself rap. It's been funny. I blew my little voice out. Hey, rappers got it hard. I'm not even gonna let's do, as they say, no cap, right? Rappers don't have it easy. Hopefully my phone doesn't fall, you guys. Hold on. Hoping it doesn't fall. Hold on. I'm trying to set it so it doesn't fall. Hold on. All right. So anyway, rappers don't have it made easy. It's not easy for rappers. Let's just say that. I mean, you know, you can blow your voice out easy as a rapper, actually easier than you can as a singer. We'll let a few more people get in here, and we're gonna go into our conversation. Good morning, everybody. Share the live, share the love, y'all. Y'all know how we do. Share the live, share the love. Let's go. Feel me? Share the live, share the love. Who's all up in there? Let me see. Let me give my shouts out to my folks coming in. Sanja, commented, good morning, Sanja. I got your text, said, happy Sunday. Ray says 2:30 p.m. Atlanta. ATL in the house. Brother Ray, you know J Bond is out there where you at, Brother Ray. J Bond's out there where you are. Man, listen. So I see this thing at Lionel Richie released his memoir, right? And I thought it was interesting because he was talking about Michael Jackson. And I'm like, yo, this is crazy, man. Like, you know, Michael is his boy, right? And I'm looking at some of the things that were in his memoir about Michael. And I was just thinking to myself, like, dang, like, why would it's certain things that you just don't talk about as a friend, right? There's certain things are taboo, I guess, you know, but certain things like, you know, just personal things that friends share, been around each other. I don't think certain things we should talk about as a friend. Like, if I'm going to do my memoir, right? I'm not going to speak my celebrity friends. It's a lot of things that I know, being privy, being around celebrity friends of mine, right? Would I tell the things I know? No, I wouldn't. Especially private things as friends, conversations. You know, those are the things that they've entrusted you with, and you don't run and tell, right? You don't just run and be like, I'm just gonna go tell everything, because a friendship is a friendship. You don't have to be a celebrity. They just overinflate celebrities' lives. Celebrities' lives are completely overinflated for no reason at all, right? So if you're a celebrity and you're a friend of somebody, a friend is a friend, right? Doesn't matter if you're a celebrity or whatever. You know, your friendship should all operate the same way. You agree? So when I saw, when I was looking up his memoir and some of the things that he had talked about and talking about Michael and how Michael was, used to wear clothes, the same clothes, and wouldn't change his underwear. I was just kind of like, man, I expected more out of Lionel, right? Now I deal with Lionel Richie's nephew, right? He's a promoter in L.A. Real cool brother, man. And I also deal with Marva King, who also sang background with Lionel Richie for years. So I don't know. I just thought it's weird for somebody to speak about. I don't know, man. What do you guys think? I'm thinking like if I knew something about you, and we have a friendship, right? And you share things with me, or I know that you don't change your clothes all the time, and or whatever the case may be. To put that in a memoir, it's like, okay, tell about your own life. You don't have to tell about another celebrity's life. Tell about your dirty clothes and shit. I like Lionel Richie, but I just thought that was distasteful that he would do that, and I would never expected Lionel Richie, of all people, to even speak of no shit like that. Bonnie, what's up, Bonnie? Bonnie D. Beck, thank you, Bonnie. Hey, Bonnie, hopefully you became a subscriber of the channel, Bonnie. We have a lot of fun here at my channel. Hopefully you become a subscriber to the channel. I appreciate you for stopping in. Make sure you guys that are coming in, hit the thumbs up at the top. Please do that for me. If you're passing through my live, do me a favor, hit that thumbs up at the top. It costs nothing to hit that thumbs up at the top. And I know that some people say, Stone ain't been wearing his hair out. No, because I'm trying to take the focus off of my hair. So I haven't been wearing my hair out, so the people don't pay attention to my hair. So I've been covering my hair up. But look, think about what I'm saying. I apologize for eating as I'm talking to you. Robbie Mack, what's up, family? Robbie, yeah, brother, subscribe, Rob. Listen, Robbie, I do live production videos where I'm creating music live. I'm putting together these compilations to help different rappers and R&B artists across the world. I do celebrity interviews, all kinds of cool stuff. So, Robbie, yeah, subscribe, family. I mean, if you want to, it's up to you. It's up to you, brother Robbie. Eggbox say, nice background. Thank you, family. Those are some of my accomplishments, you know what I'm saying? I'm a recording artist, writer, arranger, producer, recording artist. Been connected to a lot of legendary groups from back in the day, man. Just a lot of cool stuff I've done. I don't like to brag on myself, Eggbox, but I've been in this game a minute. Rob Mack said, nah, man, I can't subscribe right now. No, do whatever makes you happy, bro. It don't matter. You subscribe or not. I'm not going to change nothing here, brother. Thank you for stopping in. No sweat. Anyway, Delmar Hussein said, every day, one love from Al Hussein. Delmar Hussein, man, much love, family. Thank you for stopping in. Consider subscribing, man. I don't even know why a person would come in my channel and ask me, should they subscribe? That's kind of like up to you. If you don't, not going to change shit. That's some weird shit. Jordan said, Jordan, that's a weird name, family. That's a weird name you go by. Weird name. Very strange and weird name. Yes, it is, sir. Miss Ethiopia. Miss Ethiopia say, if you're a rapper, you're into... Miss Ethiopia, shame on you. Don't come in my channel with that bullshit. Come here. You want to come here? Come here. I'm having a conversation. Other than that, take your motherfucking ass somewhere else and do some shit. Don't come. Anybody will tell you. Don't come in my channel talking no shit. Don't come in my channel talking no shit. Now, I'm not a rapper, but I work with a lot of heavyweight rappers as a producer. And just because rappers rap don't mean they're evil. Rapping is flowing. That is flowing with lyrical words and a cadence. How would that be evil if you're a rapper? Make that make sense, Miss Ethiopia. Your knowledge, you should be smarter than that. Come on now, don't do that. Don't come in my channel with the nonsense. Olena, what's up, Olena? I wish you a good mood, holder. Olena, I'm always in a good mood. But when they come in here with weird stuff, I got to say what I have to say, Olena. Thank you, Olena. Hit that thumbs up, Olena, as you guys are coming in. Hit the thumbs up, please. We're talking about Lionel Richie's memoir, him talking about Michael Jackson. That's what we're talking about. Al Kabir, what's up, family? Hit that subscribe button. Hit that thumbs up at the top, Al. Al, hit that thumbs up there at the top for your boy. Track Life, what's up, man? Track Life Productions in the house. Underground OG said, greetings. I just dropped my song called Sober. It's a conscious rap song. Underground, thank you for that, fam. We're going to be doing reviews. If you want me to review it, man, with all my people and post it, let me know. Hit me up on Instagram and we could talk about it, man. Congratulations with your release, and thank you for continuing the consciousness. Underground OG, thank you for that. Alsper say, look me up. Alsper, no, why do I need to look you up, family? I ain't coming off here to go look you up. I'm not doing that. If you want to showcase your music, I would love to. Al Kabir, I would love to showcase your music. There's a time for that. I keep trying to tell y'all. I keep telling cats and nobody follows instructions. Go to my Instagram, inbox me, so we could talk about showcasing your music and your links on my live. Y'all never, it's like you guys want to be successful, but you don't follow the methods to be successful as an artist or rapper. Y'all just come in my live telling me, go check this out, go look at this. It's like, all right, okay, cool. On my own time, I will, but I'm not posting it right now. But if you want me to help you promote it, then that's a whole nother thing. And if you want me to go look you up, why am I going to get off my live to go look you up? Al Kabir? Come on, man. Like, it's a way to do stuff. You really trying to make it in the music game, there is a way to do things. Don't just go on people's live asking them to get off their live and go check you out. You understand what I'm saying? Don't just do that, family. Mustafa said, I love you. You don't even know my mom. How you know? Hey, I thank you for that. Mustafa, thank you for that, because my mom was a great person. But you don't know my mom. But if you showing respect to my mother, thank you for, loving my mom. She's an awesome person. She was an amazing woman. She still is in the spiritual realm. Big Rome, what's happening, Big Rome? Big Rome, they be on here doing saying weird shit, Big Rome. 23 down CC. Say, Geek, what up, 23? Hey, listen, that 23 ain't no joke. I'm going in the studio later. 23, you missed yesterday. I don't know if you were on yesterday. Listen, I did this track live yesterday, 23. 23. It was crazy, man. And I had brought J Bond on live yesterday. Deli Cuts One. What's up, Deli Captain One? Said, good morning. Deli, what's up, family? Tat said, which rappers do you work with, Stone? Who? I work with everybody. Tattoo. BG Knockout. CJ Mack. Snoop. E40. Corrupt. I work with everybody. Everybody's been in my studio. Everybody in the industry knows me. I work with everybody. BK's son, I don't know what that means. And if you're coming in here trolling, well, it's going to be, today will be your last day being on my channel. We don't play that shit up in here. BK, BK, you look familiar, so I know you ain't being negative. I hope not. Because my moderators are trigger happy with muting and blocking. So, BK, you seem like you're positive. I'm hoping that you are. You feel what I'm saying? Cosimo Akatar, what's up, Cosimo? What's up, family? Chon Tyler say, what's up, Stone? What's up, Chon? Big Ron say, I see the plaques. Name you some produce. Name some you produce. All right, I thought I just said it. BG Knockout's new album that's coming. CJ Mack's new album. I just did a song on D-Shot, E40's brother from the Click, called She's Off the Cuffs. Produced and co-written by me, featuring D-Shot, Keek the Sneak, Alan McNeil, myself, and a rapper that D-Shot's working with called Domo Reigns. I produced Mila J's last single, Welcome to the West, featuring Battle Cat, Marva King, Rufus Black, Christopher Williams, and the list goes on, man. I've been in this game a long time. Olena said, I always like it. It's not for nothing that your voice is amazing. Olena, thank you. Yeah, no, I'm not a rapper, Olena, but I get on here and mess around and act crazy. For the respect of all my guys that rap, that can get down, I just get on there, all these amazing writers that come in my live. Hey, y'all hit that thumbs up as you coming in, please. Hit the thumbs up. Anybody coming across this live, hit that thumbs up. 23 said, I felt the same way with Shaq and what he said about Dennis Rodman. Right. 23. Thank you for bringing us back to the conversation, 23. Right. 23. And that's all I'm saying. I'm saying it's like, make this make sense. You feel what I'm saying? Like, it's not really making much sense when people do things like that. You got to wonder, like, what's the design and the purpose of them doing it? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is somebody close to you, and all you could think of doing is saying something that's negative or trying to maybe, break their legacy down to a zero. I don't get it. Stuff like that, I don't have no respect for. And Lionel Richie is a legend. So, but somehow, and this is what I believe. This is my thoughts, and y'all tell me what y'all think. Somehow, Michael seems to continue to touch these next generations. And I kind of feel low-key, Cass is kind of jealous of Michael a little bit. Still. This man is gone, and people are still seem to be jealous of him and him being the icon that he is. Because how else can you explain why somebody that you were close to, that you would even talk about them, they're gone? In a negative way, they're gone. So why would you even talk about them? What's the point? And what are you going to gain by saying something negative about that person? Do me a favor, hit that thumbs up if you're coming across this live, you guys. Hit that thumbs up if you are coming across the live. Hit that thumbs up. What are you going to gain by talking about Michael in a negative way? What can you gain? What can you gain? You talk about Michael, then what? Is it you? I think some people think it makes them maybe look good. Maybe they're looking good because they're talking about Michael, or they're energy thieves. Even after life, they're energy thieves. They want to tag on to Michael's energy in the spiritual world and what he has accomplished to get attention. Because he could have easily said, Michael was a good dude. It's so many good stories Lionel Richie had that he could have said about Michael Jackson. Like, Michael Jackson was a good dude. I remember we was in the studio. Let me see. Yanni, what's up? Virginia in the house. Yanni's in the house. Sean Tyler says, speaking about icons today. Yes, sir. Because think about it, you guys. Cheers. Cheers, say, I like you, Stone. Cheers, what's up? Cheers, Soul Entertainment Podcast. Cheers, thank you, Cheers. I appreciate you. Emma, MG, you look, hit that thumbs up as you guys are coming in, please. Show the love, share the like, share the live, show the love. Hit that like. Thank you for that. My home girl right here. Hold on. Who left me that comment? Harrison J said hi. What's up, Harrison J? I hope I said that right. Hero Son, thank you, family. Hey, somebody said they like me. Whoever said that, and I don't know who blocked it. My moderators, if women say they like me, don't block it. Let them have their love for Stone Paxton. I respect that because I got my love for all of y'all. So moderators, if a woman says she like me, don't block her. Don't block what her statements off here, please. Olena said, I always like it, blah, blah, blah. Just just showing respect, that's all. Big Rome said, I don't know much about your track record, but I'm about to sub. Hey, Big Rome, I'm working on this hip-hop compilation. Big Rome, the last 2 weeks, I've had some of the coldest writers come on my live and write flows that have been incredible. I'm hoping that a lot of those writers are incredible rappers, too. Now, I got this compilation coming out. I got J Flex. I got Aru. I'm trying to get Corrupt and a few other celebrities to be on it. But it's Hip Hop Volume 1, based on me finding artists on YouTube. And when I tell you, Jay, listen, all those plaques, this compilation is going to chart in the top 5, USA, as well as other countries. That's what I'm pushing for. But giving rappers and singers opportunities and continuously creating opportunities for music and awareness for great music, man. Back to that real hip hop. So, Big Rome, I appreciate you following, fam. Trust me, you won't regret it. Facts. Olena saying, I like, Eminem is a great artist. Pedro, thank you for the $3 super chat. Pedro, I appreciate you for that, Pedro. Thank you. And make sure you hit that like at the top. So I'm gonna get back to this. Pack Heat said, "What's up, though?" Pack Heat, it's coming today. I know you've been waiting on your track. Listen, Big Rome, you see Pack Heat? Pack Heat is BG Knockout's homeboy. They grew up together. When I tell you Pack Heat is an incredible artist too, he's been in my studio. Pack Heat is crazy, crazy, just incredible. When you hear him on this compilation, you're gonna see what I'm saying. Pack Heat, I'm sending you that track today. Call some Akatar. I'm all right, man. I can't complain. Tattoo say, what do you think? Why are you sort of under the radar or not famous as other big producers? Is it intentional or privacy? So Tattoo asked me a question. Tattoo said, what do you think? Why are you sort of under the radar or not as famous as other big producers? Let me tell you something, Tattoo, good question. Because a lot of people ask it, but Tattoo, if you look at my track record, I've had over 48 top 5 and top 10 records independently as an artist myself. I produced and worked on some of the biggest records under Grand Jury Productions, under one of the biggest production companies in the music industry. There's a lot of producers that y'all don't know about that's under the radar. Some are by design, some are because the industry, the games we didn't play. I decided not to play certain games in the music industry. I decided early in my life I wasn't going to fall for the bullshit. That's what I made up in my mind at a young age. You got to remember, I've been in the industry since the 80s. My first record deal, my first management contract was Dick Scott Entertainment. The same management company had New Kids on the Block, Dougie Fresh, Perfect Gentleman, Ready for the World, Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. I've been in this game a long time. People in the industry know me. All the major artists that's in the industry know who I am. They all know me personally. So my respect is there, and I'm respected by my peers. Trust me, they call me a legend. I don't ask people to call me legend. Legends call me a legend. I've earned that from my hard work. But a lot of times, Tattoo, which is a great question that Tattoo asked, people think because they don't see you on mainstream that things ain't working for you. No, it doesn't mean things ain't working. It just means that person, either few things happen. Sometimes producers might not know the business, so then they can't seem to make way and get ahead. A lot of times it has to do with this industry bullshit earlier on. People trying to control you, the games that come with the entertainment industry, and the things that sometimes people want you to do. I was one of the dudes that always said, no, I'm cool. God gave me a talent. If I got to do that, then it's not meant for me. I was never afraid to say that. I was always the artist and the producer, because you got to remember, I'm not just a producer. I'm also an artist and writer. So I write, arrange, and produce, and engineer, right? And mix. So I was one of those dudes that was well prepared through my mom, who's an evangelist, right? She hit me to the game. I was raised by women. She gave me all the game, her and my aunt, that I needed at a young age about the entertainment industry, right? Because they had been around it. My mom's a singer. My whole family sing, right? So, and play. So earlier on, I already had the game I needed to navigate. And believe me, you guys, I'm not even going to lie to you. It's so many deals I could have taken. It's so many record deals I could have taken that would have led me down the road of being hooked on drugs, real fucked up in my head. I just chose to say no. And I took the long route. So now, Tattoo, what you don't know, and a lot of people on here, I'm a gatekeeper. And what do I mean by that? I'm one of them dudes that celebrities will fly into Vegas and they'll sit down and they'll meet with me about business to help them get their business set up, to help redirect it, get their careers back on track. That's me. If you only knew the people that come right here to my home to come meet with me, very, very, very influential people you hear on the radio every day. They come to me because I took the long route, but I made a promise to myself that I'm going to learn everything about the music industry because I wanted to be the most important person in the room that you did not know. That's what I used to tell people. I said, I want to be the most important person in the room that nobody knows. And I put myself in that position, and that's what I am today. That's why I'm still in this game. So when people see me, if I show you articles, you can Google me. You can Google, articles, you know what I'm saying, album reviews or record reviews on Stone Paxton, and you can read about me. And my history is long. I'm responsible for a lot of artists that you see that are in the game. I'm responsible single-handedly. If it wasn't for me taking that artist on, they wouldn't be in the game right now. Real talk. So I don't brag on myself because I know all those people that hear me speaking in the industry know what I'm saying is real because they know me. They know my history. They're like, nah, Stone been in this game a minute. That's why I get the respect I get, not because I go and force people to say or pay people to say, hey, can you go speak good about me and say things that make me look good? No. You can run into any celebrity and mention my name. Ask them, do you know Stone Paxton? They'll say, oh, yeah, Stone, that's a good dude. And if you say, I'm working with Stone, they say, oh, man, you working with Stone, man. That's a good brother. I earned that. Nobody gave me that. I turned down a lot of record deals and opportunities because I didn't want to do the weird shit. I turned down a lot of opportunities because I didn't want to be everything I own to be taken from me. I turned down a lot of deals because I didn't want to be telling the story as an old man how people got me in the music industry, how I got played. I watched the stories of all the elders. I talked to Little Richard before he passed away. All the old school cats, I surrounded myself with them. You got to remember, I'm a former member of the Rick James Stone City Band. I'm from a legendary band. I was a member of a legendary band. So I surrounded myself with all the OGs to learn the game. And they told me their experiences. And I watched all the interviews from the old school people I talked to B.B. King when he was alive. He told me the stories. His daughter's like my mom. When I tell you I've dealt with from when I was young to now, nothing but the greats I have. I've earned my position where I'm at. So although you might not know who I am, and you come across my live and you say, that dude looks familiar. You might have seen me on Unsung, TV1 with Troop. You might have seen me on MTV. But the thing is, one thing for sure, nobody can ever take away what I've earned. I've earned to be where I'm at. And can nobody ever take that away? Nobody on this live, nobody that comes into my live can ever take away the years of me being in this game and the respect that I've earned from the powerhouse artists. Not just no Rudy Poot. The powerhouse artists from R&B to hip hop respect me. The powerhouse producers in the music industry respect me. I earned that. I didn't beg for it. I didn't cry for it. I worked my ass off, but I did not take those phony deals that was going to leave me in a position where I wouldn't even be on this live. Had I taken some of those deals, I probably wouldn't be alive. I probably would have overdosed on some drugs somewhere, been on some coke or something, and they would have found me somewhere, and it would have been a story that they wrote. Like, yeah, there was this dope producer back in the day named Stone Paxton, man, and he OD'd in a hotel, because this industry can do that to you. So me, I said no. Every time the deal looked good, and it came with this kind of conversation, yeah, we're having a meeting at the Beverly Hills Hilton, or we're having a meeting over here, Stone. Yeah, come meet. I got some people who want you to meet, man. We believe in you, Stone. You know, you want to take your career to the next level. Because of all you that have not ever heard my music, I want you to go and listen to my records. Go listen to my music, and you understand how long I've been doing this. So when those meetings used to come up, I would tell them I'm going to be there. I said, all right, I'll come. Yeah, come and meet, man. You're so, we just want to help your career go to the next level, Stone. You're great. You're great. You're intelligent. You're a great artist, writer, producer. You're very respectful. We want to help you. Come meet some people. Come meet. I never showed up, y'all, ever. And if anybody knows me, they will tell you one thing about Stone. I might tell you I'm coming somewhere, but 9 times out of 10, if it feels weird, I'm not showing up. I don't care if it's a red carpet. I've even turned down red carpets that my publicist has called me and said, you got to be on this red carpet. And some just felt weird, even though that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. It's just that I go off of the spiritual essence. So what has saved me from the downfall of the music industry in the bad way is I never allowed myself to get caught up in it. You got to understand, I'm looking at this Puffy trial, right? It takes me back to first meeting P. Diddy in 1992. It was either 92, I think it was 92. Black radio exclusive. Now, for all my industry folks that's on here, because there's a lot that watch my channel, there's a lot of major label artists that watch my YouTube. They will tell you what I'm saying is 100% facts. Busta Rhymes, Biggie was there. Pac. This is where I first met Pac. And I say this in a lot of my videos. I met Biggie and I met Puffy and Pac all at the same time. But this is before Pac was signed to Death Row. I met Puffy. I sit right there in his conference when he was introducing Biggie. Now, I want y'all to understand that dynamic. Historical. That was a I've been involved with historical moments. Anybody in the music industry. Jermaine Dupri was there. He had just signed Escape. No bullshit. Babyface was there, sitting right behind me. Anybody in the music industry will tell you what I'm saying is 100% facts. I look at how you got to use your spiritual sense. What if I had approached Puffy at that conference and said, hey, P. Diddy, hey, how you doing, man? My name is Stone. He was looking for producers at that time. His company was new. He was looking for writers. I could have easily, the dude was right in front of me. I could easily say, yo, he wasn't the P. Diddy we see right now. It was Bad Boy Entertainment. He had really just got his money. So you don't think I could have got on with his company, but I'm going to show you how discernment and spiritual connecting with your spiritual essence is important. I didn't even approach the dude and have one conversation with him. I did not have one. I didn't even talk to Biggie, which I kind of wish I had, you know what I mean? Because I was there before he was the Biggie he became, right? But I didn't even speak to Puffy. I said nothing to him, which is weird. So what do I attribute that to? I attribute that to the divine guiding stone Paxton. Because believe me, you guys, I have been inside for many years with the heavyweights, signed to a major publishing deal as a producer writer. But I watched my steps. I watched the steps in the people that I dealt with. And I said a lot of no's, y'all. And I cried many nights. I'm going to tell you why I cried. I cried many nights because I knew that turning down this deal was going to take me further away from being in the position that I wanted to be in, right? So when people would offer me big deals and I know that it was weird and I knew I had to turn it down, I would ask God, why? Why did you bring me this deal and I got to say no? Why? Is this a test? I never knew what it was. I was confused. I was a young dude. So imagine being young and you want to be successful. You want to have a record deal. You want to be on top of the world. Hit like. You guys coming in, hit that thumbs up, please. Hit that thumbs up for me when you coming in. You got anybody coming across the live, please hit the thumbs up. That's all I ask. But imagine this, because if you're not giving me super chats, at least hit the thumbs up. Imagine being young and you just want to be successful. You got to remember, I've been in this business since I was 14 years old, my first record deal, right? So, and I'm 55 now. So imagine you wanting success so bad. This is how artists get caught up. But I knew that I had to be careful. So every time these deals came, and it always came with a lot of money, $500,000 up front. Do you know how many deals I turned down like that? Do you guys know? You know how many nights I cried in my room because I knew that turning that deal down was going to take me further away from opportunity at that moment. But I knew that there was some reason that God was dealing with me in that way. And I trusted that, and I trusted the spiritual guidance to accept the fact that I just gotta accept this. Hold on, you guys. I understood that I just had to accept that fate. And that fate was God did not want me just signing with anybody. And I didn't understand, but I remember all the things my mother used to say to me. So I said to myself, I said, God, if you want me to be in the entertainment industry, you will make way for me. And you will open doors for me continuously in the future. If it's not meant for me to be a star right now, if it's not meant for me to have the deals that you want me to have, I accept it. I accept it. I give in. I accept it. And I gave in and I asked God, I said, listen, I just want to do music, even if I just got to produce. And then I made a decision that I didn't want to be an artist no more. I was just going to focus on being a producer. No more singing. I made that up in my mind. Before my mom passed away, she said to me, when I left the group I was with, my mom said, if you don't use your gift, then God is going to take it from you. My mom used to scare me when she used to say things like that. She said, I'm just telling you what the Bible says, son. If you don't use your gift, God's going to take it away. So you need to, she said, get back to being an artist. I know you want to be a producer, But get back to being an artist. And if God wants you to be in the entertainment industry, nobody can stop it. It doesn't matter how many deals come and go. If the Almighty wants you to be in this business, can no one stop you? Nothing and no one will ever be able to stop you. And she was right. And I went forward and I continue to do what I do. And I continue to turn down deals. Trust me. When I tell you I've been in rooms with some of the heaviest executives. I've been in rooms with conversations with some of the biggest money talking about me and me as an artist. And I walked away from it. I didn't walk away from the music industry, but I did walk away from those deals. So when people ask me, I get weird questions like, what happened? You're so good. You're so talented. Stone, what's... But then people be confused. But yet I see you charting. I see you. How are you doing that? And you, well, because I paved my own way. Nothing happened except for the fact that I decided to take my own road. I decided to take and create my own lane so I did not have to fall on my knees and beg nobody for no opportunity. One thing I never wanted to do is beg no one. How can you beg people for opportunity when God gave you the gift? It's a spiritual science. He gave us the gift. So why do we have to beg? We didn't beg God for the gift. He said, boom, there you go, I'm giving you the gift. So why am I going to beg a grown man or an executive or a music industry executive to give me a deal? I made a promise to myself, I will never beg for nothing in this business. I will always work my ass off and let the universe and God put those things into play. Because as long as you stay steadfast, things work. Can't nobody take it away from you. Trust me. They can try, but what is already written in design that's written for you is not going anywhere. You just got to stay on that straight and narrow. You just got to keep your focus. And if it's being an artist, drop records. If it's being a producer, get with artists and produce tracks. Stay consistent. That's how I've won. Y'all see behind me. Didn't no major label get me this shit. I want y'all to understand. No major labels got me any of this that you see. Now, don't get me wrong. I produced on triple platinum projects being part of production teams. But as far as my immediate personal stuff, no major labels got me none of this you see behind me. All this was from my own hard work. And then I took other artists. I took celebrities and I did this same thing for them. I went and promoted their records and pushed their records to chart. Yeah. Because after they had their biggest hits, when they went solo and they had no more record deals, they couldn't figure out how to do all this behind me. So they came to me and I made it happen. I made sure their records charted. I made sure they charted on Billboard or charted on iTunes Top 100 or was getting radio spins. I became the nucleus that a lot of artists needed. So that same recipe I used for myself, I use for independent artists and major artists that come to me. So Tattoo, that was a great question, Tattoo. I appreciate you asking. I'm still in the game. I'm well respected from everybody. But like I said, I've earned that. But when you say mainstream or why is it? I mean, it's not really mainstream. Everybody in the industry know me. You might not think that they do, but if you run into anybody, mention my name, they all know me. So it's really not underground, especially when the industry knows you. Now, if you're meaning mainstream people, I actually have a lot of fans all around the world. You'd be surprised. I'll perform in the UK, it'll be sold out. You see what I'm saying? Performing in Japan, sold out. So there's a lot of people that know me, and there's a lot of artists that a lot of you don't know right now that have moved units, that have sold tons. There's a lot of producers some of you guys don't even know that have produced hits that are behind the biggest hits that none of you guys even know about because they just choose not to talk or not to be online. Some producers just want to produce and stay quiet. My publicist said, Stone, you've been humble for too many years. That's what my publicist said. You have been humble for too many years. It's time for you to start bragging about yourself. Well, I've always had an issue with bragging about me because my mother used to tell me it's not good to be proud. That's what my mother used to say. So imagine being raised with hearing that. So I would always stay neutral. Even if there's a room full of producers, I would be sitting in the back quiet because I heard my mom say, be careful with the word proud and be careful about feeling proud. Don't get, the proud can turn around and it could be an anchor to sink you. It's what my mother used to say. So all the years of me not bragging, like me being around all those people through the years, a lot of times why I didn't speak to Babyface was right around me. I could have got a deal with Babyface label. But when I was at that conference, I was there with a label I was already signed to. But imagine this. All I had, Babyface was in the elevator with me 3 days in a row with a bright green jacket. I could have said, Mr. Face, can I sing for you? That's all I had to do. They were looking for artists at that time. But I was already signed to a label that was distributed through Bellmark and I think Polygram at that time, right? I had left the group I was with. So I'm just showing you, right? I've never been a person to go back for opportunity. I feel like when it's opportunity, preparation meets opportunity is success, right? So the artists that come across my channel and I'm like, I'm doing a compilation. If you prepared, then you could take advantage of that opportunity. You don't have to beg Stone for the opportunity. You just got to be prepared for the opportunity. So if you're prepared, you win. If you're not prepared, you don't. Preparation meets opportunity. It's a crossroad. And then it turns into success. That's what I always have. But also coupled with the fact that I never begged or I never took any deal that came to me is what protected me, which is why I still have my sanity to this day, which is why you see me. Because I wouldn't be on no YouTube and I wouldn't even be here to talk to you had I taken some of the roads I take. I probably would have been a mess, you guys. This business can turn people upside down, men and women. It can pick you up and shake you and everything out of your pockets and then drop you. I didn't want to be that. So I did things my way. As you can see behind me, I did things my way. And that put me in the position I'm in where I'm at now. I work very hard. I've owned all kinds of businesses, restaurants, 5 recording studios, hair salons. I'm showing you. Cell phone stores. I've been busting my ass through the years. Yeah, you guys. Yeah. Yeah, I've been homeless. For all you that might not think, let me just share some shit with y'all. People think that when they see certain people that they ain't went through struggles. I've been homeless. I've been homeless before. Yeah. But let me tell you what the difference was with me and somebody being homeless is I never gave up. I knew that, okay, that was just, I'm going through something, right? I've made millions to go into zero, nothing, and been homeless, right? Back to making millions homeless. I've been through that. So I can have that conversation. But I'm a hard worker and I don't give up and I don't make excuses. I figure every day is a new day as a person and you can get up and bust your butt and create whatever you want to happen in life. Whatever it is you want to happen can happen by your hands and your mind. And if it doesn't happen, it's because you keep procrastinating and you keep saying you're going to make it happen and it never happens. And guess what? You're just going to continue to procrastinate. You're just going to continue to be a procrastinator and it's never going to happen. You see, when you've had something, then you know what it's like to have it. So then you know what it's like to work for it and you know how hard it is to get it. And you know what it takes to work to get it. That's been me. That's why you see me work the way I do. I know what it's like not having. My family wasn't rich. I come from a family that it was tough. But I always saw my mom work hard. I got to know my father when I was older and found out how hard of a worker he was, right? But I watched my mother. I watched my mother feed the homeless. I watched my mom adopt kids to help save their lives. I watched my mom go out and do ministries and tent revivals and save people. I watched my mom go into drug houses with cameras and save people on drugs. I watched my mom battle drug dealers because she was a person speaking for the community. I watched this woman do all this. That's where my inspiration came from, seeing what she did. So that inspired me to continue to be that greatness that's inside of me that was given to me by my DNA. You understand what I'm saying? So yes, some of you might not know who I am, but I promise you, you sit around and get to know me, you'll go, damn, this dude been in the game a long time. He's well respected. Sometimes you'll be sitting around, turning on your TV. You might see me on TV, be like, oh shit, that's the dude from YouTube. There's so much going on in my life There's no telling what's going to happen tomorrow, the greatness that's going to happen tomorrow for me, because my success is continuously happening. I've already had a lot of it, even though you don't know me, because people look at me and go, like my boy Tattoo say, why do you think that, you're underrated or underground, or, I'm like, well, I'm not really underrated, but I get his point, or underground or not as known as I should. That is more of a, when you say not known as you should, that's more of a, I think that person to person is different, right? Like, because I don't, like, if I meet a person, I don't ever ask them, like, if they got a track record and I see them working hard, I never say, why do you think you're underrated or you're not known? I already know that there's a story with them, right? Especially if I see them dealing with a lot of celebrities, they're artists or producers, I say, okay, this person has a story. They got a story. Maybe they didn't want to sell out. Maybe they didn't want to give in to the system of the music industry, but it doesn't mean that they haven't accomplished, obviously, right? It just means they chose not to take that long route and do some of the fucked up shit that this game will have you doing to be in this game. Simon Says, do this shit. I never followed Simon Says. And a lot of those people that you might not know that have had hit records like me, that are records that have charted on Billboard or the top 10, and you don't know about them, they didn't play the Simon Says game either. That's why you don't know them. But they're known. Just know this. They're known. People know them. People know them, right? The right people know them. So I always tell people the right people know me and my fans know me. And I'm cool with that because my career continues to grow. TV opportunities, film opportunities that come through my emails every day, film roles every day, album projects, producing projects on people over in Japan and the UK and here every day. My email's full with opportunities that I can pick and choose what I do want to do and what I don't want to do. Well, I'll take that one. No, I don't want that one. Should I accept this audition for this film? Should I accept this part? Let me read the sides. I think I could play this part every day. That's my life. And I'm still getting up every morning working like I just started doing music. That's my spirit. That's the reason nobody will be able to outwork me. Because my spirit, every day I wake up, I'm on a mission. I am on a mission every single day because we're going to be older than we are younger. And when they write my history, when the story is written about me, when you see my documentary, I got a documentary coming to Tubi or Amazon. I got deals with both. When you see my documentary, it is a history documentary. It is a timeline documentary. It starts all the way from the 80s, late 70s, all the way up to now. Footage. I literally have footage all the way from back in the day, all the way up to now of me in this business, in my journey. And the documentary is called Leaving No Stone, Paxton, Leaving No Stone Unturned, because I love that title because there was a magazine in the UK, one of the biggest soul magazines, that was the title that the guy used, Stone Paxton, Leaving No Stone Unturned. You can actually Google that. Google Stone Paxton, Leaving No Stone Unturned, and that article would come up. So I decided to use that as the title for my documentary that's going to be coming. There'll be celebrities on here talking about me, talking about working with me, the kind of person I am, the kind of writer, producer I am. I got all kinds of people in this documentary, people that you see in the industry, people that have had triple platinum records talking about your boy because they respect me and I've earned that. So even though some of you might not know me, some of you see me on TV and you only know part of my story. For the ones that know me and for the ones that don't, know this. I'm probably one of the hardest working persons that you'll ever meet. And ain't nobody gonna outwork me because I get up every morning on this. Oh yeah, I get up every morning on this as a producer, as an artist, as a writer. Y'all been seeing me on YouTube damn near every day. But even when the cameras are off, I work like this. I don't just work like this for the camera. I work like this every day, okay? Now, with that said, I answered Tattoo. I know that was a lot, but thank you for the question. I'm going to get back to this Michael Jackson thing. Cherish said, I lost respect for... Yes, Cherish said she lost respect for Lionel Richie, okay? Westonane said, Malara said him and Michael had never really... he said Michael never really mind. Never really what? What was that, Malar? What's up? Sweet Rain, what's up? Pac, he said nothing. He is a goat. Cherry said, I am shocked. He said that. He should have kept. Yeah, exactly. Sean said, I agree with you, Stone, speaking some facts. Hey, somebody said, remember me. John 3:16. Yes, I do, family. No, John 3:16 say Riley Simmons, Tamara Fletcher. You keep asking me if I remember you when you come into my live. Of course I do. Of course I do. But if you keep coming here, you ain't got to ask me if I remember you. I would never forget you. Tattoo say, what do you think? Why are you? Tattoo, that was a great question. Thank you. Nita said, hi, everyone. Feeling today, missing my son. Plus, one of my family members is in the hospital. Been there for a few days now. Nita, blessings and love to you, Nita. And it's funny. And blessings and love and light to your son, to the memory of him. He's with you, Nita. He's with you. And don't worry, everything's going to be fine. Send the love to your loved one in the hospital. And we send you blessings for speedy recovery. Nita, we're always here. Cameron said, sending love, health, and prosperity. What's up, Tess? Tess, what's happening? Production by Lyric Beats. What's up? What's up, family? Hey, make sure you guys hit that thumbs up at the top when y'all coming in. Y'all know how we do. Hit that thumbs up when you coming in, y'all. Come on. Stone Pax is your favorite producer on God. If you under the age of 30, do your homework research. Y'all here with Trey. Hey, Ray Miller said, Stone Paxton is your favorite producer on God. If you're under the age of 30, do your homework. Hey, Sire, what's up, family? Sunstar, what's up, family? Hit that thumbs up at the top. Sunstar say, you are a smart brother. Thank you, Sunstar. 23 say, glad you still make music, fam, a part of everything you've taken on. Thank you, 23. Damn, CC, I appreciate you, family. Pac Heat say, Stone, you a good person. Thank you, Pac Heat. Listen, Pac Heat, I appreciate you for that, brother. I really do. Star said, God bless you. You did the right. You did it the right way. Thank you. I appreciate that. Star. Hey, Sean say, one of the best legends still in the game. Sean Tyler, thank you for that. That's beautiful, man. I appreciate you guys, man. Hey, is that SOG, Sog Metric TV? If I say that right? What's happening? Is it SOG Metric TV? I hope I said it right. What's up, family? I appreciate you. Thumbs up when y'all coming in. Man, I'm just getting a lot of love today, man. And I appreciate you guys for that. Sunstar, thank you for the $5 super chat. All of you that have given me a super chat, I appreciate you for that. Sweet Rain said, I lost respect for Lionel Richie. And well, Quincy Jones gave Michael the nickname Smelly because whenever Michael heard a song he liked, Michael would call it Smelly. Smelly jelly. Lionel Richie need money. Exactly. So look, dig that. Dig that, right? So when you in this game, there's a level of respect that us artists have for each other. Us industry cats respect each other. I wouldn't, listen, there's so many stories and things that happen in my studio. When I do write my book, you'll never hear those stories. Why am I going to tell you the personal conversations I've had with cats in my studio? I mean, I've had conversations in my studio. There's been cats in my studio with conversations that could sink the world. And you think I would really put it in a book? No, because those people that are your friends trust you with conversations in their personal life. Because industry artists have a small circle, so they can't hang around everybody. So they got to trust the circle of other artists. That becomes their family. Other artists in the industry become their family. So we feel comfortable with speaking. They feel comfortable with speaking in their circle because they know those conversations are not going to go outside of that circle. So when you have situations like what Lionel Richie did, when he spoke of things that at that time were considered private, if you felt like it was that important to tell that shit, how come you never told it to the Inquirer magazine and other shit when Michael was alive? Why wait till he passed and he's gone and then you say, you know, he used to wear the same underwear and same clothes? A lot of us artists do that. Sometimes I'm working in the studio, I might go 3 or 4 days with the same clothes. Now, I might change my underwear, for sure. But there's been times I haven't. I'm not even gonna cap on you because sometimes we feel like, now if I'm really stinky, I'm taking a shower. I'm like, I can't take it. But for the most, I locked myself in the studio and said, I've gotten good luck with these clothes on. Prince had done it too. Prince would go without taking a shower or changing clothes. Sometimes a week. This is no cap. It's an artist thing, but it doesn't mean nothing. And Lionel Richie knows that. He knows that. So for him to even tell, man, he could have told a million stories. He didn't even have to talk about Michael in that way. He could have said, yo, I'll tell you a story about me and Michael when we were on tour. He could have said the positive shit. Why did he have to say the negative shit? Why? Why? You got to be careful who you trust. With you hope that artists wouldn't do that. Like there's a lot of shit I know about Prince in conversations with people that was in Prince's circle, right? Sweet Rain said, you are a respectable man. This is why you would never, exactly, I would never do that, Sweet Rain. Cherish the Soul's Entertainment say, he is jealous. Cherish, thank you, Cherish. Thank you for that, Cherish. That's exactly what it is. I believe that he has always been that way, allegedly. Let's say allegedly, right? Because I don't want to get no defamation shit. So allegedly, he's jealous. I felt like allegedly, maybe he always had been that way because it always was a little competition thing going on back in the day with Michael and Prince and Lionel Richie. It was always like, everybody was always jealous of Michael. I don't know why. Allegedly, right? So we know what it really is. Because there would be no reason for you to even bring this man's name up in a negative way when you had 100 million positive things you could have said about Michael. Like, you know, I like Michael, man. Michael is this, Mike, man. I remember we was on tour. The tour bus broke down. There's so many incredible stories he could have told. He could have talked about We Are the World. P said, I can understand that, but not negatively. Exactly. P, me too. Mike Lowe said, Lionel hated MJJ well as Smokey. There we go. See, my people, hey, Mike, thank you for that, Mike. Thank you for that. Cherish said the same thing. Yeah, you know, yeah, it was a love. He loved him, but he had this obvious weird dynamic that appeared to me and a lot of people to be maybe allegedly jealousy. I'm just saying. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. There's so much stuff I know. One thing, when you're in the entertainment industry, you're privy to information that nobody outside of the industry gets to hear. Do you know how many conversations in my studio I've heard? I've worked with people that work with closely with Prince. I know so many stories directly from them, but I wouldn't even put out, you know, our artists put out a book and they talk about what was told to them about this person. I would never even do that shit. But believe me, I got some stories that will buck y'all head up, right? Some in a good way, some in like, wow. But I would never, ever in my life do a memoir talking about my life and telling all the things that was told to me about different celebrities that I'm connected to through another celebrity. I wouldn't do that. I would talk about my life. There's enough about my life and there's enough about celebrities' lives that they don't even have to talk about another person. They don't need to. They don't have to have a conversation about nothing except for their career. Lionel could have literally did a whole memoir about himself and never have to talk about nobody. He could have talked about when he was with the group he was with, you know what I'm saying, and how he migrated from that to his solo career and all the hits they had and the failed relationships. He could have talked about all that shit, right? Tom Smith said, my boy Tom Secret said, the bigger the star, the bigger the target. Yeah. That was one reason I never really wanted to be a really huge celebrity. I'm not going to lie to you. I was always scared of the attention, even now, even the attention I get on YouTube, even the attention being connected to Angie. Let me tell you guys something. I'm nowhere near Michael Jackson when I say as far as his accomplishments, right? You know, triple platinum, quadruple platinum. But I am somebody, as we all are, and I've accomplished a lot of shit. I've had a lot of top tens. But look at what I went through, just to show you the level of what an artist of Michael status goes through. Look at this stupid shit I went through since Angie Stone passed, with people attacking me online, with people trying to attach themselves to me, my name. Somebody just did it the other day. Somebody just posted a video trying to talk about me the other day. Yeah, for real. Somebody posted a video the other day talking about who is Stone Paxton, unmasking Stone Paxton. Y'all see what I'm saying? So can you imagine if my songs played on every radio every day, right? Quadruple platinum. I mean, I've gotten hits, but not of that magnitude. But can you imagine? You see the stuff that I deal with already? Can you just imagine somebody like Michael and the shit that he's went through? So to be attacked by your own peers, to be attacked by the public is one thing. But when your peers attack you that you trust, you know Michael would be like really appalled to hear Lionel Richie saying that shit. Derek Mitchell said, they talked about Jesus, so of course they'll talk. Exactly. Brother Derek, you're 100% correct. MJ invented the Superstar 2.0 global. Yes, he did. Tom, yes, he did. Cherish said, Cherish Soul Entertainment Podcast said Michael was light and anointed. He was chosen. The chosen and the divine are always yes. Yes, Cherish, thank you for that. Cherish said, especially for him to say that Lionel ain't nothing. He was close to Michael's family. That's like a slap in the face. Derek say, family is the first to fuck you. Man, Derek, please say that again. Tattoo say, thanks for sharing your story in detail, Stone. Tattoo, no, thank you for asking that question, man. It was a legitimate question. It was a legitimate question, man. You know, and I appreciate you asking, in order to find out things about people, we have to ask the questions. So, but that documentary is going to be, when you see my documentary, you're going to be like, damn, Stone, okay. Buckeye, what's up? He said, much love and respect to you, Stone. Thank you, Buckeye. Hey, can you guys make sure you hit those thumbs up at the top for me when y'all come into the live, please? I appreciate you, man. That thumbs up at the top. I don't agree. It's a lot of stuff that happened in my studio with rappers, right? There's a lot of stuff that happened with heavyweight rappers in my recording studio that would have made TMZ if there was a TMZ back then. It would have made TMZ, right? And there's stuff that happened in my studio that my house could have got turned upside down with celebrities in my studio that were at odds with each other, right? Rappers. Thank you, Barbara. But I haven't even told those stories because actually, it's a couple cats. I got to ask if it's okay if I ever decide to tell the story out of respect. One of the rappers is no longer here. I totally went blank on his name. He was signed to Snoop. I can't believe I forgot him that quick. But he's probably in the spirit world going, Stone, wow, I can't believe you done forgot me. But he was signed to Snoop. But it's something that happened in my studio. Mike say, Dre's stories are crazy. Yeah. No, not Warren G. It's Snoop's artist. He was signed to Snoop. I just forgot his name that quick. He was cutting in my studio and some crazy stuff happened with another West Coast artist. Badass, thank you. Sire, thank you. Yeah, Badass was in my studio recording. And he was sitting outside of my studio writing, and another rapper came in. I didn't know there was this West Coast shit going on at the time, and it could have went pretty bad. If TMZ was around at that time, it would have been bad. But let's just say this. The other rapper saw his name, because people would sign my studio door. I had a state-of-the-art recording studio built. My garage was turned into a state-of-the-art recording studio. And D-Shot was there running the session, E40's brother. D-Shot was running the recording session. And I'm not going to mention the other celebrity's name because I'd have to ask him if it's okay for me to, even though it happened in my house, out of respect for him, because him and I still deal with each other, I would have to ask him if it's okay to even talk about it. But I don't think it'd be a problem, but I'll ask him first. But anyway, he comes in my studio. He crosses out He asked me, he's like, hey, cuz, you let that such and that fool sign your door. And I was like, huh? I was confused. And I was like, yeah, man, yeah, why? And he crossed it out on my door and signed his name over. And then, and here's the crazy part. I say, out of innocence, I say, why you do that? He's here. He said, who's here? I say, Badass. He said, where he at? I was like, he's outside writing his lyrics. He calls his boy. He said, hey, y'all. And I was like, oh, shit, what did I just do? What's happening? I run in the studio. I tell D-Shot, yo, Shot, I think there's a problem. Something's happening. Blah, 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 blah. He said, what? And then Shot said, oh, man, yeah, you didn't know? I was like, I know. I'm a producer. I work with everybody. But that shit would have made TMZ. Thank God nothing went down at my house because I convinced Badass to leave and to come back later, right? But it was right there because my house was full of a whole bunch of gangsters, y'all. And I'm talking about the real cats that was putting in the work at that time. Y'all feel what I'm saying? The hitters, like for real, they was all up in my studio. So but these are stories that I wouldn't share. You notice I'm not even mentioning the person's name. Badass is gone, so I could say it was Badass that was at the studio, but I'm not going to mention the other person's name, right? So I can talk roundabout about the story, but I would never put it in. I wouldn't put that story in a book unless the other person said, oh, no, Stone, it's cool. You can go ahead and tell it. I'm cool with it. You know, it happened at your house. It really happened. So then I'd be like, all right, I can tell that story. But because you see people going on the art of dialogue and all that, telling all these old stories, I got a lot of those. Oh, I got a lot of them stories, man. A lot. Yo, I got some crazy, crazy stories for my 42 years of being in this game. And some of them are like a movie. You wouldn't even believe it. You'd be like, there's no way that shit Stone just said was real. But it is. Hey, P said, OGs, facts. Sunstar said, wow, yes, Sunstar is crazy. Mike Lowe say the truth is an offense. I know, Mike. I know. That's why I'm careful. Cherish the Soul Entertainment Podcast said, petty, silly. Yeah, Cherish. Cherish, let me tell you. Cherish. The stories, boy. When I tell y'all, I got stories I would never tell. Never. I got stories I would never tell. Yeah, I got stories I just would never tell. Just out of respect. I would never tell. Feel what I'm saying? But within the circle, I can tell. Within my circle of people, I can tell these stories. Within the circle of my people, I can tell these stories. With, you know, all the guys in the circle, we share these stories with each other. But just the general public, I couldn't really be speaking on this stuff. Yeah, I couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. So for Lionel Richie to be like, yeah, I'm just gonna memoir, because I think he was inspired because Quincy went on the ledge and Quincy was giving up game about all kinds of stories. So I think that might have inspired Lionel Richie to say, I'm gonna do my memoir and I'm just gonna tell whatever I feel like I want to tell. Junior, what's up? The bigger the success, the more haters you get. Yeah. I mean, look at YouTube. Look. Hey, check this out. I saw this content creator. Somebody sent me this content creators live, right? So, I'm sorry, y'all. They were talking about me, right? They said, this particular person I kicked off my YouTube channel, right? I've kicked a few people. And another, I'm going to talk about that. We're going to talk about people's subscribers on my YouTube channel, too. But if you see a certain subscriber that you guys usually would see on my YouTube channel, you're no longer seeing them, just know when you don't see certain people that have been on my channel for a minute, there's a reason for it. I'm not going to say the person's name because I'm not going to give their name no kind of focus. I don't really give a fuck about them like that. But I will say this. Even some of my other subscribers, when I had to inbox them and tell them about this person, they were shocked. That's how cool we thought this person was cool. But it's obvious that this person loves drama. So they chose to be over at a channel that just has a lot of drama, and I'm okay with that. As long as they ain't here faking the funk and in my live looking and watching and pretending to be cool and making corny. Now, I've noticed this particular person that was a subscriber used to come in and say stupid shit, right? Like, I was telling people to go check out my boy BG Knockout's channel, and this particular person told me, I hate when content creators tell you to go check out other people's channel. Like they want you to go. And I didn't understand why that person would even say that. Because if you don't want to check that person out, then don't check them out. I'm not forcing you to. I support anybody in my circle. But it was weird that she said that, right? And then somebody sent me a video showing some comments that she said about me in a live. And she was rocking with another person I kicked off my channel who was full of shit too. But that other person that I kicked off my channel was talking in that content creators live like she knew me. She's like, oh, yes, Stone Paxton, they paid Stone Paxton for studio time. She don't know shit. She doesn't even know me. She messaged me in my inbox one time, sent me her number. I would never call her because I knew she was full of shit. And if you watching it, I said it, you're full of shit. So I never called her because I already knew she was full of shit. She's phony because she's rocking with another content creator. Now, listen, it's neither here or there. You can rock with whoever you want. It ain't none of my business, but you just won't be up in my motherfucking channel trying to pretend to be cool with me while you at a content creator's channel who have spoken negative about me. That's what my issue is. So let me clarify it. Because it seems like these people don't seem to get the understanding, the logistics of why Stone is bothered by the shit. I'm not caring who you follow. I cannot tell no one to only follow me. I would never do that. Here's my issue. When you are at a channel who clearly speaks negative of me and you're up in their channel and then you're coming back to mine, well, that's some real live fake shit. I'm just keeping it 100. That's just some real live fake shit. That means you're a fake ass motherfucker. And you should not be on my channel. So don't get mad if I tell anybody, if you at a channel talking negative about me and then you over my channel, why are you even here? Like, that shit is totally mental. Take your monkey ass over where you like to mess at and stay there. But don't come in my channel trying to be cool with all my subscribers and be their friend. Motherfuckers don't give a fuck about you like that. They don't. As a matter of fact, all the people that I told that I had to kick you off my channel and block you, they could not even believe. That's how much people liked you. The last person I kicked off my channel, you know who you are. They really liked you. My moderators really liked. Everybody's shocked that you made that move you made and went over to that person's channel to kind of speak. I mean, she said some cool things. She said some things like, well, he did say he didn't want nobody on his channel that was from other negative channels. Now, she said that. I give her that. But she also turned right around and I don't see why he think he could tell people, not to be in his channel. What are you talking about? If I don't want nobody in my channel, I don't want them in my channel. And I will block their asses. I have the right to that. But what I hate is fake people. What I'm learning about YouTube, this shit is tricky as shit. Content creators that are trying to build a YouTube channel, this is some tricky shit. Because sometimes you think you got some cool people on your channel and you find out, and I'm finding out a lot of the women are tricky. See, the men is different with the men. Most of the ones I've had to block from my channel have been the ladies. Can y'all believe that? I ain't even messing with you. Most of the ones I've had to block from my channel have been the ladies. I'm thinking the women coming in with real solid support. Most of the ones I've had to block were the ladies because it seems like they be on this weird shit. And sometimes I think people seek attention. And when Stone don't give them attention in the live, they go over to the negative channels where the negative channel is going to give them attention. That means there's something wrong with you. There's something going on inside of yourself because you want me to acknowledge you every time you come in my live. And actually, I always actually did. I acknowledge everybody. But nobody's going to give you no extra attention. And this person didn't donate. They didn't give me no super chats. I think they did one donation and it shocked the fuck out of me. And I think it was like $5 or some shit. You see, people feel like they have some sort of power when they come into Content Creators Live and they get to know you and they think they know you. You still don't know me. If you've never met me in person, there's only one person, two people on this live that have met me and that know me in person. That's Pac Heat and that's Cambodian Mystic, who really know me. Pac Heat's been to my house. You understand? He's been to my house. And there might be a few that I'm not seeing on here that know me in real life. But other than that, you can get to know me. And the way to get to know me is first to be just a genuine person. So that when the day comes and I come to your city to perform, I will be kind enough to want to even meet you. Now, here's the dangerous part about the first woman I kicked off my channel. She was saying, oh, I'm coming to Vegas. I want to take you, Meech, and Cambodian Mystique out to eat. I was real close to that shit happening. And I'm glad that the divine did not allow that shit to happen, because I found out that that person is full of so much shit. And this person loves being messy. They love, some people just love drama. They love the messy shit. And YouTube gives you a lot of it. You can pick and choose the channels you can go to that's nothing but drama, right? She loves drama. But this the same woman that went in the live saying Stone Paxton, this other content creator interviewed me. King Payne interviewed me. He came here to my house and interviewed me, right? They're trying to figure out me and King Payne's business when it's none of their fucking business. So they're trying to figure out what's up with King Payne and how he got in my studio. That ain't y'all motherfucking business. So my people went on that content creator's channel and let them know the real. Like, that person is telling you that King Payne paid for studio time. How could they even know that? They've never even been on the phone with me. They've never stepped in my house. So content creators, you guys having a responsibility to hold any of the messy motherfuckers in your life responsible for the things they bring to you. You got to question them. When my people brought that video to me and I watched it, when they sent it to me, I just shook my head. I said, man, these folks just love talking about me. Like, what is it about me that you feel like you got to keep talking about? What is it about me that you feel like are you obsessed with me or some shit? What is your obsession with me? Because that's all this shit is. It's not normal. That is an obsession. A motherfucker don't know you, never met you, never been on the phone with you, never seen you in person, never dated you, never talked to you. And you do this, that's a complete obsession. You're obsessed with that person. Call it for what it is. That is an obsession. Because you thinking you know my business and the business that me and King Payne was doing in the studio, you don't know nothing. You know nothing. That is my friend. And whatever business him and I do with music has fucking nothing to do with none of y'all motherfuckers on YouTube. The messy ass motherfuckers. Y'all know who I'm talking to. I'm talking to y'all. And for you to say King Payne paid me, you don't even know nothing about that. King Payne didn't tell you that, and I didn't tell you that. So where you get it from, you lying ass, you know what I really want to say. You just a messy ass woman. So most of the ones I've had to block, unfortunately, have been ladies. And I'm noticing a lot of the ladies just be real drama on YouTube. I don't even know why. Hadn't had to block a lot of guys on here. You get a few here and there, but 90% of the ones I've had to block have been women. They just be up in here loving the drama because they ain't got no man. And the man they do got is out there sleeping with another woman. So they fucked up in the head. And most of the ones that are like that, they're damaged goods. They're damaged goods. That's what it is. And they hate men. And so they troll Stone Paxton because they hate men. What? What do I remind you of a representation of a real man? I don't know what it could be. But you try to troll me because you're bothered by what I stand for. I stand for real manhood. I don't disrespect women, but I'm not going to let a motherfucker step on me either. And I'm going to talk shit whenever somebody talks shit about me. I'm going to come in the live. I might not mention your name, but I will bring the situation up. You don't deserve to be I'm a quality person. You don't deserve to be at my channel at all. You don't deserve to even be seen on my channel. You deserve to be right where you're at. Damaged goods at somebody else's channel. Damaged goods. Yeah, because you like that. You ain't really, you fake. Everything about you's fake. And you know it and I know it. The both of y'all motherfuckers. Yeah, the first one I block and the last one I block. Both of y'all fucked up in the head, man. Y'all just fucked up. And I should have. And it's kind of weird because when you follow my channel, I peeped out your Instagram and you kind of operate in a real dark way. But instead, and my people even told me, they said from the beginning, this person seems kind of weird. You sure you want to allow them to follow you? I said, no, I'm gonna let everybody follow me. But guess what? They were 100% correct. And guess what? Those were women that told me to be careful with you on my channel. And they were 100% correct about both of y'all. So dig that. So, this YouTube crazy, y'all. Hold on. Somebody said something. Mike Love say, ODB, rest in love. Absolutely. Chairs say, amen. Yeah, chairs. They crazy out here, chairs. Tattoo say, Stone, you still hit the gym. You seem... Urban Media say, hello, everyone. Urban Media Production, what's up? Tattoo. You know I'm a martial artist, so I've been fighting and training in martial arts and teaching for now 40-something years. Yeah, about 41 years. So yeah, I stay in good condition. I don't work out at the gym, but I do train still. So that keeps me physically fit on top of my game. Listen, Tattoo, if I really hit the gym, oh, bro, it would be crazy. I'm scared. I don't want to get too big because I still fight 2 times a year. So I don't like to lose my speed, but I like to keep my power. I'm like 185, so I got the speed and the power still. So when I'm in the ring, when I hit somebody, they feel it, right? Or I kick somebody, they feel it. So I don't want to get too big. But I don't want to be too small either. You know what I'm saying? Now I fight in these world championships. BJJ Tattoo say, BJJ, what's that, Tattoo? Old Dirty, what's up? And Old Dirty say, envy is dangerous, Stone. Be careful around the snakes. Yeah, Old Dirty. Tattoo say, you still fight at 50 plus. That is insane. Yeah. Hey, listen. Yo. Hey, Tattoo, check this out. It's no cap, man. Y'all know I don't do no cap stuff. Let me show you something. I still fight. I still fight at 50. Yeah, I still fight. And listen, all the 50-year-olds be scared to fight because they're fighting all these young dudes. They're fighting these guys who are 18 and 19, right? Let me show you something. This is just one of them, just to show you where I'm at, right? But look, this is one of my world championships right here. The USA. Hold on, let me turn it around. Hold on. USA Winter Nationals. First place. That's USA Winter Nationals. Right there. I don't know if you can see that. Stone Paxton, first place. West Coast fighting. Look, 2014 world champion. No, that's 2017, right? International IMAC World Championship 2013. Okay. And there's another one over there. Hold on. Yeah, no, I'm serious about mine. Yo, Tattoo. I don't be playing, man. Like, I don't do a whole bunch of talking, but mine is all real. Hold on, I'm going to show you some other ones. Check this out. I got over 5,000 medals, trophies, medals that I don't even have them all displayed. There's a few. I don't even have them all displayed. Listen, that's my legendary right there. I done won world championships with that. And them gloves down there, world championships with that right there. So I use that when I fight. Let me show you some other ones. Tattoo. Here's some of the other ones, Tattoo. 2013 world champion, first place. 2016 world champion. Another 2013 world champion that same year. Two. I had 2 in 2013. 2 world championships in 2013. So yeah, man. Tattoo. Yeah, man. I keep it solid, fam. I keep it solid, man. I stay trained. I stay ready so I don't have to get ready, Tattoo. I stay ready so I don't have to get ready. I'm one of them old school cats, man. When we was growing up, you know how I was, Tattoo. You growing up in the 70s, your brothers made sure you always fought. All my brothers were martial artists. Most of my brothers were martial artists, right? So we train. So I grew up training and fighting as a kid and music and that. So yeah, I still fight at 50, Tattoo. I still fight at 50, believe it or not. And people think I'm crazy. People be like, what? People like Stone. You still, I'm like, yeah. So look, hey, Tattoo. So when you're at the tournaments, right? When you're getting ready to fight, right? You know who you're gonna fight. Like you have an idea. So all the guys are looking around, you're like, you look in the corner, you say, you looking trying to see who's signing up for that division, right? And you're like, oh shit, I think I gotta fight dude right there. So all the dudes that I fight are typically in their prime. They're 19, 20. You know, these guys is fighting for the seat. And when you say fighting for seats in martial arts, you'll fight at, the whole year so that you can get prepared for the super grands. And the super grands are typically in Florida. That's like the big, that or Long Beach Internationals, where Bruce Lee, when you saw Bruce Lee do that 1-inch punch thing, people are fighting all year to prepare for their chair, right? And so you get and when you fight for so long, it puts you in a position to know that, okay, I'm fighting this whole year, so I'm preparing for the Super Grands, which is like it's like the World Series of martial arts, right? Equivalent to like the Super Bowl. P say, I stay ready, never have to get, exactly, Pete. Malara said, nice one, Stoney, yeah. Sister Star say, I see you take good care of yourself. For you, a lot of men don't when they get older. No disrespect to others that are up in age. Yes, you're right, though, and I preach this to my buddies. Nat S said, that's what's up. Nat S, thank you, Nat. I appreciate you guys. Oh, Dirty say, I seen Stone throw kicks, and it do not sleep on this man. Oh, Dirty Cosmo, wait a minute. Oh, you my boy. Listen, Dirty been around me. Oh, Dirty been around me. Let me tell y'all something. Oh, Boss Lady said, I feel they have feelings for you, Stone. And those feelings turn to anger because they got called out for being fake. Now they're mad and are being trolls. Exactly. Thank you. Boss Lady, I feel the same. I feel the same. Yes, I do, Boss Lady. Thank you. I really do. I agree with Boss Lady. Yeah, they had low-key feelings, you know. Ari, what's up, Ari? J Bond's in the house. What's up, J Bond? Urban Media. Hey, J Bond was on yesterday. Hey, so I stay ready. Brenda Grant says, so proud of seeing all your accomplishments. Yeah. So Tattoo said something deep. Tattoo say at 50, you still out here? We can take him out to eat. I'm on live. I'll message you, Chef Banner, when I get off. Understand. Tattoo said something deep. At 50, when you fighting, because look, listen, so because the 50-year-olds, let me tell you what happens. Most 50-year-olds in the martial arts tournaments, they just want to do katas, right? They want to go and do the katas and do weapons, right? I'm like, you fighting? No, I'm not fighting. No, I'm not, no way. I'm like, how can you not fight, man? No, I'm going to do katas. I'm going to do weapons. I'm like, okay. You fighting? I said, yeah, you're crazy, man. You're in your 50s. I said, and this is martial arts. We got to know we still got it. So, yeah, I'm fighting. So most of the 50-year-olds, and these tournaments be packed. There'll be thousands of people there, right? So a lot of times if you fight, then let's say there's 12 guys. Let's say there's 20 guys. All 20 are not going to get to fight because it's going to be elimination, right? So typically the first 4 guys fight. The rest won't even get a chance to fight because there's an elimination that happens, right? It might only be maybe sometimes 5 or 6 that get chosen, right? So you gotta your first fight, you gotta win to qualify. Your first fight out. And if you don't win that first one, then you ain't even gonna qualify to even fight later on that night for the supers, right? So I already know when I'm going out there, I gotta do my thing. I say, okay, I'm studying this young cat. Like I gotta get out there. I gotta make sure I come right off the line and make sure I get my score up high, right? So so you get so many points. Like like if you hit or kick in certain areas, like for instance, let's say you roundhouse kick to the head, that might be 2 points, right? Or like a kick to the groin, I think that's 1 point. Or a roundhouse kick to the chest, that might be 2 points. They'll do little stuff like that, right? Um, or maybe a reverse roundhouse kick or something. They have a point scale. Every tournament is different. Some change it up, right? So I know that when I go out, I know I'm going to get 2 points for this and that. So right when I go, I already have my plan in my head. I'm going to kick. I'm going to kick them here. I'm going to hit them there. I'm going to come right off the line, a roundhouse kick, side kick, or roundhouse kick. Then, you know what I'm saying? Front jab, reverse punch, spinning heel kick, or, reverse, spinning fist, you know what I'm saying? So I already got it in my head. So when I come out, I'm already on one, right? And then typically when you fight that one, you're probably gonna fight at least 3 or 4 more times. If you win the first one, then you gotta pretty much defend your position. So imagine being 50 and you fighting 19-year-old dudes, 20-year-old guys, because that's how it is. If you don't believe me, ask my boy EA Ski. EA Ski is a world champion too. For my people on here that don't know, my boy EA Ski is a world champion. He is bad as shit. Luckily, him and I never had to spar. I'm glad we didn't, because he bad. He bad too. He bad. The weird part is him and I were on the West Coast at the same time when he was at the height of his martial arts career fighting. But for some reason, him and I never fought, which I'm cool with, because Ski can get down. And we both, I would honestly, I'm humble enough to say, I'm glad that I didn't have to, get in the ring with Ski, because Ski got some skill. Y'all see how humble I am? But Ski bad. I'm bad, but Ski bad. You feel what I'm saying? Ski is, you would never imagine. EA Ski, East Oakland, real talk. That boy bad. His hands and feet. You feel what I'm saying? Now, I ain't shy from it, but out of respect, I love my OG EA Ski. And but he got hands and feet. So if y'all don't believe me about how the tournaments work, just hit EA Ski up and say Stone was talking about these tournaments and how they operate, man. And is it real how that stuff goes down? And it's competitive. And like you have the best of the best. You even have the film companies be out watching the new martial artists they want to cast in films and stuff, right? So I do teach still. You know what I'm saying? And anytime I like teaching women martial arts because I like them to really know. And then when there's guys hanging with me, like my crew of guys, like mostly all the guys around me, if they ain't already martial artists, I train them because I tell them you can't be around me and not have hands and feet. Because if something go down and I squab, you got to squab too. That's just how it goes. So I have this thing. Guys that hang around me, you got to have hands, you got to have feet. Because if we out and about and something happen, I don't want to be looking and you running. Nah, you got to be right there with me, side by side. So through the years, I never let guys hang with me unless I knew they could fight. And what I used to do is put gloves on them and be like, let's spar. Let me see what you got. That way I know what they got, right? They hands and I'm like, all right, we do these walkthroughs. That's what my boy Meach called them. I love it. Meach was the first person I met that called them walkthroughs, right? So Meach say, yeah, the walkthroughs. So I used to always do walkthroughs with all the guys that would be rappers. Let's say they was signed to my label. I say, hey man, I need to, let me see, let's do a walkthrough. Let me see how your hands are. Let me see if you got hands. I give them the headgear. I say, let's spar. Oh, you want to spar? Yeah, let's spar. Because I want to see your hands if you got hands. Most of them don't have feet because they don't know how to kick. It takes years to learn how to properly kick. People think they can just throw a kick. No, it takes years to learn how to properly kick. Yes, I said it. But most cats, some of them have hands, some of them don't. You feel what I'm saying? So I say, okay, then you need to train with me because I need to teach you how to use your feet and hands and your timing and to bring your timing up. And what I mean by that in fighting, it's all about timing, right? Some guys their timing is good. If you train all the time, you're going to have good timing. If you don't train, your timing is going to be off, which means I can hit you quicker than you can hit me. That's timing. You feel what I'm saying? But the only way to perfect timing is practice, right? Practice coming off that line. Wow, you hit them quick. And they hit them so quick, they don't even know, you thrown that jab so quick that they didn't even know what happened. That's timing. So you can have a guy who actually practiced every single day at throwing a punch on a bag. His timing is going to be quicker than the guy that doesn't do that. And I'm one of the ones where I practice every day. Y'all see how I do this music? I do that martial arts. I train every day. Even if I'm not at the dojo, I'm training. Yeah, because when I hit somebody, if I'm in the ring and I hit them with a jab, I throw that jab, you ain't never gonna forget it. If I throw that front leg jab, that front leg jab, you ain't gonna forget it. You gonna remember it. And y'all remember them old school when you know fights in school when you get hit the first time in the 80s and you realize you done started a fight with somebody and you trying to figure out how to get out of it. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember them days and fights where you look over at your friend like, come get him, but you don't say it? Those the kind of jabs I throw. I throw the ones that make you remember, like, damn, I do with the glasses just stung me. And I've been hit by those in the ring. I've been kicked in my face. I've been kicked in the neck. I've been axe kicked on top of my head. Oh, yeah. I don't have a glass jaw either. I've been roundhouse kicked, you name it. Oh, yeah. I've earned my stripes in the ring. Best believe it. So I know how to take a punch, but you damn sure better believe, oh, I know how to give it. And it's also sweet. So, yes, I love it. A tattoo. I love it just like you see me doing the music. I love it the same way when I'm in the ring. The same. I have not lost my passion for getting in that ring, fighting. My goal is to get at least 5 more world championships, and then I'm retiring from fighting. Then I just do weapons and katas in the tournaments. I won't fight no more. But I have a goal to get 5 more, and then I'm good. 5 more world championships, I'm good. I'm cool then. I've accomplished that goal. Right now I got 5. I got 4. I want to get 5 more. And then I'm good. I've accomplished things because I never thought I could be a world champion. Understand? Even though I've been in martial arts since I was like 11, right? 10. My martial arts school, our whole school were #1 world champions. We were all, the only person wasn't a world champion was me. And that's when I was young. And I remember my instructor saying, well, the reason why you're not a world champion, Paxton, is because he said, your heart is not really into it. Hit that thumbs up as you guys are coming across my live. Hit that thumbs up, please. He said, your heart is not into it. He said, once you wake up and put your heart into it, he said, you're a great martial artist, but to win a world championship, your heart has to be into it. Your heart has to be into it. You feel what I'm saying? Or you're never going to win. And he was right. Listen, I got my first world championship when I was 50 years old. I'm 55 now. I was 50 years old when I got my first world championship. And he passed away. So I couldn't. No, wrong. No, he didn't. He didn't pass away yet. So I think I was 49. Yeah, because I called him and I said, oh, my God. I said, Sensei, I said, you won't believe what happened. He said, what? I said, oh, man. I said, I got my first world champ. He said, you did? I said, yeah. He said, I'm so proud of you. He said, come by. Let me bring it over. Let me see it. And I brought it over. He said, I'm proud of you. He said, let me tell you why you never got it when you were younger. And I said, because everybody in my school had world championships. All the little kids to the adults had world championships. I was the only one out of 200 students that didn't have a world championship. And that shit bothered me back then. So at 49, I got my world championship. I called him up. I told him, I said, Sensei, I finally did it. I wish you could have been there. He said, really? I said, yeah. He said, I knew you could do it. He said, bring it by so I could see it. So when I brought it by and talked to him, he set me down. And this is before like a year or 2 before he passed away. He said, I knew you could do it, Paxton. He called me Pax. Pax, I knew you could do it. He said, I'm going to tell you why you never did it when you were younger. Because when you were younger, you were fully capable of doing it. But your mind was everywhere. Your mind was in too many places. And in order to win a world championship, your mind has to be focused on that task, period. And you weren't ready then. At 49, you were focused on the task. And that's why you were able to achieve it, because you were focused and ready. The next year, I told him I'm fighting in the world championship. Sensei, can you be there? He said, I'm going to try to make it. He didn't get a chance to. He ended up passing away before, he could, because he was going to be there in my corner, and he ended up passing away. But I did it for myself, and I did it for my sensei, and I'm glad I was able to share that with him before he passed away. But I'll be honest with you guys. I never in my life thought that I could win a world championship. I'm not even, you got to think like that's for all of you that are not martial artists. Let me just tell you guys something. For any martial artists that are on my live, and they'll tell you this, if they fought in the ring before, getting kicked and punched it does not feel good at all. Getting kicked by somebody's legs at, a leg is going 25, 30 miles per hour in speed time. If they were to calculate it with a speed gun, times 2 when it hits you, it's not a good feeling. Have to block it, to have to block that and hope that you hit it at the right time, or you get hit in your ribs or in your face or in your arm, right? To somebody to throw a punch that you don't even see coming. See, because in boxing, you're just dealing with the hands. But in martial arts, you got to worry about their feet and their hands and their elbows. You got to worry about all that. Do you know how hard that is? I'm not saying you can train all day long, but it's different when you get in the ring and you fighting people that's throwing elbows. Do you know what it's like to get hit by one of these? It doesn't feel good. Do you know what it's like to get a knee in your stomach? Do you know what it's like to get a roundhouse kick in the rib? So it takes a certain state of mind to get in the ring and be like, all right, I'm gonna commit to knowing that I can leave with a broken rib. I'm about to commit knowing that I might get kicked in the jaw. That I might get kicked in the jaw and break my jaw. Yeah, because you have to sign a disclaimer. In these tournaments, you sign a disclaimer in the tournaments to say that you're not going to sue them. If you listen, the disclaimer states, if you pass away in this tournament, this world championship, or it's not on them, you got to sign that. Understand? Please understand. You have to sign this before you even fight. Do y'all understand this? As a martial artist, every martial artist you see getting in the ring has already signed that disclaimer so that if you pass away, it's not on them. And y'all might think that, oh, man, y'all ain't going to pass when you get kicked by a knee, get hit by elbow. And then the gloves are 1 inch or less. I can go get the glove and show you 1 inch or less. The gloves are. So imagine getting kicked or punched in a martial arts tournament that you signed up for, and you signed a waiver saying if you die today, if you pass away, it's not on them. It's on you. And you know how many have passed away in these tournaments? A lot. A lot. A lot of people have been hit one time and that's it. So that's the reason my girl used to say, I don't want you fighting no more. She said, I don't want you getting in the ring. She said, focus on your music. You get in the ring, you get hit one time, and she's right. You get hit one time. That could be it for me. But that's how much I love it, like I love music. I love martial arts like that. I love the challenge. I like to challenge my skill. I like, getting in the ring with guys bigger than me. I love, I had this thing for, challenging big guys in the ring. The bigger they were, the more excited I was, because growing up, being bullied, it was always the big dudes that used to fuck with me. So I said, okay. So when my aunt put me in martial arts at 10, it was to protect myself. My older brother was a world champion boxer. If you look up boxing stats, his name was Nate the Great. If you look up boxing stats and type in Nate Stewart, Nate the Great, he was fighting out of Illinois. My brother put me in boxing at a young age, and my aunt put me in martial arts because, this guy was bullying me at 9 and 10. And that was the beginning of my martial arts and boxing thing, special martial arts. I took it and ran with it. But I never thought I would be a world champion, man. To me, that's the highest honor. If I never succeed with nothing else in my life, guess what? I have 4 world championships and you don't. That's really my spirit. That's incredible. That's incredible. Rose Maga said, hello, sir. What's up, Rose Maga? What's up, family? Tattoo say, ooh, he say, that's so really MMA, though, but still much respect. I thought you were fighting conventional MMA rules. Okay, we do it all. Tattoo. We do it all. We do MMA and we do sports martial arts too. So, knees, elbows, we do both. It's both. If you go to the ground you go to the ground. So it's everything. It's not just sports. Don't get it twisted. And at the end of the day, Tattoo, don't get it twisted. Them still real punches. I don't care. See, people will downplay you thinking about point fighting. I've seen guys pass away in point fighting. Don't get it twisted. The only reason why they call it point fighting because it's not continuous. So there's continuous. That means there's no break after the points. There's point fighting. As soon as you get a point, they stop you and they reset. All right. Now there's continuous with MMA. There's also they have point in MMA where as soon as they get an arm block on the guy, they stand up and reset. So Tattoo, don't get it twisted. I tell, that's why I be telling cats, get in the ring with me. I always tell cats, I'll show you. I like, you think, I'll put you, let me get some of the students, get in the ring with you. Them 19-year-olds, 17-year-olds that throw them kicks and punches. Sports martial arts, MMA derived from sports martial arts. So when you would read them karate magazines, understand, when you read those karate magazines, MMA migrated from that. The karate magazines you saw, them tournaments you saw Bruce Lee fighting in, were the tournaments that I fight in, that me and EA Ski fight in. So do not think that sports tournaments, sports, or point fighting is kind of like cliche or you downplay it. Nah, bruh. Trust what I'm saying. It ain't. Them kicks, them aerial kicks that come in and them jumps and them roundhouse kicks and the aerial spinning heel kicks, all that stuff is real. We getting hit by that for real. The only difference is if you get hit by it, they reset and they start it over. And they Hoji May and start you back again. But you getting hit for real. So MMA, you getting hit for real. Sports, karate, martial arts, you getting hit for real. They ain't no like y'all in there toying like you kick, you punch, I punch, you punch, I punch. None of that. It's you full out. You full out. You getting hit for real. So don't downplay it from a person that's done it, just done all of it. Yeah, just trust me when I tell you, you getting hit for real. And if you don't believe me, go to your local martial arts school and tell them you want to spar one of the cats in the top cat in class. And you'll be coming back on my live going, all right, I respect Stone. I feel you. I have to correct people because I've been in martial arts so long. People think if they see a guy fighting in a gi in sports martial arts and a guy on the floor like MMA is more real. No, all of it is real. All of it is real. All of it is real. 90% of most fights go to the ground. Most guys don't even know how to fight on the ground. The real talk. So we're trained in all of it. And we fight in all of it? Yeah, we do MMA. We fight below and we fight above. So I know it all. I know it all. Old Dirty said, everything but bare knuckle is sports tattoo. You hear what Old Dirty said? Is sports tattoo. Humble yourself unless you're in that bare knuckle ring. Tattoo say it goes out of the window if someone grabs a hold of you who's trained. Guess what? Oh, I'm very good. I'll grab a hold of you and you ain't getting loose, Tattoo. I promise you that. I'll put you in a leg lock or arm bar and you ain't getting out. You say it goes out of the window if somebody blocks you. But let me tell you some of the fights I've had. I've had guys throw punches and I put them in arm bars and break their arm. I've had guys throw punches and I've hit them. So all that, it goes out of the door when somebody grabs you. Is that theory correct? It is and it isn't. But how many guys have you grabbed, Tattoo, that have thrown a real cat that can really fight, that has thrown a punch at you? And, anytime you come to Vegas, you come to America, come to Vegas, I'll take you to the dojo and we could test that theory. I got some real G's you could test the theory with. I love a challenge. I'm always up for a great challenge. I do martial arts like I do music. We can do ground fighting. I'm good at weapons. I'm well-versed at ground fighting. I'm well-versed above ground. But guess what? See, you got to understand. You think a cat will throw a punch and you can do an arm bar, right? And you grab him. Experienced cat, no. You grab an arm bar on him, he's gonna reverse that. There is a certain thing in martial arts called a reverse. Of whatever you apply, I know all the reversals too. They teach us that. We're trained to know every reverse to every technique. So you throw a technique, let's say I throw a punch, you grab my arm, right? You're like, I got him. I know the reverse to it. And I'm gonna put your ass right in that same one and I'm taking you to the ground, and I'm gonna finish him. So understand there is a reverse to everything you think. Cause you thinking in your mind, cause you ain't never been in the ring like that. So you think, oh, he throw a punch out. You're waiting for the grab. Like you got his science. Like he gonna throw it. I'm gonna grab the arm, do this, do that, do that. It don't work like that. It does and it doesn't. Because what you think, unless you're trained in it, it never goes down the way you think. And even sometimes when you're trained in it, you have to have an alternative technique to counter because sometimes that technique might not even work. You're speaking to somebody that knows, just like I know music. I can put 10 martial artists on this live and they're going to tell you, it's Stone telling you. I could call EA Skill right now. He'd be like, Stone spitting that. He's telling you. So don't just think that you're going to wait around for an experienced guy to just throw a punch because you're waiting for the right timing to catch the hand and take him down. It don't work that way. Hoist Gracie weighed only 140, maybe 150. I think, 160. And when MMA started, Hoist Gracie couldn't nobody beat Hoist Gracie. Because they came in with calculations, like how you talking. Like, so when Hoist Gracie comes at me, I'm going to do this and do that. So for every counter they countered him with, he had an alternative counter. And that's how we train. So you might have 4 counters. But if I train with 12 counters against that 4, if I'm training harder than you, it don't even matter what you thinking in your head, that you're going to grab that dude's hand or my hand and reverse it and take him down. That's all you thinking of Hollywood shit, bro. Put that shit in the ring for real. Get in some real MMA rings. See, because everybody think they MMA because they watch it on TV. Get in the motherfucking ring for real. That's what you got to do. Then you see that dynamic change, baby, when you huffing and puffing and within 2 minutes you tired already because you ain't trained for that shit. I always say, don't talk too much about it. It's sitting on the couch watching TV is okay. But all respect, you got to respect MMA fighters and martial artists all together, right? Because we all respect each other. All that Hollywood shit, you ain't been in the ring. Because people that talk like that are people that ain't never been in the ring. You've been in that ring, you have your respect in the way you talk is totally different because you know that anything can go. And it doesn't mean anything you apply to somebody is going to work. That's why you got to know every counter attack to whatever the defense or offense is. There's 4 or 5 and sometimes 12 counters to that. But if you've never trained, you don't even know that. You just going off of Hollywood. You sitting back on your couch going, I'm going to watch MMA and I could do that. Oh, man, I could be an MMA fighter. I could be an MMA fighter. No, go train. Make it through the training, 6-9 months. Then let's talk. Old Dirty said, okay, he said, I'm 188 centimeters, 195 Stone. Stone can put me in the ring in his what stead? I'm closer to your age. I love to do a walkthrough in Vegas. Yeah, Old Dirty. Come on, Old Dirty. Come on to Vegas, man. Let's do what, man. Listen, you got to understand, I love this shit. Anytime you in Vegas, let me know. I will make sure the gym is open. We're going to go and we're going to train. We're going to have fun. It's going to be fun. Come on, y'all. This is what I'm trying to get my fellas to do. Let's not sit on the couch and watch MMA and act like we tough because we having a conversation about it. Come to Vegas. Let's have fun. Let's go. You know, it's all out of fun. Let's go and get in the ring and have some fun. That's what we're going to do. DJ Tony say, hey, what's up, DJ Tony? Try and say, oh, shit, all caps. Hey, Tattoo say, but Pax, how am I supposed to believe you can beat someone who done BJJ when you don't even know what's beat? Bro, do me a favor. Tattoo, I've given you a pass when we was talking on the subject about black folks in that new law. I'll let you stay on my live. What I'm not going to do is have you think you can get on here and undermine me. Okay? All right? All right? Whether it's jujitsu, whether it's karate, whether it's black belt jujitsu, it doesn't matter. You get on here, you don't have the experience I have. So you can debate all day long, Tattoo. You don't even have to be in my live. You seem like a cool dude, but what I'm learning is y'all motherfuckers is like little bitches sometimes. You'll get on my live and you'll kind of switch up a little bit. Either you real or you're not. You can't be in between. So don't get on my live challenging me. You don't have to believe shit. I've done it. How about that? I don't know you. You ain't showed me what you've done. I've done everything I speak of. I ain't got shit to prove to you. I've done it. I fought the world champions. I didn't fight the Rudy Poos that are on YouTube talking this bullshit. How do I supposed to believe you? Motherfucker, I don't want you to believe me. I'm not asking you to believe shit. I'm telling you that I've taken the hits and I've given them. How many rings have you been in, and how many fights have you had in the ring against skilled people to even have a conversation and try to undermine me? So what you can do, Tattoo, you could kindly remove yourself if that's how you want to operate. You want to challenge me? Like I said, I've allowed you to do certain shit on here that I let pass. But what I'm not going to do is you're not going to undermine me at all. And when you do come to Vegas, you're more than welcome to step right in that motherfucking ring with me too, so you can find out if your theory is true. How about that? We turns nothing down here, baby. It's all real. Because I know what I do in the ring just like what I do in the studio. We turns none of it down. Heck, best believe that. So you want to challenge me? Then when you come to Vegas, I kindly say, you're welcome. And we can get in that motherfucking ring and get down. I don't back down, baby. I don't care how big or small you are. I'm gonna tear them legs up. I'm gonna tear that face up. I'm gonna tear them ribs up. That's how we gonna do it. That's how we gonna do it. And then you can tell me what you believe or don't believe when you back on the plane with battered and bruised. Yeah, that's how we do. West Coast motherfucker. Talking all that shit. And I thought you was actually a cool motherfucker, man. You on some bullshit today. You go get you some pussy, bro. That's what you need to do, Tattoo. You need to just go find you something to lay on or lay up with. Because you on some bullshit today. Tattoo on that garbage ass today. This motherfucker right there need to be timed out. Time that motherfucker out. I timed him out. Because I'm just appalled that Tattoo would try to get on here and chat. Why are you challenging? Why are you feeling yourself like that? Tattoo, what's up with you? I thought you was a cool motherfucker. I know you ain't a brother. I get it. That's that white shit in you that causes you to you start to disconnect. That's, you know what I'm saying? You started, your program started to defect. Ain't that blackness? You ain't got no blackness in you. So that's the challenge that Saw people have against black people. That's the challenge they do. It's an inner spiritual challenge you have with yourself, Tattoo. That's that Saw shit. And if you don't know what Saw means, in Cambodian, that means white. So that's that Saw shit in you. That it makes you kind of like you kind of, your wires are kind of, they're fraying and shit. You're like, I'm going to talk shit to Stone today. Your wires are fraying, bro. You ain't got to do that shit to me, man. Keep it 100. If you a G, you a G. You rap like you black, but you act like you a Saw person. Yeah, you rap like you black, but you act like a Saw person. The way you talk, the challenges, you want to challenge them, man. Even when I was talking about the issue about the new law, and you say you don't see how it affects black boys. And clearly, I knew you weren't black. And I asked you, bro, you must not be black. And sure enough, you told me. So that challenge, that's that Saw boy challenge. That's that shit y'all do. Y'all feel like y'all can conquer and challenge everything and everybody. And it doesn't work that way. In the real world's not. Because once you get hit one time, your whole thoughts have changed. If you ain't never been hit by a ninja, then you don't even understand. The spirits of the ancestors will sting the fuck out of you. Best believe that shit. And you heard me say it, and I said it. All right, bullshit, man. Motherfuckers be coming in my life self-righteous and shit, acting like they tough because I'm having conversations about martial arts. They want to feel some kind of way because I didn't show my accomplishments and they want to challenge me. Get in the fucking ring and shut the fuck up. Sorry, y'all. I can't stand people like that. Get in the ring. No, there's no need to even talk. Just get in the ring with a motherfucker. Listen, growing up in the black neighborhood, we wouldn't do a lot of talking. We would slap box. There was a few things we did. All my brothers on here tell you. We would slap box. And psychologically, our slap boxing was us testing each other's skill. I grew up with that shit. Fighting all the time. Slap boxing. This ain't none of that 1978 shit I'm spitting you, Tattoo. This is some of that grown ass man shit. And when I say I'm gonna sting your ass, you step to Vegas, you want to challenge me in the ring, we gonna put cameras on it, baby boy. Because I want you to have pictures of it and remember the shit that you talked on live. Like, how can I believe you if you don't even know what BJJ is? Man, get the fuck out of here. You guys and your acronyms and all the shit that you use, it still would never cover the fact that you've never been in the ring and taken a punch. In order to throw a punch, You have to have taken one. In order to drive a car the proper way, you have to first have driven one. You can't just get in the motherfucker and say, where's the brakes? Where's the gas? So Tattoo, I say to you again, if you have not taken a punch, when's the last time you've been punched in your jaw? You've never felt it. You don't know how to give it. Because any champion would tell you, in order to be a good fighter, you first of all got to know how to take a punch. Because you got to make sure you ain't got a glass jaw. Now, with that said, when you come to Vegas, you can come in my live. Say, I'm in Vegas, Stone. Guess what, motherfucker? I'm going to set up the gym that day. I'm going to call all my homeboys to come and watch so they can clown you after 2 minutes of you breathing hard, talking about you want to quit and take the gloves off. Oh, yeah. And I'm going to put, and you know what? I'm going to do you a favor. We're going to put 3-inch gloves on. I'm going to put some weight on you. Let you see how I really feel. And my homeboy is going to clown you after it's over with. So I'm going to make sure I invite everybody. I'm even going to invite Floyd to Whites for Fun. And all my boxing homies, DJ Simp, David Sample, the boxer, and some other boxers. And all my martial artist friends, the other champions. I'm going to invite everybody to watch this shit. And they're going to look at you and say, you fighting Stone today? Yeah, man, I came all the way here to... Oh, shit. Oh, this shit going to be fun as fuck. That's right. Don't ever get on nobody live and try to challenge him with your monkey ass. Peanut-headed motherfucker you. You ain't never been in the ring gonna try to challenge a motherfucker that spend his life doing two things, that's music and fighting. Man, you better try to humble the fuck out yourself. Fuck you talking about. DJ Tony said, I was punched in my jaw last week. Hey, DJ Tony, who did that? Who did that, DJ Tony? Son started cracking up. Sire said, you can't be invited to someone's house and shit on the carpet. Well, I know. Hey, Sire, I don't know. You know what, Sire? I don't really. Hey, you guys, is my audio muted? Am I back, you guys? Am I back? I didn't even know I hit mute on my audio. God damn. All that time. All right, y'all can hear me now? Can you guys hear me good now? I'm sorry. See, it's easy to press that mute. Damn. How long was I muted? Damn. Somebody said, Mr. Chico said, hey, Tattoo here. Stone is still talking to me, so I feel compelled to reply. I meant no disrespect, nor said anything disrespectful to you, but you made this about race for no reason. I don't see why. Well, it's easy for a person that's white to say it's about race. That's what y'all do. Anytime there's something a black person say, y'all quick to run to the race card. I never said shit about no race. I started talking about I should have muted you back then, but I let it go. Now, today I said nothing about that. I said you come in and you want to challenge a motherfucker that's been in the ring. You understand what I'm saying? If you ain't been hit and you ain't fought in the world championships, all that little acronyms you use, you don't even know what BGJ is. How do I expect to believe you? I don't give a fuck if you don't believe me. That's what I was saying to you. You don't come in a person's home and challenge them. But you best believe come to Vegas, you're more than welcome. I will set the dojo up and I will invite all the martial artists, world champions, and boxers, and Floyd, and everybody, and we can have fun with this. We're grown men. We just have fun, and then you can challenge that theory of whatever you think. But coming back in my live, with that, for what? I respect what you said, but don't tell me I made it about a black thing. Now, with all my people that's on here following me, do you guys feel like I made this about a black thing? Y'all honest opinion. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Did I make this about a racist thing? Because he's pretty much saying that. Did I? Did y'all hear me say anything that constitutes me making it about that? Thank you, DJ Tony. Thank you. But this is the narrative that saw people run. They run that narrative. As soon as they don't get their way, or you say something they don't want to hear, they want to flip it against you and be like, you turning it into a racing. Man, stop that shit, man. You do hip hop. You do black people's music. And we want to turn it into a race thing. I can easily say, well, why are you chasing off of our shit? I didn't say that. I respected your lyrics and when you come in and flow and how you flow. I said, man, that dude is dope. So no, I don't make nothing off no race thing. There's white folks in my family. Fuck up out of here with that shit. And I know people always say that when they want to prove they ain't racist. They say, I got a black friend. I'm not saying it to prove nothing, but you saying it's a race thing. Bro, stop that shit, man. DJ Tony say, Stone, I'm a 3rd degree in MMA. Let me take homie. DJ Tony, it's done. It's done. So when if he come to Vegas, DJ Tony, he want to take you in the ring. He's going to take the weight off of me. He going to take you. So when you come to Vegas, I'm setting the gym up for real. You say, Stone, I'm in Vegas. We setting it up. And DJ Tony, he going to go in on you. That's some real men shit. It ain't nothing personal. It ain't about no racist stuff. Just about 2 men getting in the ring. And we showing you we're letting the ego subside through the hands and the feet and the elbow locks and the arm bars. That's what DJ Tony going to do. So understand that. That's what's going to happen. 1119, who you talking about, fam? 1119 said he's being a dumb contrarian. Who you talking about, 1119? Mr. Chico say, Stone, that's what you said. What I say, Mr. Chico? Oh, that's him. Oh, that's you. Mr. Chico is you. Well, guess what? Everybody here disagrees with you. I talked about that shit in comparison to how you talk. Now, with that said, you'll visit America one of these days. And when you do, just let me know when you're here and I'll set the gym up. And then DJ Tony would like to be the first to, have a walkthrough session with you. And then I'll do it after he does. Oh, yeah, 11N. Yeah, I know. And it's funny because I like the tattoo dude, which is now he's going by Chico. So he's got a few different channels, obviously. Mr. Chico is the same guy we're talking about. He's saying, I said, no, I didn't. I didn't make it about no race. You're just somehow bothered. Why do you like hip hop? If you think every time a black person speaks, they're making it about race, why do you like hip hop? Can I ask you that? Why not just focus on bluegrass or whatever your cultural music is? Since we're on the subject of race, I'm going to make it about that now. Since you said I was and when I wasn't. Why don't you listen to bluegrass? Why don't you listen to some hillbilly music in your country or whatever your cultural music is? Irish music, whatever it is. Why are you so impressed and amazed by the music that's our culture, that's black culture, but you want to tell me that I was being racist? Like, make that shit make some kind of sense, Chico. Tattoo Chico. DJ Tony say, Stone, I'm actually trying to move to bed. DJ Tony, come on, man. Man, let me know, man. Come on, DJ Tony, for real. It'll be a good move, DJ Tony. For real. Like hit me up on Instagram. Let's holler, man. Like, for real. Hit me up, and I'll let you know the best areas that, and if you need help with finding a place, I got you. DJ Tony said, I do rap because I ain't nobody want to hear me sing. about horrorcore. Hey, Chef Banner in the house. DJ Tony, inbox me on Instagram. I think you did. I hit you. I messaged you back. But let me know when you're thinking about coming. If you need help with finding a place in whatever area is a cool area, I got you. Yeah, man, listen. Why cats like to come in my live and challenge me when I'm all love? But it's like they bothered by my accomplishments. This didn't happen until I started showing my plaques from, my accomplishments with my world championships. It didn't happen until then. Notice, me and Tattoo ain't officially had no problem until I start showing those world championship plaques. It's like people don't want me. They just want me to shut up and just be a normal ass dude. I can't help it. My life is not normal. Not anymore. Here he is again. He said, I think you got mad and spewed a lot of racist things, but no, everyone's denying it. Now he's saying all y'all deny. Man, get the fuck off my channel, bro. Goodbye. You full of shit today. I'm muting your ass again. He said, basically, all y'all believe in me. Y'all running with the narrative too. I spew racist. But see, that's what racist people do. They want to throw the racist agenda on you. Y'all see that? Now it's not about the martial arts no more. Now it's about the racist thing. See, so that lets me know it was all because I showed my plaque. He got bent out of shape and started saying weird shit. Right? He was okay until then. If I'd have never showed the plaques, he would still be on here commenting. But as soon as I showed my world championships plaques, it's too much for people. They see this shit, these plaques, they see the world championship. I just supposed to be a normal ninja and not have done nothing. I shouldn't be accomplishing all these things. Well, who is this guy? Why does he have this and that? Because everything was cool until I showed that. 11-1N say, Tattoo, didn't you say shit about black people in the pre? Yes, he did. See, 11-1N, you were paying attention. He did. He sure did. And I checked him, and then he didn't know what to say. Then he didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say then. You feel what I'm saying? After that, he didn't know what to say. Give me 1 second, y'all. He didn't know what to say when I started talking about that black issue, right? He brought it up. Like, why would that law affect black people? I said, young boys. And he was really, and that's when I asked him. That's what made me ask him. I said, no, I made a statement. I said, Tattoo, you must not be black. Let me ask you a question. Do you mind telling me what race you are? I said, because black people wouldn't even be talking like that. He said, yeah, I'm not. Hold on, y'all. I said, oh, well, I figured that by the position he took. 11-1-9 say, Tattoo thought he could say some dumb shit like that and everything's gonna be good on the next slide. 11-1-9, exactly. He thought he could come in here and say whatever he wanted to say, and then I'm just gonna rock with it because I was cool with him on the raps. DJ Tony said, by the way, Pax, I love your title. An ode to the great Lionel Richie of Motown. Yeah, hey, DJ Tony, he talking shit about his boy Michael, man. Shrine say, yeah, 24 is still a baby though. Mike Love say, ugly media don't talk to grown folks. Exactly. Mike say, ugly media don't talk to grown folks. Exactly. Come on, tell them. Hey, who's a baby? Shrine say, you still 24. Who's a baby, Shrine? You see, they want to come in black folks' lives and say whatever they want to say. And on the other end of the camera, they're not accountable because we don't see their face. I would love for Tattoo to come on my live and talk and let everybody see his face and say how I feel. But my thing is, you can't love hip hop and not love black people and what we stand for. Why you love hip hop? You can't love hip hop and say you love black people. You can't not love black people and say you love hip hop. That's what I'm trying to say. You can't. You can't. Those two things don't live in the same space. You can't tell me, I love black people. I love you guys. Or I love hip hop, but I just don't like what, black people rob still. They do these things and just, and they talk. They're loud. The women are loud. That's unreasonable. You might get robbed. You're going through a black neighborhood, but you love our music. But yet this conversation constitutes me being racist when I have it. Anytime black people speak about their culture, people want to say it's racist. Right? Anytime we talk about our own shit, they even want to tell us we're racist. Why? And where does that come from? How come we can't have conversations about our music, our community, and talk about how people are stealing our stuff and taking who we are, dressing like us, taking our swag, the fist pound, all that shit, what's up, all the words, all the slang. But as soon as we talk about it, those are racist topics to them. Like, you guys are being racist. Like, why would you even bring that up? That's the same thing y'all say, slavery is over, get over it, slavery's over with. Come on, man. We love all of y'all. Just stop being condescending with your conversations. Stop it. You love hip hop, you love black people. It goes hand in hand. It goes hand in hand. Just like when you love country music, you love the artist. If you love hip hop, you love black folks. You cannot love hip hop without loving who we are. So get it together. Period. DJ Tony say, I'm 26 and want to do music professional, but I know I'll never. No, don't say that. DJ Tony, don't say that, DJ Tony. DJ Tony, I thought you hit me. Were you working on an album that needed my help? Somebody messaged me, said they were working on an album that needed my help. Was that you, DJ Tony? DJ Tony, don't ever say you'll never do it, fam. Don't do that, please. Don't ever say you don't say that. Don't ever say that. Hold on. Say that. Sorry, y'all, because people are messaging me at the same time. DJ Tony, you got this. Mike Lowe said, player haters ball. Yes, Mike Lowe, yeah. Mike is crazy, ain't it? Brenda says, Stone, that guy just showed his jealousy on your accomplishments and the jokes on him. Yes, he did. Isn't that crazy, Brenda? And Mike, it's crazy. He's been up in my life. I've been letting him rock. I'm 55. Bro, I don't know how old dude is. I don't know his age. But if he ain't my age, he should respect my accomplishments. There's no need to be jealous. My road was my road. You didn't walk my road, and it wasn't easy. But don't be disappointed in me. You and I never had a problem until today when I showed my martial arts world championships, and then you asked me, you said, do I work out? I look like I work out. There's a few things you said that you never said. I look like I work out. I said, yes, I don't work out, but I train all the time. And then I went down and showed the Paxton, and after that, all hell went the other way. You start challenging me about the acronym BJJ, saying, since I don't understand what that means, and you can't believe that something about my martial arts, and you can't believe this and believe that. You challenge me. You clearly challenge me for no reason, apparent reason. So that's on you. It's something about you that you feel like is not complete. Don't put it on Stone. My road was my road, and you would have wanted to walk my road. It was tough. It wasn't easy. I even told everybody how I was been homeless twice in my life. How many people share those things? How many people share those details? I'm letting you know I'm human. I'm letting you know I am human. And I went through human shit. Everything hasn't been perfect for me in my life. And I shared those things. And you took the stance of challenging me on my martial arts skills. You think they just gave me a world championship for them? You think they're like, hey, buddy, you seem like a nice guy. Come over here and get a world championship for free. You really think they just gave me that shit, bro? That's why I asked you, how many times have you been hit in the jaw? How many times you been kicked in the head and in the neck and in the ribs? If you have never felt it, you don't know how to give it. I don't care what you say. Star say, this is the devil trying to cause. Yes, it is, Star facts. DJ say, he's a black hat karate. Who? DJ, who is? Who is DJ? DJ, who is? Mike Lowe say, starving artist. Absolutely, Mike. Urban Media say, do they pay for the winner, Stone? Yes. Yeah, when you win Super Grands, yeah, there's money. It's big money sometimes, too. Sometimes it could be 30 grand, 40 grand, sometimes 25,000, sometimes less. When you fight over in Japan, it could be 100,000. Sometimes it could be 200,000, 50, 60. Some boxers, listen, boxers that become pro, typically sometimes only make 10, 15,000 on their first pro fight, some 20,000, 30,000. So the bag on some of this stuff is big and some of it's not. If you go and fighting in Japan and Thailand, the bags are big. You talking about 50,000, 100,000 for, one fight, but you got to last through fighting a Thai fighter. You got to, them elbows, you got to last to even hope that you're going to get that money. 11-1N say he worried about acronym meanings for physical sport. I know. That's what I'm saying. Yo, 11-1-9, exactly. We don't even care about the acronyms because it's some made up shit anyway for politics. That's it. Us martial arts don't even talk that way. That's what he don't know. We're not talking, hey, guys, so you guys interested in the BJJ? BJJ. We don't even talk that way. If I had EA Ski on the live right now, he'd be cracking up like, man, that dude's a fool. He's a clown. Us martial artists don't even talk like that. We don't even speak that way. 11-1N say, tattoo the type of dude to read about the history of BJJ and think he's mastered the techniques. Yeah. Exactly. 11-1N, yes, he's in a fantasy world. That's why I say to him, have you ever been touched in the face? You ever been touched in the ribs? You ever been touched in your head with a kick or a punch? If you haven't, then you don't know how to throw it. You can sit at home and look at a book and do that shit all day long. Put that shit to the test and see if it really works. That's the truth. Recap, Raccoon. Hit that thumbs up at the top, Recap. Hit that like at top. Y'all hit the like. When y'all coming into the live, show some love, man, with your boy. Hit that like. Recap say, train me, Sensei. Recap, if you were here in Vegas, I would actually train you because I love training with people. I love teaching what I was taught by my instructors. So if you were here, I would definitely train you, for real. And I wouldn't even charge you. I'll be training people for free. Only time I charge people is when when there's other instructors in the school and they're like, Stone, we got to charge people. And I'm like, all right. But I train people for free because I love it. DJ Tony say, here's the thing. Rankings in martial art isn't about skill. It's about mastery of the mentality. Thank you, DJ Tony. DJ Tony, that's facts. Tommy Miller say, hey, Tommy, listen. Tommy Miller is somebody that knows me. Read what Tommy say. Tommy's lived with me. Tommy said he didn't know you like I know you. Posh said, love you, God bless. Posh, thank you. Tommy, you and Posh, hit that thumbs up at the top. Tommy has seen my walkthroughs. Listen, I wish Meech was on my live right now. Meech will be cracking up at y'all at the tattoo dude. Meech has seen my walkthroughs. Meech got some cold walkthroughs too. Me and Meech, this is what I love about Meech, man. Meech, we still love the hand-to-hand combat. He loves it. I love it. EA Ski love it. Guys like us still love. We vibe off the hand-to-hand combat. So when Meech would be here, one time BG Knockout was here as Meech. Pack Heat, I think you were here were you here? I think you were here that time. We were in the studio going through, through some techniques. We love that. Us brothers love that. We love walkthroughs. We love it. We've done it since we were kids. We love the walkthroughs. You feel what I'm saying? That's what we love it. We're physical people already, genetically. You feel me? DJ Tony say, I wish my homie Lord Rogue was here on my homie. Did he pass away, D3J? Did he pass away, DJ Tony? Cherish said, have you ever met or worked with an artist who were disappointed because they had a shitty... Oh, Cherish. Cherish said this. Cherish, the Soul Entertainment Podcast said, have you ever worked with an artist and were very disappointed because they had a shitty personality? My condolences, DJ Tony, man. Rest in peace to him. Mike Love saying, wish Big L was still... I know. Rest in peace, Big L. Hit that thumbs up, y'all. Mike Love, hit that thumbs up. Low right. What's up, Low right? Hit the thumbs up. Cherish. Let me tell you something. I've worked with so many artists that have had shitty personalities. I could write a book called Shitty Personalities with Artists. I literally could write a book called Shitty Personalities with Artists. because there's what I learned, Cherish, is I stopped giving so much for free. Let me tell you why. He passed of cancer. They passed of cancer, and oh man, I'm sorry, man. That's DJ Tony. That's why we got to take care of ourselves. Mike Love say they won't let me. They won't let you hit. Did you subscribe, Mike Love? You got to subscribe first, and then hit the thumbs up at the top, the like button, please, if you can. Listen, this is why it's hard for me to work with artists now. Hey, Shrine say that would be a good read from you, Stone. I might just write the book. Shitty Artist. Because since I've been helping artists, my biggest issue is I give. I've had to fight artists. Brother Mike, I don't know why. That's weird. Is anybody else having problems with hitting the like at the top? Listen, Cherish and Shrine, I have given so much to artists and this is no joke, I've literally ended up fighting artists in the parking lot of my recording studios that I've done nothing but try to help them. It ended up in me fighting them in the parking lot of my recording studio. Back in the day, it would happen to me all the time. I fought cats at one of my houses before. This is no joke. Over this music, over helping them. So I'm leery on messing with artists these days. That's why I just be kind of like, I'm just careful. They're non-appreciative, especially the ones these days. So imagine I went through that back in the 90s. Imagine now. I've dealt with it here and there now. I just don't like dealing with it. Tommy Miller say, you ain't lying. Hey, Tommy been around. He'll tell y'all. Croc said, I only let you like one. It only let you like one time. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm sorry, yeah. Long as you like the one time, I'm good. Long as you give me one time, I'm good. I appreciate you for that like, y'all. All of you guys. I appreciate you. Mike, you did it one time. If you got one time, I'm okay with it. Thank you for the one time. Now, you can hit the hearts. Y'all can hit them hearts over and over again. Like TikTok. You can hit those over and over again. It'll let you keep doing that. Shrine said, you're so cool. I could never hurt you. Bye. Oh, I see what you're saying, Shrine. Shrine, thank you. I really appreciate that because I'm a cool person to me first. So I know I'm cool to everybody else. 1119 said, I'm glad to know you enjoy martial arts, but not surprised by it because your energy reminds me of a warrior artist. Wow. An architect type. Since I first seen you, wow. 11-1, I want you guys to read 11-1N's comment. That was a deep comment. That was deep. I'm going to tell you why. She said, 11-1N said, sorry, I'm glad to know you enjoy martial arts, but I'm not surprised by it because your energy reminds me of a warrior artist, architect type since I first seen you. See? You see how people can pick up that? Yeah. So let me tell you something deep. So my family's mixed with all kinds of stuff, right? Asian, Hispanic, and my family's mixture of everything. But let me tell you what I found out, 1119, that you say that. So my father told me before he passed a couple years ago that he told me that my great grandfather was a Zulu warrior. That's something I never knew about on the African side. I never even knew that. And I was shocked when he told me. So I started asking him many questions. I was just amazed. But I understand that's where my warrior spirit comes from. Now I know that's where my warrior spirit comes from. Even though my blood is mixed with all kinds of stuff, that Zulu warrior spirit is in me indefinitely. And it's in all of my family members. My older brother, he was a UBC, WBC world boxing champion. My cousin was a tough man, world champion. All of my nephews, my whole family do music and they fight. I kid you not, all the way up to this day to the ones that are being birthed. It's like the warrior spirit in my family is real. For real. My brother, look up boxing stats. Nate the Great, Nate Stewart, fighting out of Illinois. My brother passed away, but he was a world champion. Jay Bond said, he's right to have been around artists with terrible attitudes, and usually they're They're the ones that's good at what they do, but the energy be off. Yes, it does, J-Bomb. Nita said, have you ever worked with Jet Li, Bruce Lee on Jackie Chan and martial arts before? No, well, Bruce Lee is I was a kid when Bruce Lee passed away. I met Jet Li and Jackie Chan, but no, those guys do movies. But let me tell you, my instructor has trained with them. My original instructor trained with them in China. So there's my connection with that. I met them. I met Jet Li. I met Jackie Chan, but no, I've trained with Benny the Jet. There's a picture of me with Don the Dragon Wilson. He was at one of the tournaments. There's a picture of me on YouTube on my shorts with me and Don the Dragon Wilson. I've trained with Benny the Jet. Look up Benny the Jet. I've ran through Benny the Jet's training system. Because any black belts that want to go train with Benny the Jet, all you got to do is just go train with him. So I've trained with some legends now, just like in music. Cherish said, I started watching you when you dropped the video about Mpxone. I liked your personality and wanted to know more about who you were. Cherish, the Soul Entertainment Podcast. I appreciate you. Mike Lowe says, same number word. Yeah, Mike, my number ain't changed. Hit me up on Instagram, 702-445. If you got it starting with 445, the rest is still the same. Tony Stretch say, the best martial artist movie for you. Oh, man. Enter the Dragon, bro. That's my movie. Enter the Dragon. Enter the Dragon is it for me. DJ Tony said, my karate instructor was Billy Stoner. For anyone who doesn't know, he was Mr. Magic stunt double. I've heard of Sensei Billy. I've heard of Sensei Billy. I can't remember what state he was in. But I do remember that name. What state was he fighting out of? Cherish, thank you. Cherish, you remember all that stuff I went through during the Mpxone sector thing? You remember all the stuff I went through, Cherish? You remember all that stuff? Yeah. How many people on here remember and watched everything I went through dealing with Mpxone's passing, how they attacked me online, how people try to use my name to come up, get views? How many people how many people were with me with that ride? How many of you guys were subscribed to me through that ride? Shrine, were you subscribed to me through that ride? Cherish was. Shrine, you were. Mike Lowe. They hiding, they ducking and dodging. Melora says she was. Shrine says she was. Urban Media Production said, that's how I first met you in your life. So, I'm sorry to be eating while I'm talking. Savannah made these for me yesterday, so I'm trying not to let it go to waste. Listen. That was one of the toughest times of my life, besides me having to bury my mother. Now, I'm gonna try to talk about this without crying. Okay, so bear with me. Because every time I talk about Angie, it don't come out good, spiritually for me. So let me woosah real quick. Take a deep breath. We're gonna do this thing in martial arts we do. We do this thing, this exercise in martial arts called Sun Chin. We have to do Sun Chin a little bit. It's called Sun Chin. Okay, that teaches you how to control your chi. Now I can talk. That was one of the toughest times of my life. Not only was I being attacked, I was mourning the loss of somebody that had touched me in ways that you'll never imagine to this day. Then people were saying that I did this, I did that. Clive Davis hired me as a hitman. The stories were running rampant on YouTube. This content creator created a video, Who is Stone Paxton? Unmasking Stone Paxton. This one, said, oh, well, Stone Paxton this and that, and Clive Davis paid for him to get that attorney to stop me from talking. And all those dum-dums, DJ Tony, thank you for the $2 super chat. DJ Tony said, all the love, Stone. My sensei was out of, okay, Pennsylvania. Yeah, I heard of that name for sure, DJ Tony. I want you guys to understand, just for a moment. Imagine having to wake up in the morning and get a text. Mike Lowe say, like Whitney, yep. They were saying that about me, Brother Mike. You got a message saying that somebody, a content creator, is about to go live talking about you in a defamatory way. That was a message I got. I was on my 6th or 7th video why Angie Stone mentioned my name, right? Cherish and all the other beautiful young ladies that are on here that were rocking with me. Cherish, Shrine. Who else said they were with me? Nita, I think you were with me, right? So P.F., yes, I'm their biggest fan, and they are my man crushing me. Cherish was with me. Who else was with me? Shrine, and where's my other folks on here that was with me? Cherish, Soul Entertainment Podcast. Somebody else said they were with me during that ride. Okay. So for all of you that were with me, let me say this first. If I've never thanked you, thank you. If I've never thanked you for being with me through the Angie Stone situation, let me say again, thank you for being there for me. It means so much that you entrusted my words. It means so much that you believed everything I was saying out of my mouth. Thank you to Auntie Mickey, because Auntie Mickey was one of the first content creators to go on her channel and say, I'm watching Stone Paxton, and nah, I'm reading this guy well. I'm reading this guy well. That guy's solid. He's solid. Stone Paxton is solid. I don't believe nothing they say. This guy is speaking from his heart. And the way I watched him cry, this is what Auntie Mickey said. She was the first content creator. And then my boy from the other podcast, I got to give him his respect. Oh, goodness. What's that other podcast, Mystique? Remember, he's the one that kicked off my videos. He took them and posted them. Dang, I got to give him his respect. Do you guys remember the name, Mystique? Sire said, I saw a video where Angie mentioned you. That brought the haters. Yes, that's what brought the haters. P said, I was late, but I believe you from the first time I watched you. P said that she believed me. Sire, that's what brought the haters. Exactly. No, it wasn't Urban Media. It wasn't Ticket TV. It was that other guy. Oh, Tough. There we go. Tough. Tough News. I Camino said, love on this Sunday. Love on this Sunday. You is a hitman. Music hitman. You had and still got Angie's back. I Camino, thank you. Thank you for that, family. Cherish, you're right. Tough News. So let me give my respect to my brother, Tough News. Okay? Because that's one of the most classiest brothers on YouTube, content creator. I'm just going to say it. He's one of the, to me, he's one of the most sharpest, informative, and classiest brothers on YouTube. He operates in class. He didn't judge me. He said, I'm going to let Stone Paxton speak. He posted it. He listened to it. He didn't come up with his opinion about me. But he said, that brother right there is sharing some stuff from his heart. He was very transparent. He never went after me. He allowed my words to speak. He shared it. And then other people attacked me after he shared it. They went in on me, y'all. I want you guys to understand, it was that 3 to 4 months that I had to deal with that was crazy. I'm going to tell you why. Sweet Rain said also, P and Sweet Rain said they believed me from day one. I had people pulling up to my house. This other content creator had people actually driving to my house. I was coming out of my garage with my pow, one in one hand, the other one behind my back. One day, I went outside. There was a black truck sitting across from my house. I commenced to walk towards the truck. It started up and it left. Oh, yeah, I'm one of them ones. I live in a cul-de-sac. There's no reason for you to be in front of my house. Know this. I get up at 2 in the morning with my pow both in my hand, walking out to see why is a car. I'm an engineer too. So I can hear when cars pull up in front of my house. I can be in my bedroom. Even if my camera, even if my camera doesn't go off, which it does all the time, I can hear the low end to the car because I mix records. So I get up and first thing I do is throw on my robe and go right outside with my shit. I'm one of those. That's me. But I want y'all to understand what I went through. People were calling my phone like lunatics over and over and over again. And I said this. Brenda said, send a love. Thank you as well. Thank you, Brenda. I appreciate you. Star said, I remember you. Yep. Oh, yeah. Well, that guy said he was going to unlife me on YouTube live. So it wasn't about us getting into it. I never got into shit with him at all. Star. No, that would be a negative. Star. I didn't get into nothing with him. He created that with me. He didn't even know me. And he said he was going to unlife me and get out in 11 hours. He did it before in Dallas. He didn't know me. I had no official beef with this guy. I didn't know who he was. But he was mad that he could not get me on the telephone to troll me on his live. But see, I'm one of them dudes. Once again, if I don't know you, I don't answer my phone. I barely answer my phone for my family. I am not one that picks up his phone. I don't do it. I don't pick up my phone. I don't. I'm not one of the ones that pick up his phone. I got to know you. I got to know you're about to call me, or my phone will never get answered. That's the kind of guy I am. I do not answer phones unless it's somebody I know calling me. So he can never get me to pick up the phone. Then I have people in my inbox, hey, pick up your phone. Such and such is trying to call you. I said, man, I said, who are you, man? Fuck you, call. What you hitting me up for? Fuck you and him. Like I said, that truck pulled up to my house. There was a few little weird things was happening, but I was prepared at all times. You ain't pulling up to my house thinking I live in a cul-de-sac. Once again, there's no reason for you to pull up anywhere in front of my house unless you are going to my neighbors or you going to my house. Yes. And so I was on one. So for 3 to 4 months, I went through. Nita said, I've forgotten about Donnie being, okay, Stone, I remember I came on your panel when you did the story about yes, Nita, I remember, Nita. Israel in the house. Barad, Rocky, welcome in. Hit that thumbs up at the top. Barad, I appreciate you. Hit that thumbs up. Urban Media say, I don't go on that channel. No more Urban Media Productions. Sunstar said he was wrong. Yeah, I don't either, Sunstar, because listen, y'all remember me saying, listen, here's going to be the funny part about when this Angie Stone stuff unveils itself. I said, people are going to owe me an apology. I said, because people will come in my inbox and say, give her money back. You stole from Angie Stone. You unlifed her. I was like, what the fuck? These people are mental. I'm like, what are you talking about? I didn't know he was the one that started the rumor. So people started smashing my inbox with that bullshit. He said, I don't answer calls either and don't show up unannounced. Exactly. I don't play that either. Cherish. They said I unalive. Carmen Brown said, hey, Stoke. Carmen, blessings. Hit that thumbs up at the top, Carmen. I appreciate you. Shrine said, I thought I'd go back at an update from him, get an update from him, but it was like sitting in a kindergarten class at times. Yeah. He should have done an update to say, I'm apologizing to Stone Paxton. I was wrong. He had these people believing that he was telling the truth about me and my brother. And because my brother's around all the heavyweights and I am, he had already convicted us in the court of popular opinion. He had already convicted us in his mind and made his followers believe that I was sent by Clive Davis. I still can't believe it. When I think about it, it's shocking to me. Never would I have thought that my name would have been included with anyone in conjunction with, Clive Davis sent Stone Paxton as a hitman. Let me tell you something. Some of my people in the music industry called me laughing at the top of the vocals with that. Stone, did you see that? Some of them were worried about me. Some of them told me stop talking. Cherish said, So Entertainment Podcast said, wow, okay, I can't watch him. Yeah, Cherish, listen. He had people going after me. He told people that I unalived Angie Stone. Clive Davis sent me. I was a hit man. And people were saying, because I wasn't scared to speak about it, they were saying, how come Stone Paxton ain't scared to speak about this? Now, I will tell you guys something weird. I'm not going to say the name. During that period of time, and I ain't even making this up. During that period of time, I get this weird inbox from a company that was a film company, right? They said, can you talk? I was like, yeah, I have my manager reach out to you. They said, quick question. They said, and then they didn't hit me back for about an hour. Then they said, quick question. What lane are you riding in? Now, this is no joke. This is the message I got on Instagram. This is what made me feel like there was something weird going on with this Angie shit. And because I had been talking, somebody wanted me to shut up. They inboxed me with, can you talk? I said, I have my manager call you. They came back an hour later with quick question. What lane are you in? What lane are you rolling in, they say. They gave me 4 options, A, B, C, and D. One, I think it said something like, one, he said, quick results. 2, 2 was, you want making money or something. 3, still trying to figure it out. 4, 4, some shit was like, 4, quick result, something weird. They gave me 4 options to choose. I was like, this is weird as shit. So I didn't answer for another hour. Then they messaged me back. They say, hey, that hesitation, that's not hesitation. Just remember, you were built for this. You're at the crossroads. And I blocked their asses. That was, I didn't even talk about that on YouTube. Because that kind of fucked me up a little bit, right? So these people were saying, because I was talking about Angie, that I wasn't scared. I had to be somehow connected to that happening. But whoever those people were that hit me up in my inbox, and I'm not going to say the name of that company, it was a film company. They wanted to talk to me, and I never wanted to get on the phone with them. And they gave me those options. That kind of made me feel like that there might be something more with this Angie Stone situation outside of what I knew. Now, this is the first time you guys hearing me say that. I never shared that. There's still a lot that I've never shared. Maybe I'll put it in my book because it's deep. There's still a lot. I never played the recordings. I never played the conversation Angie wanted me to play. Wanted me to record of her conversation with certain people. I never played the meeting that me, my brother, Shayna Shells, and Angie's son had with that particular attorney. I never played that audio. I never played that stuff. Nobody's ever heard it. I decided not to. There'll be a time for that. When that time comes, if the authorities ever need that audio, I got it. Because believe me, sooner or later, the truth has to come out about the weird stuff that's happened to Angie. Even the extra stuff, right? I told everybody that Angie never got out of that band. That content creator said she was out the band and she was walking around and that the girl took her out the band. How come he don't get online and apologize? I'm gonna do a book for sure. Thank you, Teresa, for hitting the like button. That dude says y'all remember that? That dude says she got out the band and was walking around, that the white girl took her out the band and she was walking around disoriented and then got hit. Y'all remember that shit? I told y'all she never got out. I told y'all that. Nobody paid attention to me. Right? But, everybody wanted to believe the monkey boy. Urban Media Production said, I was curious about The no blood. Yeah, it's a lot with that urban media. But how do you guys explain that person that messaged me with in the middle of me talking about Angie? I was on Why Angie Stone mentioned my name number 6. They messaged me and gave me A, B, C, D, and D, A, B, C, and D options. Now, I'm going to find that, and I'm going to, when I go live again, I'm going to put it behind me so y'all can see I ain't bullshitting. I'm going to black out the name of the company, though, but I'm going to put it behind. You'll see my response to them. They gave me A, B, C, and D. One, they said, what lane are you in? Question, what lane are you in? Number 8, fast results. Number 2, something like want to be popular or something. Number 3, I guess they didn't know who I was. I guess they thought I was doing the Angie videos to be popular. I'm not quite sure. But they gave me 4 options, basically wanting me to choose one. And then the last one was, I think, A, B, C, and D. D, still trying to figure it out. I didn't answer once again. They came back with, hey, that hesitation. He say, that hesitation, that's not hesitation. Remember, no, they say that hesitation, that's not hesitation. Remember, you were built for this. You're at the crossroads. They said that hesitation, remember, that's not hesitation. Remember, you were built for this. You're at the crossroads or some shit like that. I kid you not. That was the weirdest shit. Out of all the stuff I went through with the Angie Stone stuff, that one was the weirdest. I shared it with a few people in my circle, and they were like, damn, what was that about? I say, I don't even know. But I never called that person. They wanted me to call them. I never called them. Does your mama use the bathroom? You can ask me, do I read books? Does your mama use the bathroom? Does a bear take a shit in the wood and wipe his ass? It's the opposite of that. But of course we know. Don't ask me a stupid question. Moby, take your ass somewhere. Law say, can you sing? Nope. If you want to hear me sing, go to Spotify. Go to iTunes, download my music. Go to Spotify, put in Stone Paxton. I'm not singing today. I'm talking today. Lene, is it Lise? Lassie H, hit that thumbs up at the top. You want to come in here and do something positive? Hit the like at the top. Chairs say podcast, block. Chairs, some of them I just mute them out, and I'll tell you why later. Depression Talks said, what's up, Depression Talks? Hit that like at the top, please. Thank you. Depression Talks, I'm every day I am waking up with the love of the universe in my heart and the love that God has put me here still to make a change with this music and to give love back to folks. So Depression Talks, thank you for that. I appreciate you for asking. Thank you. Warren Shamir say they tried to ask you some blue artist, Robert Johnson stuff. Oh, who did? Cherish the Soul Entertainment Podcast says, please share some more music. Okay, let me tell you a story about the day that I went to when Pac was, because I met Pac in like 91, 92 at the Black Radio Exclusive Conference, right? So I don't even know if I finished telling you guys a story about the P. Diddy thing when I first met him. So here's the thing. Could I have been signed to P. Diddy's label? I know that I absolutely could have, because I'm going to tell you why I know. I was right there when he started his company. There was a conference called, pretty much his company is about to go to the next level, right? He already had Craig Mack. Craig Mack was there. And there was a conference called the Young Guns Conference, right? It was a Young Guns Conference in D.C. If you guys are ever on Jermaine Dupri's live, just ask Jermaine Dupri. Just go in his comment section. Say, hey, Jermaine Dupri, do you remember the Young Guns Conference in D.C., in Washington, D.C., back in the 90s? And he'll say, yeah, I was there. Everybody was there. So I could have went up to Puff and said, hey, yo, Puff, my name is Stone. I'm a producer. He would have been like, all right, I'm looking for more writer producers, because he was looking at that time. Babyface was also looking. But for some reason, something kept me away from Puppy. I didn't even speak to him there. And this is before he became the Puppy y'all see. Biggie was there. Craig Mack was standing in the door, holding his hand on the door, listening to Puppy talk about presenting Craig Mack, right? The new project that's coming in, Bad Boy, right? The conference, once again, was called the Young Guns Conference. My cousin was with me, Carlos McMurray from the Parliament Funkadelics. He played Sir Nose. He was with me. He was there because he would always travel with me when he wasn't on tour with the Parliament or with Hammer. So he was with me. My manager was there. The record company president that I was signed to was there. When everybody in hip hop was there. Immature, Heavy D, Busta Rhymes, MC Light, Salt and Pepper. Everybody was there. Y'all hear what I'm saying? Everybody in hip hop was there. When you see the movie, when Biggie and Pac performed together, that's where it was. I was there that night. I was there. Because when they do the conference, they do the performances too later on at night. Margot, thank you, Margot, for the $9.99 super chat. I appreciate you, Margot. Thank you. Margot. That's a great writer right there and a great person too. Margot don't play. Margot got my back for real. I'm letting y'all know. That's right. She got my back. I got this side. Margot got that side. We like this. Huh, Margot? Tell them. So we in the conference. Puppy is talking about, his label and all the upcoming stuff and Biggie and how he's dropping his Biggie project, right? Mike Love say, Storchy. Mike, what you talking about, family? And how he's dropping this, the Biggie stuff. And then he talked a little bit about Craig Mack, but I think Craig Mack knew that was the end of his career because I saw it in his eyes. But then I was young. All of us were young. I wasn't seeing what I know now. Craig Mack knew that was the end. Now to understand that, look in his eyes, what that meant, right? So when I tell you everybody was at this conference, man, it was so many people in the so many top names. It's just everybody was there. It was the last big music conference. That and Jack the Rapper, it was the last of its kind. It'll never happen again like that. I was part of history. I was there. So this is how I met Pac. So I'm in the lobby. Now, remember at that time, only thing Pac had out was the Brenda. He was on Interscope. He had that Brenda's Got a Baby out. So I really didn't recognize him because I wasn't watching videos like that. So I'm in the lobby, and my hair used to be sit real high with crimps. I actually got the picture. I can show you what I looked like back then. So I'm in the lobby. I had my little fanny pack on, right? What's up, family? Oh, man, thank you, family. Thank you for the $49.99 super chat, fam. That's love, man. He said, forever we appreciate you. Listen, I appreciate you for that love. See, when people come in here and show this kind of love, what it's saying is, Stone, listen, you get on this YouTube and you pour your heart out, you pour your energy into your conversations, you pour your energy into your music. We appreciate you, man. And I thank you because a lot of people come here and they just look. It's hard to even get some of them to hit like, but even harder for them for the ones that have given me super chat today, thank you for being so kind enough to feel like I'm worthy of that because I'm 100% I'm worthy of that. So I thank you for doing that. And that means a lot to me. And it makes me want to continue to bring you quality content. See, those are the kind of people I know will be solid members to my channel. I'm going to have to start doing these videos strictly for my members. That's probably what I'm going to end up doing. Switching up and doing a lot of these videos strictly for members because I got to make it fair for the members and people who come in and give me donations like that. It's like, that's just respect for them. Like, they're the ones that's really holding my channel down, man. You feel me? So anyway, thank you for the membership too. Thank you. He just made my day, man. He made my day. Thank you, Mike say, Lil Jon called him a beat biter in Source Magazine. Call who a beat biter? Tupac? Mr. Green, Grand Illusion said, my friend, join us in creating a mass movement throughout the YouTube live feeds. Talk about, anyway. I would love to talk about the Epstein Daily together. We can create the conditions for the real truth. I will. Maybe I'll talk about that Epstein thing tomorrow. But I try not to touch on stuff that shit don't affect me. It's not my problem. I mean, shit ain't cool though. Mr. Green, I'll talk on it tomorrow, Mr. Green. I'll do that for you out of respect. But I usually don't let people come in my live and just throw off the conversation that I'm talking about. Especially if you were gonna say that, Mr. Green, what you should have did out of respect for my channel is leave a super chat. Then say that. That's really the way you come in respecting people's channel. But you don't just come in, make a comment, tell somebody what they join, and it's like, what I'm saying? Like, it's like stepping in people's house. First time you come, you bring a gift, wine or something. You come into my house asking me to do something, you ain't showing no love. But I get it. Okay, so let's get back to Pac. So I'm in the lobby, and this was at I think it was a Hilton or the Holiday. I think it was a Hilton we were at. Hilton or Holiday Inn. Hilton. I think the conference was at the Hilton. So Pac looks at me. He said something like, he tell his boy, whoever was with him, I can't remember, he said, hey, look at old boy. You dance with you want a Hammers dancers? He was trying to be funny, right? And back then, I didn't like people playing the dozens on me or joning. They call it joning or the dozens, or I didn't like it. I was just one of those serious guys all my life. And I was like, yeah, I said, that shit ain't even funny. I was like, I didn't say shit because back then I'd even cuss. So I was like, bro, man, that's not even funny, bro. Teresa Harris, thank you for the membership. I appreciate you, sweetie. Valerie say reversal of perspective. Valerie, what are you talking about? So anyway, he was making fun of my hair, y'all. If I go get the picture, y'all see it, y'all crack up. Because he said, are you one of MC Hammer's dancers? And I was like, no, I ain't one of MC Hammer's dancers. I said, man, why are you trying to? I said, that's not even funny. Like, I was frowning just like that. I was like, man, that's not even funny. He laughing. He's in a full laugh. Pockets in joke mode, right? So then I turned my back, getting ready to walk away, and then I put my headphones on. He said, what you listening to? I said, I'm listening to some, we didn't say beats back then. I said, I'm listening to some tracks I made. He said, oh, yeah. He said, what you do? You look like an artist. I said, I'm an artist, but I produce too. He said, all right, let me hear what you got, right? And I put it on he took the headphones, put it on his head, and he was like, you did this? I said, yeah. He said, what you use? I said, SP1200 and MPC. He said, dang, he told his boy, he said, check. I can't remember who was with him. One of his friends from the East Coast. He put it on his ear. He said, damn, that's hard. And he put it back on. He said, yo, you signed to somebody as a producer? I said, well, I'm signed to this label as an artist, but not as a producer. He said, hey, I'm going to call my boy down from the label. Whoever this person was, they were from Interscope. I think they were. It was a white dude, Jewish guy. He came down. He said, hey, check old boy out. He said, man, his tracks, because we said tracks back then. Nobody said beats. He said, check out his tracks. He put it on. He said, yeah, I want to use them on some of my work. He said, man, let me get your number, man. I want to connect with you. He tells the guy, he said, yo, exchange number information with him, man. He said, man, that is cold. That's how I met Pop. He said, those I want to say beats, but that's not how we talk. He said, those tracks is off the hook. He said, man, here, take my number. I got his number. I got whoever the person was, I think the A&R person, Mike Lowe said, I have hundreds of that style. What? Mike Love, what style, Mike Love? Mike said, the reason you never heard another Still Dre is because they didn't write it. No, I believe you. And I know, because I'm in that circle, Mike Love. Mike Lowe, I'm in that whole circle. So I feel you. Paradox is the constructive side of what, Valerie? What are we talking about, Valerie? If you guys come in speaking in parables and it's not really connected to my conversation, I'm going to have to mute you out. What you can do, Valerie, is hit that like at the top. Valerie Siddle, are you one of my regulars? True engagement say keep knowing what you're doing. You inspire the culture. Thank you. True engagement, thank you. And from that day, Tupac and I were friends. Then he ends up getting caught up. He got shot, and then he ended up going to prison, and I lost touch. Lo and behold, I think I talked to Danny Boy, and they tell me that, and if you haven't heard that record I produced on Danny Boy, go put in iTunes or Spotify, What You Know About Me, that I wrote and produced on Danny Boy. Danny Boy featuring Stone Paxton. But I think it was Danny Boy. Somebody told me Pac was going to death row. So me and Big Black might be on there. Kenyatta might be on there. I'm not sure. My really close friend, Big Black Kenyatta, Yada Way. Yada say, hey, when you come to Cali, I got to go by Death Row because I got to talk to the engineer. I say, cool. I said, man, this is perfect. I get to surprise Pac and show up. I say, Pac gonna be surprised. He said, yeah, let's roll. But the day we went to Death Row, Pac wasn't there that particular day. He wasn't there that day. And we waited for 2 hours. So the engineer was like, he said, that's weird. He said, usually everybody is here. It's like around 11 o'clock. He said, man, that's weird. We were at a Can-Am Studios. And the engineer, we were in the back engineering room because there's two, the back studio. And he was like, man, that's weird. He said, usually, and then we went to the main studio where Pac was cutting everything. He said, usually they here. He said, they're usually here. He said, Alan, this is weird. Usually everybody's here. He said, especially Pac, he'll show up early. He said, this is weird. Then my boy had to leave. So that was my ride. I had to go. So I didn't get to see Pac that day. But that's how I first met Tupac, you guys. And anybody that was at that, that's why I ended up producing a tribute to Tupac in his memory. I was the first producer to produce the tribute to Tupac. If you ever seen the tribute to Tupac online with the fire on the cover, I produced that whole CD. And QD3 did a track on there. Margot said, wow, Stone, you met Tupac and Tupac met you. Yeah, Pac was a good dude, Margot. He was a very, very intellectually sound guy, sharp, on top of his game. Like, I wish everybody could have met him. He was sharp. Good guy. Funny as shit. Funny. Just like Prince was funny, because Prince was funny as shit, too. He loved cracking jokes. Pac loved, once I got to know Pac, I realized the joking thing was just part of him. He just loved having fun. He was knowledgeable with politics. He was knowledgeable with Black history and the history of his people, but he loved having fun. He loved cracking jokes. He was just a jokester. You feel what I'm saying? Sunstar, Meecha tell you that Sunstar said, this is so nice to do a tribute. Yeah, Sunstar already did it. Sunstar, I produced it back in the day. Let me show you. I want to show you what I'm talking about because maybe you guys don't realize. I already produced it. I took it down. I'm going to re-release it again. So it's been taken down, but I'm going to reintroduce it again. I'll show you. Okay, hold on. Here it is. Like I said, I'm going to I'm remastering it now, but I'm going to put it back out again. Right here. I did that back in 1998, you guys. I produced that whole CD. See? And then I had some of my other artists, and that's me right there. That's my ex-wife right there. That's my ex-wife. That's another artist I had, and these are some other artists that I had coming out under my label. And that was one of my artists, too. And that's Stone Paxton right there. And that's, like I said, my ex-wife. Tribute to Tupac. I produced this back in the day, 98. I had to get the permission of his mom to do this. I had to get the permission to use the name. So I had to get the permission from his mom and the law firm to even do what I just did, what you just saw. Okay? Now, I'm going to show you when Pac first met me. This is what I look like, y'all. You guys ready to crack up? Don't be laughing at me either. Don't laugh. This is what I look like. Y'all ready? So when Tupac met me, that's what I look like. So he thought I was one of Hammer's dancers. That's what I look like when he met me. Like that. You feel me? Y'all see you can't see my boots, but that's what I look like back then. All right? And he was clowning me. Now, not only did he clown me, he wasn't the only one to clown me. I'm in the elevator with Run DMC, right? I'm in the elevator with Run DMC. Babyface had just gotten out of the elevator, right? I'm in the elevator with Run DMC. And what's the DJ? What was the DJ in Run DMC that passed away? What was the DJ's name, you guys? Shrine say, I got them picks too. Sunstar say, yep, that is giving life. What was the DJ? That was Run DMC's DJ. Jam Master Jay. Okay. I don't know what it was about my hair, but everybody was messing with me like they do now. Like, you see me with my hair out. People come in on the lives and mess with me about my hair. So I was dealing with that same thing back in the day. So I'm on the elevator. Jam Master Jay talking shit. He's just talking all kinds of shit about me on the elevator. But not in a bad way, but he was making jokes about me, right? He was just cracking jokes about my hair. Look at one of Hammer's dances in. And DMC was right next to him laughing. They was both, and it was just me and them on the elevator. And then the next time I was on the elevator with him, Babyface was on there, and they was still, joking about my hair. And look, hey, there go one of Hammer's dancers again. Look at him, hair all in it, and then you got the hair all the way up here. He was having fun on me. The whole time I'm like this, because I'm a young dude. I'm like it. But those memories were crazy, you guys, because I was around some legendary people, and that was a historical moment in history, a moment in time that will never, ever be relived. It will never be relived. It'll never happen again. When I first met Roger Troutman, let me tell you when I first met Roger. I got some stories for y'all now. When I first met Roger Troutman, I was here in Vegas. Roger was going to this music store, right? And one of my boys in the industry said, yo, Roger's in town, go meet him. I told him about you. I said, okay. So I went over to the music store in Vegas. It's called Sight and Sound. And at that time, it was even deeper in the hood. And so I pulled up, and I think I had my ex-wife with me and even my stepboys at the time. I said, Mr. Roger, I said, I think somebody from Lakeside told me to go meet with him, somebody. And yeah, because it was somebody from Ohio. And I said, I'm Stone. He said, hey, what's up, Stone? What's up, man? Come on over here. Give me a hug. He gave me a hug and put me in this little head thing and did this little nudge. He was funny. Roger was hilarious. That's that picture you see with us of me smiling, because the whole day he was just joking with me. And that picture is on my shorts too. So then he calls me that evening. He said, hey, Stone, man. He said, listen, he had his vocoder. Stone. He's on the phone talking with his vocoder. Man, I'm Stone. Do you have a DAT machine? He was doing stuff like, I need to use it. I need you to bring it to the hotel. And I'm like, huh? And I'm trying to understand him, but he's talking through the vocoder on the phone. He was silly like that, silly fun like that. So I was like, you need me to bring I still got the original DAT machine I let him use. So he said, yeah, bring it to the hotel, to the MGM, because I'm working on an album with Shirley Murdoch. The same album that has As We Lay on it, all that record that has all those songs. So I said, cool. I said, that's all you need? He said, yeah, I just need the DAT machine because I'm doing some overdubs. So I said, cool. I still got I should have put his name on it, Roger Troutman. I took the DAT machine to the hotel. He recorded, I think, for 2 or 3 days. And then I went and picked it up. And then he gave me a vocoder. I still got it. He gave me an original vocoder. I haven't even used it that much. I'm going to start using it. So I have so many cool stories, man, about my life and the people that I've been involved with, and the touring and having record deals, man. I mean, when I do my documentary or even write a book, it's going to be deep, because my stories some of them don't even sound like a movie. People be like, man, that sounds like a movie. I'm like, that's my story, and it's real life. Sweet Rain say, way cool. Margot say, awesome, yeah. So, yeah, Margot, I know. I got some real cool stories. But to be around some of the industry people that I've been around have been incredible. Now, I'll tell you another story. So I was in the studio with, I'm going to find the pictures and show you. I was in the studio. It was me, E40. This is before E40 did his dreadlocks, right? And it's no joke. It's no cap. So I'm in the studio with 40 and D-Shot in the Bay Area, and I'm producing this record on this artist, and I have, my locks. I have my locks, right? And 40 was like, he's like, man, I should grow my locks, man. He said, looking at you. And do you know, after that, 40 actually, remember, E40 grew some locks for a minute. I don't know if he still has them. I think he cut it. But after that, and y'all think I'm making it up, I'm going to find the picture. You're going to be like, Stone, crazy. So 40 loved my locks, right? And this is back in the day. And then after that, I look up and 40 had, grew his locks. And I said, damn, he really grew his locks. I was like, dang, okay. Hold on, I'm going to show y'all the picture. Y'all like, Stone probably be making this stuff up. No, not even. Not even. Stone don't make nothing up. I love to tell these stories because they're so real that they seem unreal. Let me say it again. They're so real that they seem unreal. So I'm going to show you. Anytime I tell you a story, I have what they call them, receipts. Let me get the photo album. Anytime I tell you stories, I do have receipts, y'all. So just know that. Y'all ready to laugh? Don't be laughing at me either. All right? Don't be laughing at me. Let me make sure this is the right one. I don't want y'all laughing at me. All right? Don't be laughing at me. Okay, I got the photo album. Let me show y'all. Because one thing that I keep track of is video footage and pictures. And some stuff I can't find, right? Some stuff, it's just been so long, I got to go through boxes and find it. Hold on. Wait a minute. Don't stop. Get it. Hold on. Trying to get this damn thing right. All right, y'all ready? All right, here we go. Let me go through the photo album. And don't be laughing at me. Hold on. First of all, let me show you one of my recording studios that I built out in one of my houses back in the day. Look at that. Look at that studio. See that? Is that not incredible? Doesn't it look like Electric Lady Jimi Hendrix studio? That was one of my studios. I'm going to show you the rest. Hold on. That was one of my recording studios. I built like 3 recording studios. Hold on. Let me find this. Okay, here's other pictures of the studio. Look at this. That was one of my recording studios I built. Is that not off the hook, y'all? That's crazy, right? Hit the thumbs up as you come into the live. Look at that recording studio. Hold on, it's not done yet. That was Studio A, right? Here's the back of Studio A. This is what it looked like, the back of it. That was built out in one of my houses, you guys. Okay, let me show you some more pictures. See that? Here's another picture. That's studio and headed towards Studio B. That was built out in one of my houses. That was one of my older studios. Now, let's get into these pictures. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to crack up? So this was a session with me with E40. And this is when E40 told me that he's going to grow his locks. Hold on. Let me find it. I got to find it first. Hold on. Where we at? Come on. Hold on. I know it's in here, y'all. Hold on. Or is it in my other photo album? Hold on. I might have to get the other photo album, y'all. You guys chilling with me, man. Listen, I love it. Hold on. I'm looking at pictures of my ex-wife. I should have thrown these pictures away, but I didn't. I didn't throw it away. Anyway, some people say, throw them pictures away. You know, when you're in new relationship, then why do you keep those pictures around? Hold on. Okay, I might have to grab the other photo album, you guys, because it's not in this one. Hold on. Let me grab the other photo album. Give me 1 second. Hold on. 1 second. Let me grab the other one. Also, while I'm doing that, let me put something up in the back real quick. I want y'all to see something. I don't know if you can see that, but... Y'all probably can't see that, huh? I'm trying to show you guys my stats. How many records I've had that's charted, but... Okay, here it is. Y'all ready? All right. Man, I got a lot of pictures in here. Here's the second. Let me see if I can show you the second studio I built, too. I'll show you the second studio. Okay, so here it is. It says E40, Stone getting ready to record. Look at my biceps, it says. Look at my biceps. Here it is, y'all. This one with me and 40. This is back in the day when me and 40 was in the studio. Look at those biceps, though. Right? So 40 say, man, I'm thinking about growing my dreads, man. I should grow my dreads. Then after that, 40 grew his dreads after that. He grew his dreads after that. All right? So hold on. Now, I'm trying to find, hey, you guys, don't laugh at me. Okay, when I was signed to Grand Jury Warner Brothers, this was a group that I put together that was going to come out under Grand Jury Warner Brothers, okay? Don't laugh at me. I was younger. I'm in the studio working with the kids. That was back in the day, okay? That's your boy back in the day. You're always working, right? Always working, okay? Here's another cool picture you guys are like. See, y'all hanging with me, man. I love it. This is me in 702 back in the day when they used to come to my studio and record. That's me with the little afro-looking curl. As you all know, the two sisters on the end, the twins, they're both passed away, Irish and Orish. Iris just passed away. I think I went to her funeral last year, the year before. She passed away. Rest in peace to Irish. Now, I'm going to show you guys something else. You want to see something crazy? So I received Neo Soul Artist of the Year from the Los Angeles Music Awards. So the whole time when they gave me this award, I had no idea I was standing next to Olivia Newton-John was holding up my plaque with me. I was oblivious to it. I wasn't even paying attention. But there's the picture when I received it. And look who's standing next to me. Look who's standing in the middle. Hold on. Is that plaque in my hand? But that's Olivia Newton-John. I had no idea that was her. Right? And here I am receiving the plaque from her. And I didn't even know it was her the whole time. Neo Soul Artist of the Year from the Los Angeles Music Awards. So when I tell you my story, like there's so many, for people to think that, Stone, I've accomplished a lot. Even if you don't know me, you just don't know me, know that people in the industry know me. And I've accomplished more things than you realize. Even if you don't see me every day or hear me on the radio every day, I'm being played all over the world. And guess what? And I get that industry respect. I'm looking at these pictures, y'all. It's my boy. So y'all know I had my boy from As Yet, Drayton Boss, on here. I interviewed him, but that's me and him back in the day. That's how long him and I have been friends. That's a good friend of mine. Drayton Boss from As Yet. Him and I have been friends a long, long time, you guys. We going through the photo album a little bit today, y'all. Now, guess who else came in my studio? This is me. Y'all know the legendary Stevie B? I did a short Because I Love You. Remember Summertime and all them songs Stevie B had? Here's my boy Stevie B in my studio. Yeah. Yeah, I need to go in my storage. I got like probably 3,000 pictures I need to unpack with pictures of me. And I think I got my pictures with me and Pac and Michael Jackson. All those pictures are in my storage. Yeah, man. Okay, so you remember I told you about the recording session that D-Shot, E40's brother, was running when Badass was there, right? Remember I told you about that session? This was from that session. I converted my garage, my 2-car garage, into a state-of-the-art recording studio. This was that session. That was in my garage, y'all. That's D-Shot. And you know who's on the microphone? Let me see. You can't see him, but that's Corrupt on the microphone in my studio. Through that window. I think I got another one where you can see him better. Hold on. Hold on. All right, hold up. Hold on. And I got a picture of 40 recording during that session that I produced that track. It's a picture of 40 recording during that session that I produced. Yeah, man. Hold up. Hold up. Yeah, this is crazy. All right. So this is in my studio. During that session when I told you badass and that crazy stuff almost went down, that's in my studio in my two-car garage, the studio that was built out. That's me and D-Shot, and that was this rapper named Sir V who passed away. All right? That's in my studio. Y'all feel what I'm saying? Okay. Hold on. Here's another one. Now, here's the picture I was telling you. Now, this is Corrupt on the mic in my studio. That's Corrupt. We recording Corrupt. That's my mic room. My mic room was so crazy that a variable acoustical wall that I had built was crazy. See, I'm taking y'all down memory lane with me. This photo album. It's the photo album, y'all. Taking you guys down memory lane with Stone Paxton. Yeah. Here goes Corrupt again in my studio in the back. That's the back. That was a variable acoustical wall behind my mixer. So my mixer set in front, that's set behind my mixer. That's Corrupt in my studio. Yeah. So when I tell y'all I deal with the real G's in the industry all of my life, I wasn't making it up. I'm not making it up at all. Hey, let me tell you something. I love this console. You guys know about this mixing console? That console is a beast. The Euphonics console. This studio's in the Bay Area where they cut In Vogue. Forty did a lot of his records. That's me when and everybody talk about that bell bottom shit. Y'all be, you see all the guys trying to rock the bell bottoms. I've been rocking bell bottoms. I never stopped. Look at them bells. That was a long time ago. I've been rocking the bells and never stopped. You got all these guys trying to rock bell bottoms now. I never stopped rocking bells, y'all. From the 70s to now. What you talking about? You feel me? All right, so look. Hey, this is a great picture. For all my ladies on here, y'all gonna like this, man. This is a nice picture. That's your boy Stone Paxton in performance mode. Hit that like as you guys are coming into the live. Hit that like. Hit the like as you're coming into the live. Okay, so this is my band. Well, I used this band for years, and then I switched my live band up. But this is my band. It's my guy. He used to play for Little Anthony, and he played for Rick James before he passed away. Rick had a new band. That's like my big brother, Lonnie Motley. That's me, of course. That's Money. That's Patrick. He played for Little Anthony. That's my ex-wife right there. She was singing backgrounds at the time. Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with sharing a little past, y'all. Ain't nothing wrong with it. All right, hold on. I'm not going to show y'all everything. Y'all want me to show them exes, huh? Y'all want to see another one of my exes? I'm going to show y'all another one of my exes. That's another one of my exes right there. I said this is Sunday. We're going down memory lane Sunday. No, I'm not from Nigeria, but my great-great-great-grandfather is Zulu. Hit that thumbs up. Who just asked me if I'm from Nigeria? I appreciate that, though. You see the ancestors in us. Mike say Philly created Neo Soul. Yes, they did. Just like, well, actually, to be honest, you know who really created Neo Soul? Angie Stone did. She did. She did with the group. She was back. Go listen to Angie's first stuff. Before there was Neo Soul, Angie Stone created that sound with the group she was in. A Groove Theory, Go back and listen to their earlier stuff. That sound Angie created, and then Neo Soul followed that. Nita say they called bell bottoms now. Boot cuts, yeah, man. I still call them bells, Nita. Rebel say, Neen. Hey, Rebel, hit that thumbs up. PMBTB said, she's stunning. I know. You know what? Okay, do you guys remember Prince's video, Raid to the Joy Fantastic? How many of you guys remember that DVD, Raid to the Joy Fantastic, where he has on the blue outfit and the white background? Just say yes if you remember that real quick, and I got a story to that. Just say yes if you remember that. If you remember that video with Prince, say yes. That whole live that he did. PBTB, thank you, family. Okay, so my ex, she's in that live video. She's dancing when George Clinton comes on stage with Prince in the Rave Joy Fantastic DVD live. She's dancing on stage. She's with, when George Clinton's on there with Prince performing, she's dancing on stage. Yeah. That's one of my exes. I know y'all like it. You saw my ex-wife, and that's one of my, yeah, it's Sunday. It's okay for me to do it. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know, y'all. That was one of my ex, right? And just to show you that, that's why I ain't trying to date no pretty women no more. This is my ex-wife right here. That's my ex-wife. Now, the other lady is an ex. She's not an ex-wife, but this is my ex-wife. Okay? Just so y'all know. We just sharing stuff on Sunday. It's okay. Give a little recognition. Just give a little recognition, right? But yeah, so she danced in that video with Prince. She's in that DVD. Her name is Terry. She's in that DVD. She's probably happy. If she's seeing this live, she probably, oh, he's showing me. Oh my God. We're going through the photo album, y'all. I'm going through the photo album. Hey, I'll show you something that'll crack you guys up. This one will make you laugh. So, hold on, let me find it. I gotta find it first. It's a live performance when I was a teenager. And and I used to do these mall tours back in the day. Like, doing mall tours were big. It was a big deal to do mall tours back in the day, right? Hey, so you guys remember when I told you, guys the story about the lady that came all the way from Germany? I know I'm just doing something random right now, but you remember I told you a story about the lady that came all the way, one of the ladies that came all the way from Germany, never knew me, but came here to meet me, just hopped on the plane and came here. This is her. Her name is Dina. Dina Shedlinski. Yeah, I know. Y'all like, what is Stone doing today? Yeah. Dina. Her name was Dina. Never met her. She hopped on the plane, came to Vegas, stayed with me for 2 weeks from Germany. Real story, you guys. That's what I'm saying. Y'all be like, Stone stories are crazy. No, they're true. I wouldn't even make it up. Real story. Just crazy stuff, man. Crazy. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold on, you guys. Some of these pictures I'm not going to show, though, man, but this is funny. This is way too funny. I'm just laughing at myself. This is just way too funny. Hey, I'll show you something. Oh, here. There's another one with Corrupt in my studio. He say, for sharing your journey with us. This is why people do music. Our legacy can never be defiled when you move with respect. Man, come on. Please, and thank you for the $4.99 super chat. He has a point. When you build a legacy, can't nobody take that away from you. Nobody. It don't matter what nobody on the internet say. For all of you that are building legacies through Stone Paxton's helping you build your legacy. Ain't nobody gonna be able to take that away from you. They can say what they want to say. He just reminded me of something. It can never be defied. It can never be changed. It can never be altered because God made it happen. And the timing and the universe made it happen. Nobody can take that away. No one can take it away. Here's Corrupt in my studio in the engineering room. That's me and Corrupt. That's the studio I built out in the garage. That was back in the day. State-of-the-art studio, y'all. State-of-the-art. Look at that ASRX at the top. Look at that equipment. I still got all that. All right? Can't nobody, he said it. Can't nobody take that away from us, y'all. Okay, this picture I'm about to show you now is a very special picture to me. This gentleman has produced hits after hits after hits and has made history. With Michael Jackson, Frankie Valli, the Drifters, Diana Ross. When I talk about legendary producers, I think about this gentleman, right? Because he called me to the table to co-produce on projects with him. His name is Jerry Marcelino. If you get a chance, look him up. But he's a super duper hit maker, and he calls me to co-produce with him. He produced Ben on Michael Jackson, Rockin' Robbins, Frankie Valli, and the list goes on. That's him in my studio that I had built out of my garage. And look at those Westlake monitors at the top. That's me and Jerry Marcelino. I want you guys to go look him up. When I tell you this man produced Ben, he gave me the plaque to Ben downstairs and he wrote on it as a gift because I came to the table and produced some records with him and he didn't even need me to produce records. His son is doing a movie about Rocky Marciano. He called me about 6 months ago and said, hey, my son's doing a Rocky Marciano movie, the boxer, and he wants to use you. So I don't know what I'm going to play in the movie. I don't know what part I'll play, what boxer, but I know I'm going to play a boxer in the official Rocky Marciano movie that his son is the director over. Now, also, if you remember a movie called The Identicals, he did all the music for the movie The Identicals, and his son produced the music. The movie The Identicals was about like Elvis Presley's story, but it was about like Elvis, his twin didn't really die. In real life, Elvis' twin died. So The Identicals, it's about like a story about a guy that's like Elvis, and he had a twin, and the twin, I guess they end up meeting each other. His son did the movie, and he scored all the music to it. So his son is doing the Rocky Marciano movie, the Italian boxer, and he asked me to play a boxer in the movie. So I don't know when they're going to start, doing the sides for that and start getting it together, but I was asked to be in that movie. They asked me to be in it, so we're going to see how that goes. All kinds of crazy stuff, man. Legacy. Legacy, you guys. Legacy. You feel me? Legacy. Okay, look. This is Stevie B again at my house, and I'm showing him these other plaques. I was talking about these plaques and stuff I had. The legendary Freestyle, Stevie B, Freestyle. Stevie just got through talking about me on an interview. This interviewer asked Stevie B about me. He's like, I love Stone, man. He's a genius. He's incredible, man. That cat is a talented guy, man. So, to have your OGs, speak of you like that, man, is a blessing, man. Look at that console. That's me on that Euphonics console. I was rocking locks before cats was rocking locks, y'all. Everybody's doing it now. I was rocking them before they were popular. Before Lil Wayne had locks, I was rocking them. That part. I literally had every hairstyle, you guys. No joke. I've literally had every hairstyle a person can have. Here's a picture of my older brother. Look at him. I always tell him he looks like a cat. I always tell my older brother he looked like a cat because I don't know, he just had, to me, look like a tiger, the way he looked. He didn't like that. Yeah, he didn't like it. But that's the one that used to give me them sawed off pows. This one, him. He used to give me them. He looked nice, don't he? He nice, but he's nice in a whole nother way too. He used to give me them pow. Oh man, this is great. Hey, here's a picture y'all crack up about. This picture's gonna have you rolling. This is me, my aunt that raised me, and my brother I was just telling you about, the one I just showed you. Look at me, that's me. I look like my name is Sarbano Durago. Pablo Lapucho. That's me in the white shirt. That's my aunt that raised me in the middle. That's my brother right there. One of my brothers. Look at Pablo Lapublo. Pablo Lapublo. Crazy, man. Hey, y'all, it's funny, right? This is kind of fun, you guys. Just looking through these pictures, I wonder where some of these beautiful ladies are to this day. I wonder. I wonder where some of these beautiful ladies are to this day. It's crazy, man. Wonder how they're doing. I wonder how they're doing. Crazy, man. Crazy. Man, that was fun, wasn't it? I feel like Mr. What was the guy that had the house where Mr. Mr. Westnaner would come on in the daytime. He closed the book like this, and that was fun, right, guys? Hold up, though, man. Hold up. Let me see what else I got in here. Since we on the road, right? Let's see what else we got in here. Hey, you guys, listen. I'm gonna crack you up. Remember I tell y'all. I know y'all like Stone is clowning. You remember I told you guys I've had every hairstyle there was? I don't even know if I want to show this. One time I did a dare. I cut my hair bald for my little cousin because we had a bet in the studio. Like if he was able to get this song right, then I'm gonna cut my hair bald, right? And he ended up singing it right. And I cut my hair bald. I don't even know if I want to show it, man. This is the picture, but I don't even know if I want to show this, man. All right, fine. I'm gonna show it. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna show that picture. I'm not gonna do it. But I'm bald, you guys. It don't look too bad though. Nah, not too bad. Shall I show it? Y'all want to see it? All right, here we go. So the bet was if he sung the song right in the studio. Remember, he was in the young guys group I had, my little cousin. So Jackie Jackson ended up signing him to a record deal, right? So Jackie signed him to a record deal. We were at Mike Tyson's house, and Jackie signed him to a record deal. And so I told him, if he gets the vocals right on the song, that I'll cut my hair. And he sung it right. I mean, he sung it right because he had been messing it up the whole time, right? So I'm going to show you this. So Jackie Jackson signed him to a record deal. So I was making sure that everything was right, and he got everything right. And he went in the studio and sung that song, man. And I had to cut my hair off. I had to hold to my bet. Y'all probably like, Stone, let me show you this. Oh, Stone is nuts, man. Hey, that was fun, though. Just to look back at those pictures, to be able to look back and go, dang, I cut my hair, man. Hold up. Okay, here we go. So once again, this is my little cousin. So Jackie Jackson had signed him to a deal. That's him at the radio station when they were promoting his single. Now, remember, he was in that young boys group I had together. So here we are. I'm going to show you. Here's the picture I took at Mike Tyson's house of my little cousin, Jackie Jackson, and all of them. That's my little cousin, Rodney Jerkins, Jackie Jackson. And where's Mike at? Mike Tyson. That was before Mike had his tattoos. I took that picture. That was at Mike Tyson's house here in Vegas. Okay? And me, listen, I followed every step of my little cousin's career because I was behind his production and helping him. So I was taking all kinds. That's him in the mirror getting ready in the morning, getting ready to go to the studio. So I followed his whole career. That's what I do for my artists, right? I followed his whole career. I took pictures of him, everything he did, because I wanted him to have those memories, right? Now, he's a grown man with kids now, but the deal, so he had the deal, and then something went weird. This music industry is weird, and something went kind of crazy, and then the deal just, they turned into Jackie putting together another guy in a group with him, and it turned into a group again, and then it just kind of fell apart. But when I tell you that he was like Chris Brown when he was little, he was Chris Brown before there was a Chris Brown. That's I took that picture of Marcus Houston, Jackie Jackson, and my little cousin. So, okay, yeah, yep. So I mean, he was Chris Brown before there was a Chris Brown, y'all. He could sing his butt off. He could sing his butt off. It's crazy, man. Now, I was gonna show y'all some other pictures, but I ain't gonna do it. I don't know. I don't know if I want to show too many of my ex-wife. Anyway, hey, check this one out. Here's a show that y'all remember Marvin King? She played Helen in the Diary of a Mad Black Woman. She's also a member of Prince New Power Generation. This is a show that her and I did together. Here's an old poster of Marvin King and I. Look at my locks, boy. Look at your boy, man. Look at your boy right there. What are you doing? Look at old Marvin King. Memories, y'all. They can't take it away, baby. Legacy, like he said. Okay, now some women might not agree with this, right? My woman might not agree with this. She might be watching this right now, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Here's me and my ex-wife again. I was a young buck then. I was young now. I'm an old man now. Yeah. Now, people used to think that my ex-wife looked like Prince's wife, Maite. They kind of do favor, right? Anyway, that's Stone Paxton in a nutshell. And I have other pictures, but I ain't gonna show them other, my journey, my journey. Life is amazing. Hey, look, on the real though, I love y'all, man. You guys are so awesome to me, man. So when you don't know a person and you're wondering what they've done, I've done a lot of stuff in my life. I'm in the music industry. I've had over a dozen records that have charted in the UK. Over a dozen records that have charted in the UK. No joke. I've had 47 to 48 iTunes top 5, top 100, a couple billboards independently. I've done this. Now, on the industry side, I produced and been a part of platinum records, been part of production teams, and we didn't have platinum records. Unlimited amounts of platinum records. So my history speaks for itself. So when people come into my life, so who are you? What have you done? Name some people you've worked with. Just go Google me or read my bio at the top, because I hate speaking about myself. That's why I wanted to share a little bit of my life today and do the photo album. Now you're going to make me pull out all of my photo album stuff. DJ Tony say, there's a UK artist I want to meet so bad. Who's the artist, DJ Tony? Sweet Rain said, thank you for sharing, Stone. Sweet Rain, I know, it made my day. Mike Lowe say, challenge to distract you. Mike, you know what, Mike? I believe you with that, because it's weird that they do it. Urban Media Production said, don't get in the doghouse. I know. Hey, there's nothing wrong, right? I'm sharing a little bit of, I'm sharing with you guys a little bit of my past and my life. And, okay, I'm going to share one more, right? Now, this is when I wasn't in a relationship, so I don't want y'all judging me, ladies. This guy is one of the most incredible seamstress in Vegas. I hope he's still alive, right? But this is Stone, and this is just me, chilling with the ladies, That's all. My locks were longer, but, that's one of them pictures. Now, this lady was from Russia or something. I think she was from Russia. Y'all see how I'm uniquely dressed. Now, this guy is one of the top seamstresses in Vegas. This guy was incredible with some of the stuff that he can make. I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just saying, y'all. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to find the one with me and Vivica Fox before she was Vivica Fox. But I think I might have to, hey, you guys, let me show you something. Hold on. I'm going to show you something. Hold on. Maybe I'm not gonna show y'all that. I don't know. I don't know about that. Hey, look at your boy though. Stone be trying, you know. I got different characters. I feel like when I grow my mustache, I look different. When I haven't grown my mustache, I look different. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah, y'all. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to share a little bit of my life. Ain't nothing wrong with that, right? Somebody said, don't get in the doghouse. Sunstar said, you're funny. Hey, Sunstar. I'm just, you feel what I'm saying, Sunstar? I just try to share a little bit. I already know I'm going to hear it. I already know. I'm going to hear a little bit of it. Cherry, hey, Cherry, Cherish the Soul Entertainment said, cool. Thank you, Cherish. DJ Tony said, damn, Stone. Stone, you talking about old girl? Damn, Stone is I. You talking about old girl, DJ Tony? I think she was Russian. I don't know what she was. Mike Lowe say, stay away from Jackie. What? What'd you say, Mike Lowe? Stay away from what? Nita said, I love all your stories. Thanks for sharing. DJ Tony said that artist's name is Stormy. Oh, Stormy. I know who that is. PB said, my day also. He said, PB, my day also, because that was a awesome walk down. Oh, thank you. PMB I appreciate you for that. For real. Oh, that's nothing. Oh, you talking about the guy? Oh, somebody asked you something? Mike Lowe said, oh, I know. Tell me if you want to so-called writers fam in Delaware. Oh, if I want to do a writers, Baby Love said, Stone, you're looking. That's my cousin, Baby Love. That's my family. Rashmere Jones said, hey, Stone, you got to write. I know everybody keeps saying that. And that's what I'm working on is I'm working on my documentary and I'm working on my book. Yeah. Baby Love, that's my family though. But I'm working on a documentary and a book. So it's coming. It's coming. It's just that I got a lot of stuff I'm doing and I'm doing all this myself. I don't trust many people. I got a circle of people around me. I usually have a lot of ladies around me. My circle's nothing but ladies. P said, great story. Sharon said, thank you, Stone. That was fun. If I'm picture Roger. I do have a picture of Roger, but it's on my phone because somebody stole it out of my house. And luckily I took a picture of it. Somebody actually took the picture out of my house. I had it sitting. Oh, I'm gonna show you something else. Well, you probably don't remember that picture. It's an old picture of me and somebody from BT. But I had it sitting in my living room and somebody stole the damn picture of me and Roger. But I took a picture of it. So it's on my TikTok and it's on my Instagram of me and Roger. PMB TV say, definitely sub to you, homie. I really appreciate it. Nah, I appreciate you. PMB TV, I appreciate you, family. Thank you much, man. That's love, man. Shrine say we need a separate book just for pictures too. A big coffee table one. Oh, I know, Shrine, you think I should release a book, a coffee table book? You think so? I don't know. What would I call it, Shrine? He said, if you need a person to film and capture moments, I'm good with a camera. Can you inbox me at Instagram? Can you inbox me your number? Because one of my moderators film a lot of stuff for me, but man, I definitely need another camera person for whenever, you know, I just need another, I do need another camera person. So if you can hit me up at Stone Paxton on Instagram. Sweet Rain say, I love Stokely and amazing. Yep, absolutely. Ha say, you are nice, man. Can I tell you something? No, Ha. If you got to ask me, can you tell me something? Then I know you're about to troll. So I'm about to mute you for about 5 minutes. Moderator, go ahead and mute Ha, because they always start with, can I tell you something? Motherfucker, if you was going to say it, you would have said it. Mute Ha for a moment, or I'll do it myself. Hold on. Ha, you're about to be muted for a few minutes until you think about coming on here saying bullshit. Sunstar said, thank you for sharing your life down memory. Sunstar, I thank you for even being here. DJ Tony say, so tell me about Rick James, Stone City Band, and Troop Reloaded. Oh, shit. Okay, DJ Tony. DJ Tony is interviewing me. Rajmir says, Generation X, we love interesting lot. We have, yes, we do. All right. Okay. So DJ Tony want to know about Rick James Stone CD Band and Troop Reloaded. So you want to know how I ended up in the Rick James Stone City Band? Is that it? Is that what you want to know? Let me get my charger. I don't have to use it yet. So I get a call. Now I've been dealing with, now here's the thing. I knew Rick separate from the band. So I knew Rick by himself and I knew the band separate. So I used to have these rental houses in Vegas. So I used to put up musicians in my rental homes, right? And I had the whole band living in my home, but I had already known the guys for years, right? So one day the guys called me and they said they needed to add another member to the band, somebody to play keys and sing background. They asked me would I do it. And I didn't plan to do it for a long period of time. I thought it was just gonna be for one show, but what ended up being one show ended up being me being a part of the band for a long period of time. Now, Rick, the guys didn't know I knew Rick. And Rick didn't know I knew the guys because I never even told Rick that I knew the guys, right? I was at Rick's last show before he passed away, but I never told Rick that I knew the guys. And the guys found out years later that I knew Rick. It's just all a coincidence, right? So I would have still been in the Rick James Stone City Band. I left the band because I wanted to, because I got into a, you guys heard of the group Switch, right? That's why I said these stories are crazy historical stories, everything I'm sharing with you. JR said, hey guys, I dedicate a song to you. Trez Guite. I don't know who that is. I'm an artist from Argentina, and I'd like you to comment on my latest song on YouTube. JL, I love to support you, man. You need to, I'm going to do album reviews. I love to review your single. Hit me up at Instagram, family, so I can support you, so I can set a day to do reviews on artist records. I keep trying to tell artists if they just do that, I can help you out even better. I want to take the time and make my live about you and your music, but you got to hit me up on Instagram and put in there, it's at Stone Paxton on Instagram. Stone Paxton, put album or single review so I can properly help you. I want to help you, but you got to help me help you. Okay, so hit me up and say album or single review, and then I'll set a day. I get 2 or 3 other artists, I'll set a day, and I will review your stuff, and I will play it, and then we will share the links, and you're going to pay. I'm not just going to do, I spent 42 years putting myself in the position I'm in. Nobody just helped me. I had to work for this shit. I'm not going to give nothing easy to nobody that's not working hard for it. I appreciate you coming into my live. JL, hit that thumbs up. I want to help you, JL. So please allow me to help you the right way. Please, if you don't mind, hit me up on Instagram and just put in there review. All right. And then send me your email. I'll message you back and send you my email so you can send me the track and we will do a review on it. For sure. But you got to do it the right way. But you got to pay for me to review it. That's just business. That's nothing personal. I want to help you help yourself. But please, you got to work with me, family. I'm not on here just I didn't bust my ass for 42 years to just be like, people going to bypass the hard work I put in. No. We got to do it the right way. It's called paying your dues. So please, if you don't mind, JL, please hit me up at Stone Paxton on Instagram, and I got you, family. Let's do it the right way. Let's do it. I forgot what I was saying. I was saying something deep. People throw me off when I'm up in here. Wriggle Bloom said, Timberland, Wriggle. Okay, Wriggle, whatever you need from me, family, please hit me up on Instagram at Stone Paxton. Please, and I'll get right back to you. Let's talk. Whatever you need, let's make it happen. Let's do business, family. I'm here to help. But y'all got to hit me up because cats will get on here and do this for attention. What I'm noticing, people will come on my live and just say these things. And do you guys know 90% of the people come on my live to talk all that, they never hit me up on Instagram. It just be all this. So why are you even coming to my live and say anything? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start muting you guys' conversations. And if you really want to have a business conversation, go over to Instagram, talk to me so we can holler. I want to support you. But don't just get in here in my live trying to get people to look at you because you feel like people are in here paying attention to me. Okay, thank you, Margot. Rick James. So So Rick didn't know that I knew the guys. Guys didn't know I know Rick. But anyway, you guys remember Switch, the group Switch. How many people remember Switch? With LD Bar's brother, Never Be, and just all the hit songs, the group Switch. How many people remember Switch? There's a reason why I'm asking you. How many people remember Switch? Okay, I do. P said I do. If you don't remember Switch, go look up the group Switch, R&B Soul group Switch. Anyway, Eddie Fluellen from the group Switch. Okay, he said he remembers Switch. Eddie Fluellen, one of the members that played horn and keys and Switch, was also the music director for the Rick James Stone CD band. And he called me, he kind of called me with some bullshit. I was setting up this tour because I was over this tour called the OMG Funk and R&B Festival. And he called me wondering why, if I'm coming to rehearsal. And I told him, I said, no, I'm not coming to. I said, I already talked to the fellas. I talked to the brothers and told them I'm not coming to the rehearsal. And he was being very nasty with me. Now, let me first say, rest in peace, because he passed away, right? So let me first say rest in peace to Eddie Fluellen. That was his name from Switch. So he, Rajmir said, I do. They sing that song. Yep, that's them, Rajmir. That's them. So he called me asking me if I'm going to make the rehearsal. I said, I didn't feel like I needed to tell him. I said, I already talked to the fellas. Didn't they tell you I'm not going to make it? I'm in the office putting together this tour. Well, he got a real nasty. I'm going to try to sum it up without talking too much about him because he passed away. But he just had a very negative disposition that day with me. And he was being very nasty and very mean, right? And so I was like, bro, like I already told the fellas I'm not going to make it. I'm here handling the business set up this tour that's going to pay everybody. He said, well, I don't care. He was real rude and mean to me. Then he said, are you telling me you're quitting the band? And I said, dude, I never said I was quitting the band. What are you talking about? I'm not quitting. Where did that come? Then it felt weird. I started thinking that they was plotting on trying to kick me out the band, right? So I was like, ooh, why did he say, am I quitting the band? And what is he up to? So my mind started running crazy, right? And so he kept talking crazy to me, right? And so I told him to fuck off, right? I said, listen, man, fuck off, fuck you. And I hung up. I said, fuck you and fuck the band. And I hung up the phone. And it's hard to get me that way, right? You have to really push me to get me that way. So, and I don't think I've told this story because everybody's wondering why I left the band. So I called the fellas, the two brothers, Nate and Lannis, and I said, hey, man, I said, listen, me and Eddie just had it out. I said, man, he's calling me acting crazy. You know, I said, so I told him to fuck you guys and fuck the band. And they were tripping because I was really upset. And they know I don't get upset like that. And I said, he was just talking crazy, man. I'm telling them I can't be at the rehearsal. I told you guys. How come you guys didn't tell him? They were like, oh, we haven't talked. I said, well, man, call him and talk to him. Then they were asking me, can I apologize to him? So I felt some kind of way about that shit. I was like, they're like, oh, man, can you apologize to him? Come on, man, y'all, you know. I was like, oh, okay. They want me to apologize because I know they felt like they needed him because he was the music director of the band. He was the one that put everything together to make sure everybody in the band was tight musically, right? So they asked me, can I call him back and apologize? So when I called him back, I called him. I was like, damn, I really didn't want to call him because I went off on him, right? So I called him back and I said, hey, Eddie. So when I said Eddie, it was silence. So I thought he had hung up the phone. So I said, hey, Eddie. And it was just like 2 or 3 minutes of silence, like, shh, shh. I said, hello? I said, damn, he hung up. I'm here. And that's the way he did it. He's like, I'm here. I said, whoa. I said, all right, man. I said, bro, listen. I said, man, you cool? He said, anyway, what do you want? I said, well, I'm calling just to say that this ain't me calling to say I'm sorry because we're both men and we both kind of, took each other there. So I'm just calling to say, listen, man, brothers disagree. People have disagreements. It happens, man, but it means nothing, man. We can agree to disagree and disagree to agree, right? He got quiet again. I said, hello? Yeah. Go ahead. What? And I was like, damn, so everything I just said, you just ignored what I said, right? So I'm like, damn, I said, damn, why is he being this way? And I don't know, the whole thing was weird. It always felt like jealousy because he would do little things to me. He would say little things in rehearsal to me, like when they would be rehearsing at my house. He would always say little shit to me And I would feel like, why he fucking with me, right? And the guys never really caught it, but he would do it in front of everybody. He'd say little shit to me, right? So I was like, all right, man. So he just kept going with it. And so I snapped again. I was like, yeah, man. So I was trying to say, are you done? I said, you know what, man? Fuck you. And when I see you on site, I'm fucking you up. And I said, fuck you in that band. And I hung up. And I left the band. And that's the truth. But what I didn't do is I did not take them off the tour because I had put that tour together. So it was the OMG Funk and R&B Festival. So because I made myself the opening act. So I didn't perform with the band on that tour. I was actually the open act. It was Lakeside. I had Lakeside, Yarbroughs and People, Steve Arrington, the Stone City Band. Who else did I have on that tour? SOS Band, right? I had all of them on that tour. So I could have taken the band. I could have been mad and took the Stone City Band off the tour. But me being a businessman, I never took them off the tour. I had to see their asses every show and think and see his ass. At that time, I was really mad at Eddie. So I had to see them at every show and then keep my peace and not want to fight backstage. And I just kept my peace and kept them on the tour, and I never took them off. I never fucked up their money. But that's why I left the Rick James Stone City Band. And then, henceforth, the Troop reloaded. So, how I ended up in Alan McNeil from Troop, the legendary Troop, how I ended up in Troop Reloaded was they were doing the Unsung on TV1 for Troop. And Alan didn't want to do the Unsung. Alan didn't like the way that they depicted artists on Unsung. He didn't like the way they would pin artists against each other. And he expressed that to me. He expressed it to me. I said, you guys are doing Unsung. Are you going to do it? He said, nope, I'm not doing it. He said, I don't like the way they pin people against each other. I don't like the way they make artists look. I don't like the way they write the story. So Alan was passionate. He didn't want to do it. So I talked to Isaac, who was over Unsung. He had called me, and Isaac said, can you get Alan to do Unsung? I said, I don't know, man. I said, he's really opposed to doing it. I called Alan. I said, hey, Isaac from Unsung TV1 called me. And he's asking me, can you do it? And he said, Stone, I'm not doing it. Now, they couldn't have done an Unsung without Alan doing it. It would have never been a Troop Unsung. If Alan said no, if he had stuck with no, you would have never saw, because they couldn't do it without him. You know what I'm saying? He had to be in it or they weren't going to do it. So I told Al, I said, I think you should do it. And Al said, nah, Stone. And Al was set. There was nothing was going to change his mind at that time. He trusts my opinions, but he wasn't with that. He just wasn't going to do it. The band they kicked him out the band. The guys had kicked him out at that time. And he just wasn't feeling it. He didn't want to have nothing to do with the band. He didn't want to have nothing to do with Troop. He didn't want to have nothing to do with Unsung. So the next day I have a dream, right? I literally had a dream, and I saw in my vision certain things that had to go, Alan had to do, or it was going to change his future. Like, it was that serious. I called Alan up. I said, yo, Al. He said, yep. I said, man, listen to me, man. I said, you trust me? He said, yeah, Stone, I trust you, Stone. I said, okay. I said, I had a dream, man. I said, you got to do this Unsung. I said, Al, I'm sorry. I had a dream. You got to do it. Because Al was trying to push his solo career, right? And I said, Al, in my dream, you had to take Unsung, because Unsung is a connection to other things working for you with your solo career. So you got to take it. In my dream, you took it. In my dream, you went with it. So Al, you're part of Troop legacy. You are Troop. You are part of Troop. You are part of Troop. You know what I'm saying? You're 1/4 of the group. I mean, you're 1/5 of the group. You can't let your legacy be written without you. I said, my dream told me, and I saw you in a dream, you doing this and it opening up doors for you. I said, bro, listen, you got to trust me on this. I've never led you wrong. You got to do this. You got to do it. And he kind of got quiet on the phone. He said, I'm listening, Stone, I'm listening. I said, Al, you got it. I said, listen, I've never led you wrong with information, right? He said, no, you never have, Stone. You always been solid. I said, you got to trust me on this. You can't default on your own legacy. You got to do it. And he said, and if you watch online. If you go to YouTube and you hear him talking about me, he says it right there. My boy Stone, told me to do it, and I listened to him. So he said, okay. I said, this is what I'll do. I said, what if I call Unsung and I tell Isaac the only way you'll do it is if they feature a section with you doing your music, the new stuff we're working on. He said, okay. He said, if you can get him to do that, Stone, if you can get him to do that, then okay. And he has to do things the way that you want to do it. He said, okay, if you can get him to do that, Stone, I'll do it. If he say yes, I called Isaac. He said he'll do it, but these are the stipulations. He wants to film a section of what he's working on, talk about his music and what he's working on, him and I in the studio working on stuff. I mean, no, him in the studio, because my name was never mentioned. Him in the studio working on his stuff and talking about what he's currently doing. He don't really want to talk about True. I say, he'll talk about a little bit, but he really doesn't. But he knows that being in it, he's going to have to talk. So, and the questions have to be, they can't just ask him anything. So he agreed to it. So fast forward. This is how I ended up in Unsung in that episode. Fast forward to them filming it. We're at the Unsung Studios and we're filming it. And he tells them, he says, Stone knows our whole story. That's what he says to them. He says, Stone knows our whole story. Stone knows everything about us. Stone produced records. Stone is part of everything I'm doing, right? So he says, Stone knows the whole story. So that's how I ended up in the Unsung. And then they talked about the Troop Reloaded was an idea of Al's because they had kicked Al out of the group. So I was like, all right, we're going to do Troop Reloaded. We're going to cut new records, and you and I are going to Troop Reloaded. Maybe we'll add a third guy. Now, I also convinced Al that it's better to be with the group. I share with Al. Al and I, let me tell you something. Al and I can go 20 years not talking. And I talk to him on the phone. It's like we never missed a beat. I said, Al, they needed Al back. And they start calling him. He called me. I said, Al, listen, promoters can't do nothing without all the original members. Just go back. I said, because these guys had went online and they were tearing me apart. Oh, listen, let me tell you something. The Troop fans are crazy. They were tearing me apart online, talking negative about me. The fans were acting like I broke Troop up. No, they kicked Al out the group. Al and I started Troop Reloaded and put out records as Troop Reloaded. Right now, we took some down. We're mastering. We're going to put it back up, right? And then we also got a brand called New Soul, me and Al. Al and I, as a duo, New Soul, right? We put albums out as New Soul. So I convinced Al to go back to the group. See, the guys never knew that I was the one that talked to Al and told him I wasn't telling Al to leave the group. They kicked him out. And then when they wanted him to come back, they looked at me like I was the enemy and thinking that I was the one telling him not to come back, and it wasn't. I was telling him to go back. I was telling him to go back. I said, man, go back to the guys, man. The group, come on, man. That's your legacy. And he went back, right? He went back, and I'm happy he did. But we still released New Soul and the Troop Reloaded projects him and I still release. So that's how I became part of Troop Reloaded, was Al and I came together and created the Troop Reloaded brand because they had kicked him out of the group. And that's a real story. And since Al went solo, all three of his solo albums have charted in the top iTunes top 10 R&B albums, USA, Germany, France, and other countries. So what I told him was right. When he did his solo thing, his stuff charted. I pushed real hard for those albums. I produced and co-produced along with Cambodian Mystique. We produced along with Al all three of those albums. Go listen to them. Great albums. Yeah. And they all charted. So obviously, your boy, the spiritual element was working for me. But no, I had nothing to do with the group break. They kicked him out. And then that's what started the Troop Reloaded with Al and I, was that. You know what I'm saying? Al respects me and I respect him. Our friendship is an unspoken friendship. We'll be friends until we're no longer on this earth. And then beyond that, him and I will be friends in the spiritual realm. That's my brother for life, man. Him and I, it's never going to change, man. That's my brother right there. That's a good dude. Don't listen to all the things you've heard and anything you've heard about Al that you question. Just know from me, Al's one of the most solid dudes. He just don't take no shit. He's just like me. So you see me, it's one of the same, right? And Meech can tell you about Al too, because Meech and Al, Meech was in the Troop. He was a part of Troop at a period of time too. He produced some of the coldest records on Troop. Demetrius Ship did. So Meech will tell you, Al's nice, but he'll turn up too. He's a good guy, but he'll turn up. Hey, Almighty again, what's up, family? What's happening? DJ Tony say, Alan is another person I love to meet. Oh, hey, DJ Tony, I'll put you on the phone with Al. When I talk to you, we'll call Al. I'll let you holler at Al. I put people on phone with people. I'll let you say hello to them. Jonathan's venture, I can only like the stream ones. What you say? What you talking about, Jonathan? Yes. Sunstar say, wow, yeah. Sunstar, real talk. Pac Heat say that's a friend. Pac Heat, yeah. Yeah, Pac Heat. You know, when I'm friends with somebody, Pac Heat, I'm friends with them. I don't switch up. We might not see each other much, but when I'm friends with somebody, I'm friends with them. It don't change, man. I'm loyal to my friends to the T, to a default. And I always be that way. I don't get upset if I don't hear from them. I'm wondering why I'm not a crybaby with my friends because I know we have lives. Al don't cry about not hearing from me. I don't cry about not hearing from him. When we hear from each other, we pick up where we left off at. You feel what I'm saying? He has my back and I have his back, and I will always have his back. Always. You hear what I'm saying? Rajmir said, it's jealousy, especially when they will see you talent to create out of the thin air and give. Rajmir, you're right about that. DJ Tony says, Stone, hope you don't mind me doing research about you. No, DJ Tony, go for it. Google Stone Paxton. Also, Google Stone Paxton articles. Google Stone Paxton record reviews and stuff like that. And then also Google Stone Paxton leaving no stone unturned. That article they wrote about me from the UK. Yeah, feel free. Sean Allison said, you showed this with your dear. Yes, I did. I love that woman, and I will miss her forever. And yes, I showed that for Angie. I'm loyal. Listen, any of my music industry friends and any of my just normal everyday friends will tell you, I'm solid. I don't have people just show up at my house, but the friends I do have, it's an unspoken friendship. It's unspoken friendship. I'm there for them indefinitely. If I could give them $1 million right now, be like, you need $1 million? Here you go. I'll do it. That's just my character. If I can buy them a new house right now, they need a house, I'm buying it. That's just me. It's just me. It's all money. It don't mean nothing. You can't take it with you no way, right? So when you got it, if you got something to help people, you got anything to do, you help those people. If you can't, then you help them with words and love. DJ Tony say, I also see you start with the age of 7 on the drums, singing in the evangelist church. Yeah, 6 years old on the drums. 6 years old. I don't know how they got 7. What is my favorite song now? I don't know. I'm a jazz connoisseur. I love my big brother stuff, Vasal Benford, his records. I'm into jazz. I'm a jazz guy. I'm a rock guy. You know what I'm saying? Margot said, I know you do, Margot. When that 20 million come in, I'm buying you a new house, Margot. You and my whole team. CC, Mystique, all y'all. Chef Banner, yeah, all y'all get houses. Kickstart Gill say, bust it, babies back. What? Busted babies back. Kickstart Grill gift. Kickstart Gill. Are you my regular subscriber? If not, subscribe. Kickstart. Subscribe up there. OG Cold and Gold say, what up, Big C? What's happening, family? What's going on with you, man? Hey, today has been crazy. I had the love of my folks have come into my live and showed your brothers some super love. Yes, sir. Sweet Rain say Chuck and Paul Taylor and Brian Culberson. Yes, all great artists. All great. Yeah. You got to remember, when I grew up playing jazz and band from elementary throughout high school and college. I played jazz and sang in band, sang jazz and played. Grew up as a drummer, vocalist. Uh-huh. Jesus Christ say, bless up, Pax. What's up, Jesus Christ? We say, you never work with Madlib? No. But you know what's so weird? I supposed to have, because somebody had hit me up from the circle, man. I can't remember. I have to look at my emails years ago. But I'll tell you something. I have my boy, and he goes by Stone too. He's a producer for, oh man, I forgot the rap artist. He's a legend too, man. Dang. Stone, if you're watching, forgive me. If you're watching, comment. My brother Stone, he's a producer. He works with the artist, legendary hip hop artist. But he hit me up and he watched my lives and he said, Stone, send me some tracks. We're working on the album. So I always get emails of major artists working on projects. They might come across me on YouTube. They'll hit me up, Stone, we're working on the album. We want you to be a part of it. And I love that. And my brother, Stone, dang, brother, if you watching, I'm sorry. I just went blank. But he's a good brother. He's a producer. He actually called on me. He's a legendary producer. He's known in the game. And he called me to produce on a project of a legendary hip hop. And I just can't remember the name. I totally went blank on the hip hop artist. But all you guys have heard of this artist. I just can't remember the name. I just literally went blank on the name. You know, I don't know. I went blank. But Razmir said, that's what I noticed on producers who produce R&B and pop, listen to jazz and rock on their off days. Yes, that's what I do. I listen to jazz, rock. I even listen to bluegrass. I'm weird. I'm weird, you guys. I'm just a weird individual. You might hear me producing funk or hip hop and R&B, but I listen to usually, because I produce rock too, but I listen to jazz mostly. When on my off days and when I'm not doing music, all I listen to is jazz. That's all I listen to. Real talk. MF Doom. Oh, MF Doom. Yes, listen. So it's funny because people will hit me up and say, I want to connect you with this person, that person. Kodak, somebody hit me up and say, hey, I want to connect you with Kodak Black. Man, I played your video, heard your tracks, and then I don't hear from people. You know, the cats will hit me. I get hit up by everybody. We say I brought up Madlib because both of y'all are jazz heads. Yeah, Madlib, I would do some crazy stuff on Madlib. Joseph D say, you like my, hell yeah. Hey, Joseph, check this out. Jesus Christ said, gotta love Motown days. Razmir say, I'm into trip hop and futuristic soul. Hey, Joseph D, check this out. So one of my good friends that I'm going to interview on here, his name is Randy Hall. He produced, he produced and co-produced one of Miles Davis, I think, last 2 albums. So I'm going to have him on here. Yeah. I'm going to have him on there so he could tell that story. One of my good friends, Randy Hall, he's an incredible producer. He used to produce for MCA. It's funny because when I first met him, he heard me. He said, man, if I was still at, I think it's at MCA. He said, if I was still at MCA Stone, I would have signed you like that. He said, you are the ideal artist that we used to look for, one that can produce and write and do all his own stuff. So he was enthralled in me when he first heard my music. He heard it in the UK. He heard one of my songs on UK radio. And he thought I was from the UK. So he hit me up and said, hey, man, you from the UK, man? I said, no, I'm from the US. He said, where you live? I said, Vegas. He said, what? He said, I live in Vegas too. I said, what? And we connected. And it was crazy. And we sat down, went out to eat, and he was amazed with my work ethics. He used to be an A&R for MCA, not just a producer. But he said, man, if I was still at MCA, and it was back in the day, he said, Stone, I would have signed you on the spot. You are that artist. You're one of those rare artists who write and produce and does all that stuff. So him and I are good friends. So I'll interview him because I already talked to him about interviewing him. I just got to set up the date again because he already said yes to me. No, I didn't. But I had an opportunity to work with Craig David. I just never took it. 15 years ago, I had the opportunity. I just didn't do it. I think at that time I was working for Warner Brothers and everything was going to have to be approved. Yeah, I was. It was going to have to be approved through them. And I didn't want to deal with the headache of, because it's got to be approved. And then it's just all a bunch of bullshit. So I just never went forward with contacting them back. Joseph said, I always go back to Bitches Brew. Listen, Brother Joseph, when I have him on here and he talks about Miles Davis, wait until you hear the stories he's going to share. Sunstar, thank you for the $5 super chat. Sunstar said, this is a treat, Pax. You are so knowledgeable. Thank you, Sunstar. I appreciate you for the super chat. Everybody that has done super chat today, you guys have been amazing, man. I love you for that, man. I love you guys for that. Thank you for the love, man. It means so much to me. You know, I've worked with some legends, and I'm honored. I sit back and I look at myself in the mirror and I feel so honored that I'm still young. 55 is young. 55 is young, right? But to have the history I have in the company I've been in the company of some greats. Do you guys understand how magical that is? DJ Tony said the first Warner Brothers studio was here in Newcastle. It sure was. Bro, DJ Tony, that's crazy that you remember that. He said, have you ever been depicted in a movie or series as a character since you've been around in the industry like BMF? No, I haven't. I haven't. But I do have a couple films I'm working on that depict me in my own film, but no, I haven't. No, sir, he. Sunstar said, you're welcome. Love you too. Love you too, Sunstar. I appreciate you. No, I haven't. But I got this series that I'm working on. Listen to me. It's like Empire, Empower, smack in the middle. This series that I'm working on, and I put myself in the series, it's about my life and other people in the music industry, but it's crazy. When I tell you, listen, my ex-boss, Mike Conception, it was me, Meech, and Mike Conception on the phone, right? And if you don't know who Mike Conception is, the incredible, legendary Mike Conception, go look him up. He's me and Demetrius Ship ex-boss. I was telling Mike the story, right? So Meech and I was on the phone. We were spitting the story. And Meech was like, Mike was like, that's crazy. He said, I like that. Let's get it going. So it's incredible, man. The storyline is crazy. When it finally presents itself and it's done, and it's just a lot of work that's going to go into it, it's going to be one of the #1 shows. Remember, you heard me say it. Long as we can get to the point of it getting out. And Rajmir said, have you ever performed on Sunset Boulevard or any other? I have. Rajmir, I did the legendary the Go-Go, what's the name of Go-Go on Sunset? It's legendary. The Beatles performed there, the Doors, Whiskey a Go-Go. Twice. I did it with Marva King. I performed with Marva King, and I performed with my band live. It's on YouTube. Look up, type in Stone Paxton, Whiskey a Go-Go. Let me tell you something. That place was so legendary. You could feel the spirits in that building. Listen, I was walking upstairs before I was going down the stage. You can feel the spirits of all the people that played there before. The Doors, the Beatles, everybody's played there. So the night I played, Gene Simmons was there. Weird Al Yankovic was there. Yeah, they all loved my performance. Rashmir said, especially at the Roxy. I like the Roxy, but the whiskey, something special about that Whiskey a Go-Go. Extra special. Rashmir. DJ Tony says, Stone, I'll help with your series. Okay, DJ Tony. Yeah, the series is off the hook. Now, if you know me, I do have a history in film and TV. I was picked when I was in middle school to be a part of, out of 5,000 students, only 20 students were picked. I was only black student picked to be a part of this special film program back in the 80s. So I've been doing film since the 80s, just like music. And I helped my mom start her own TV show in Illinois. I was the executive producer of it. So I know film in and out. I come from the time of splicing the reels and then edit on the old Avid system. Not all this cool stuff you can do now, right? So I'm definitely looking for a team of people I can count on when it comes to that. Rasmus said, especially at the Roxy. Shrine said, that's cool. You feel that energy. Oh, Shrine, it was crazy. DJ Tony said, I'm in school at Full Sail. Okay, got you. DJ said, I need projects to help pay my schooling. Listen, let me tell you, somebody else on my live that graduated from Full Sail was Margot. Margot's a writer. She graduated from Full Sail as well. Mike Lowe said, I remember seeing Ange around with the Roots at either Sigma Sound or Larry Gold's studio. Angie Stone, you talking about? Yeah, if that's what you're talking about, yeah. It was Sigma Sounds. Yeah. Yeah, she recorded at both of those places. Sunstar said, wow, a lot of history. Yes, yes, yes. You're right, Mike. Mike Lowe, you're 100% correct. Sunstar, yeah, so much history. I'm telling you, I sit back every day and I just think, like, because Mike Conception signed me and signed Demetrius Ship. We were signed to Mike. And if you know Mike Conception, he's a legendary executive producer and producer of music. He's a money man. He's an industry mogul. And we were signed. Demetrius Ship and I were signed to Mike. Yeah. And not just anybody. Listen, if you're able to even be around Mike, you're lucky. Because when I tell you he is one of the most underrated executives in the game, he's a powerhouse, man. A powerhouse. There's a lot of people that would not have careers if it wasn't for Mike Conception. I can go down the list and mention names. Real talk. If it wasn't for Mike Conception, there's a lot of artists that wouldn't even have careers because he went in, negotiated their deals over, got them deals, made sure their records had marketing. Oh, yeah, the real deal. Yeah, real talk. Amateur reviews say Sigma soundbar. Yes. You guys remember Sigma, huh? He say choose one. Writing, performing, production if you have to only do one. Oh, you hitting me. Oh, my goodness. Damn, that's hard. That's a hard one, Heat. I don't know, Heat. Okay. Performing. Now, I'll tell you why. Because I can produce my music live on stage while I perform. So I would take performance because I put on incredible performances live. My shows live are crazy. DJ Tony say if it wasn't for Pat Benatar, I would have dropped out of school. Really? Did Pat Benatar inspire you, DJ Tony? Rasimir Jones said, ever been to MOBA Records on Sunset? I used to live there. They tore it down and moved on Hollywood Boulevard. I've been there many times. Remember all them posters, the POPs they used to put up and tag all those records that were coming out? Rasimir? Man, that's legendary, man. They need to rebuild that. DJ Tony said, yes, that inspired me. Let's go, DJ Tony. Rasimir, you've been on it, Rasimir. I might have bumped into you in LA and don't even know it, Rasimir. It seems like you've been around the circle. Real talk. It's like you've been around. Oh, man, listen, let me tell you something. So look, I would always be me, Rufus Black, and Mad Lion. If you don't know who Rufus Black is, look him up. That's one of my writing partners. So me, Rufus, and Mad Lion. Mad Lion had a studio in Burbank, right? So, now when I look at Burbank, bro, Burbank and all of LA is not the same no more. It's crazy weird and scary at night. DJ Tony said inspired him to get into music. Mike Lowe. Yeah, LA ain't the same no more, bro. It's just crazy how it looks, how it feels. And Rasimir said, yeah, they gave away free records and boxes on the sidewalk. Before they closed, they did? Rasimir, don't play with me, man. Before they closed, they did? Bro, did you get some? Let me get some of that, Rasimir. Dino said, are you familiar with the 70s soul group Blue Magic? I just met a guy that told me that he was part of Blue Magic. Yes, I'm familiar with them. He wasn't an original member, but he told me he was part of it. I know those original guys. Dino, are you the same person I spoke to, Dino? That hit me up on Facebook? Is that you? Hey, Rasimir, did you get vinyl, though? Did you get some of the vinyl? Oh, Dino, listen, one of the members messaged me because a friend of mine told him to contact me. He messaged me. He is a former member of that band. It's crazy that you would say that. It's nuts. Hey, Rasimir. Mike, that name sounds familiar. Leonard Rowe, why does that name sound like somebody I met? Rasimir, let me get some of that vinyl, man. Rasimir. Joseph say, we love Mad Lion here in Puerto Rico. Him and KRS-One, the first to collaborate with Puerto Rico reggae artists. Jackson 5 manager. Okay. Well, Joe Jackson was like my uncle. So I was always around Joe. Maybe that's why that name's familiar. But that name, that Leonard Rowe, that name does sound very familiar. He said, yeah, I did a lot of records. I'm keeping... Man, come on, Razmir. Let me get a couple of records for the studio, man. Come on, man. Razmir. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, I'm sure my boy Amir from Cooling Gang knows him. Yeah, that name definitely sounds familiar. Joseph, we love... Hey, Joseph D. So Mad Lion, I was just with Mad Lion. He manages Mila J, and that's his girlfriend, right? His fiance. So I was just with them when Janae Aiko came. Mila, that's her younger sister. Mila was on tour with her. So I was with Mad Lion. He's supposed to come back here and help finish my studio out. But Mad had a studio in LA, and it was crazy in that building. It was crazy sick. So Mad Lion was the one, him and Rufus, that asked me to produce that song, Welcome to the West, on Mila J. They're the ones that asked me. Yep. I'm going to call them when I get off this live and tell them Puerto Rico love. My boy Puerto Rico said they love you. Country boys, what up, country boys? So what up, I'm tapping in again. I seen you was cooking in the kitchen. Boy, country boy, nephew. It was on fire last night because J Bond came up in here and he was on it. J Bond was on it. New man say, this feels like the last time my dad let me with his black friend. New man, what do you mean? New man said, you guys read this, I'm confused. New man said, this feels like the last time my dad left me with his black friend, huh? I'm confused. Okay. New man, I don't know what that means. I don't even know what you're talking about. That's strange what you said, but I don't get it. Mike Lowe say, what are your thoughts on the MPCLive 3? Mike Lowe, you see that shit? What the fuck? Hey, Troll, take your motherfucking ass. New man, take your motherfucking ass somewhere with that corny shit. Mike Lowe, new man. Fuck up out of here with that shit. Okay, Mike is asking me a question. Mike, I plead the fifth. Hands up, like this. That rhymes. I plead the fifth. Hands up like this. That question's rather political. Better strata analytical than not analytical. I plead the fifth. I ain't trying to really give no conversation on it, and I have my reasons. But it is coming to my studio, Mike. Just know that. But I'm not trying to talk too much and give no promotions. I give love where love is given. Let's just say that. Razmir say, I remember Mike Conception when they filmed We're All in the Same Gang in the Nicaraguan Gardens in 19. Wow, Razmir. Hey, Mike, I'll tell you about it, though. Joe said, does Mad Lion still perform? Yes, he does. He just got a new single that's out. So, Razmir, Mike Conception signed me and Meech to a production and writers deal, publishing deal, as producers. We were signed to Mike for years. Yeah, real talk. So you remember Mike changed the game with the All in the Same Gang. He changed the whole history of hip-hop with that one. But yeah, Joseph, he's still doing records. He's working. He just dropped a new single and video. Go check it out. And he's working on an album. He's working on an album right now. So he's still rocking. Mad Lion's still rocking. Yeah. Man, y'all, listen. Listen, Razmir, I'll drive to LA. I just need 2 vinyl, bro. That's all. I just want 2 out your collection. You know, you can take care of your brother with 2. I'll send you 2 of my vinyls for your 2. At least you'll have mine collectors. Just give me 2. Give me the weakest one you got in there. Razmir, give me the weakest vinyl you got in there. Country boys say, I smash your beats, brother. I smash your beats, brother. I kind of wish I was still rapping. You not rapping no more, nephew, country boy? Hey, country boy, hit that thumbs up at the top, family. Brother Time, smash that thumbs up. Mike Lowe say, Jamaica blessed. Brother Mike, hit that thumbs up at the top. My brethren, pump up your fist if you feel I read. Let's go. Time say, Brother Stone, my pops always left me what my grandma and grandmother left me. My grandmother and grandmother, oh, well, sorry, my pops always left me what my grandpa and grandmother. I don't know what is on that brother's mind, and this is the problem we have today, weirdos. And oh, you talking about the dude that said that weird stuff? What he said, that was weird. I don't know what he was talking about. He said, you remind me of the last time my father left me for what? And I'm like, what is he talking about? How I remind you of your, I mean, I can understand if I remind you of your dad, but what you talking about? I remind you the last time anyway. I'll sit, y'all. Hold on. I'll plug my phone in. I'll sit. I'll sit. Damn. My phone almost went off. Hold on. Hey, y'all, I had to plug my phone up. I was like, oh, crap. I looked at it and said 1%. I'm like, what is going on, Stone? Mike say, I can't. You're being paid by what? What'd you say, Mike? Oh, Mike say, some folks got mental. Yeah, bro, they do. Because I don't even understand what he meant. Razmir say, all the albums is good stuff. Nothing weak. I was digging them. Dang, Razmir, I'm crying. He said, I was digging the record boxes, finding, I'm crying, Razmir, right now. Nephew Country Boy say, I left it alone when I was in my 20s because the people I was dealing with didn't see the bigger picture of things. Country Boy, are you from Vegas or you were from somewhere else and came to Vegas? Mike Lowe say, blocked. Time say, Brother Stone, you remind me of the brothers I used to play, that used to play in fire hydrants with back in the day, and we used to watch Benny Hill when we wasn't supposed to. That's different from what he's saying. Yo, exactly. He ain't saying nothing. Yo, Benny Hill was one of my favorite shows. You remember that shit? You remember Benny Hills could throw he would throw that can. Remember he would throw that can and that sucker would go like 30, 40 feet and hit the person when they trying to run away. And then the ones he used to do with the women, he used to do some real weird ones with the women. Benny Hill was funny. Okay. Oh, you're in Louisiana. Okay, I don't know why I thought you was in Vegas. Benny Hill was hilarious, y'all. Understand, the Benny Hill show was, I'm letting my phone charge a little bit, then I'm going to sit back over there. Yeah. Benny Hill was hilarious. Yeah, that Benny Hill show was crazy. Uh-huh. Let's see. Hold up. Okay. Sunstar say, Pax, you want those records? Yeah, I want, because you know what? I know I can take those records and put some crazy stuff together with that vinyl. Ty said, yes, Brother Stone. You see how easy it is to put a smile on a brother's face when you have him reminiscing of the good man. Those were the days, bro. And remember the little music they would play with Benny Hill, the weird little music? The music was crazy weird. Sunstar said, yeah, that show was funny as hell. DJ Tony said, out of all the songs you put out, what song was your highest ranked song? Let me see. I think History. My song History, that one. History's that one. That one charted. No, wait a minute. I don't know. I had a couple. That one charted number. Is it this one? This one. It charted number 1. No, it charted 48. I think that was 24. It went out of the charts and it came back in at number 1. So it went out, came back in at number 1. That one. History. But then I have a few other ones that charted in the top 3. But as far as like the one that charted It broke in at 24, and then like 3 months later, it came back and broke in at #1 top USA R&B albums. USA top R&B singles, I think. Let me see if I can find it on top R&B singles, I think. I think it was the top R&B singles. Yeah, top R&B singles, some shit like that. Yeah. I have to find it and post it. But top R&B singles. So that one came out. It broke in at 24. It left out of the charts, right? And then I look up, I think a month later or 3 weeks later, or maybe 2 months later, and it had broken to #1 and the top R&B albums USA over the weekend. I posted the chart. It's in my shorts. You can go on my Facebook and see it, and even my Instagram. It broke in over all those artists. It was the top R&B single in the USA for, I think, for a week. So yeah, I mean, I think this one would have to be the one, but I've had a lot in the top 5. Willie Lowe say, I'm down for the co-pro team, King. Mike Lowe, what you say, Mike Lowe? You down the road with the team, fam? Where you live at, Brother Mike? What country you in? Rajman say, Stone, what do you think about cassettes making a comeback? I'm with it. I'm a vinyl guy. I'm a CD guy. I'm all that. I already got a order. Well, you got to remember that's considered a collector's market. So it's not going to be people in the U.S. buying the shit. It's mostly people overseas in Japan. The Japan and the Europe market and Spain market that do this cassette movement, just like the vinyl movement and the CD movement. Believe that. And it's all collectors. They're called the connoisseurs. Country Boy said, I've been living in Vegas. Okay. Well, you know what, Country Boy? If you ever run into anybody in Vegas that talk about they do music, especially if they really about that music stuff, they all know me. I'm one of the legends here in Vegas when it comes to the hip hop R&B stuff. I'm one of the pioneers that have sold tons of records out of this town, my record label. So everybody know me. I'm responsible for a lot of artists that have went on and done to do great things out of Vegas. Akash Patel. Yeah, Country Boy, you got to hit me up on Instagram. Send me your digits, fam. Yeah, so when I have, some get-togethers and stuff, I can invite you. Time said, love cassettes like I love the members-only jacket that I turned into a Michael Jackson jacket. Did you really? You got the members-only jacket? Akash, hit that thumbs up at the top, family. What's happening? What is that? What are you saying, Akash? DJ Tony say, Stone, you should make a fan Discord server. Yeah, I should, Brother Tony, I should. I'll holler at you. We're going to talk. I should, seriously. Country Boy, I said, yeah, most definitely, Country Boy. I got you, family. Mike Lowe say, will it last? Mike Lowe, it will. And I'm going to tell you why. The CD, the cassettes, and the vinyl, all that's going to last. It's fueled by the connoisseurs. These are very wealthy people who collect vinyl. And I'm telling you because I've been dealing with it for the last 20 years because they call me and they collect and buy all of my vinyl. Anything that has 10 years as a collector, they call me begging to buy records I have from back in the day. So it's fueled by collectors who collect records from back in the day. It's not going nowhere. And they're not from the U.S. Now, if you were asking me if this movement was happening in the U.S., I would say, yeah, it's not going to last, Mike. But it's fueled from overseas. So, yeah, it's going to be around indefinitely, and it's only going to get bigger and bigger. By the time said I had the maroon members-only jacket and the black members-only jacket, which, dang, send me that jacket, Brother Time. Rashmir say, my daughter said it was many 20 years olds walking around in college. Yeah, because they didn't get to experience it. Think about it. They didn't get to experience that. So, they're on it. They didn't get to experience what we did. So they want to, and those 20-year-olds that's doing it, trust me, they're not black. Trust me, they're not black. Ask your daughter. They ain't black. I promise you they not. Yeah. Yeah, because kids that do that understand the movement of the market that's coming from overseas. They're going to be white, Asian, and of other races. DJ Tony said, "I can't wear any expensive clothing. I'm too fat for the good looking expensive clothing." DJ Tony, you know what I'm saying? You know we got to stay sharp, man. Us OG. Mike Lowe say facts. Rashmir say they not exactly because see Stone knows, and the reason why I know because I sell to those buyers. I sell vinyl, I sell CDs to those buyers. I know what they want, I know what they ask for. All of the records I put out in the 90s are considered collector albums, and they call me and email me begging for more records, literally begging. I have 4 or 5 dudes that will fight to get my business for my old stuff. Mike Lowe say, flying to watch B Street. You about to watch B Street, right? See, don't do it, man. You're gonna make me sit down and have a Sunday old school movie day. Mike, you gonna make me, when I get off here, you gonna make me do that. I'm gonna be like, let me go do my little old school watch. Yeah, yeah. Listen, it's now an experience for the younger Americans. It's nostalgic, right? For the ones that are listening to it, they want to experience what their mother, well, at this point, what their grandmothers experience, right? Because even some of their mothers didn't get a chance to really experience cassettes. So we'd have to say their grandmothers, because I would be a grandpa, right? At my age. So most of the kids in school, their grandpas and grandmothers are my age in their 50s. So they want to experience what their grandparents experienced with the cassettes and vinyl. Rasmus say they're addicted to the 80s and 90s R&B and rap music, especially new wave. Yes, they are. Brother Mike, yes, they are. DJ Tony say, Stone, I'm going to save up, move to Vegas. If you know any good clothing makers, I'll need help getting some decent clothes made for when I do. I got you, DJ Tony. Trust me. You didn't know I make clothes, did you, DJ Tony? You didn't know that I sew, did you? But I'm going to hook you up with a seamstress to get you right, DJ Tony. No worries. I got you. Stone's an all-around guy. You know what I'm saying? Trust me, my mom and my aunt made sure you're going to survive one way or the other. We're going to teach you everything. And you remember back in our day, they taught home ec, you taught you how to cook, and they taught you how to sew. Y'all remember that? Sewing class? The Generation X, they don't build them like us anymore. Mike say, dang, like fame. DJ Tony say, nah. Ty say, Tony, you can wear whatever you want to where big guys get lit too. Family never count yourself out exactly. Don't count yourself out. Real talk. Real talk. You feel what I'm saying? You heard what Ty said. Don't count yourself out. Let's go. Let's go. Hit that thumbs up when y'all coming across this live. It's Stone Paxton, recording artist, producer, writer, arranger. Former member of the Rick James Stone City Band, member of Troop Reloaded, Alan McNeil's Troop Reloaded. Let's go. Yeah, don't count yourself out, brother, to DJ Tony. Come on, it's not over until the skinny lady sing. You know she ain't gonna sing until she gain weight. So it ain't over. Don't count yourself out, family. That don't mean nothing. Listen, I was at my biggest at 212, and I never want to be 212 again. I couldn't believe. I woke up one day, I looked like a version of a black Elvis Presley. I was mad as shit. I don't know how it happened. It just seemed like it happened overnight. I was big. And it wasn't fat like disproportionately, but you could see it in my face. Like I was like this. That's how I looked. I promise you. That's how I look, you guys. I looked exactly like this. I was like, what? I was like, what? I never want to look like that again in my life, man. So I stay on top of my health. Ty said, Brother Stone, did you work with anybody close to Prince or any of Prince proteges? Yes, I did. Brother Time, thank you for that. So I'm glad Brother Time brought that up. So Brother Time asked me, have I worked with anybody that's close to Prince? Any of his proteges? I have. So I have written and produced for one of Prince's most incredible proteges, who goes by the name of Marva King. Now, for those of you that don't know who Marva King is, I want you to go look her up. Marva King. She's also the original actress from The Diary of a Mad Black Woman. Go look up Marva King. 90% of Marva's records I produced and co-written. Some of her most popular records I produced and co-written. So Marva has been a member of Prince's New Power Generation since the inception of the group. She was a background vocalist and also a percussionist with Prince. Once again, go look up Marva King. So I produce a lot of Marva King's records. Okay, so here's the weird part. when I met Prince, I was with my big brother Lonnie Motley when Prince was playing here in Vegas at the Rio. Now at that time, it's weird. I don't know why I wasn't paying attention to the fact that Marva was with Prince, but I never mentioned to him that I knew Marva, right? And at that time, I didn't even mention to Marva that I was around Prince like every day when he was performing in Vegas. But later on, right before his residency in Vegas ended, I shared with Prince that I produced the music. I said, I don't, oh no, that's what happened. I said to him, oh, I produce music. He was asking me about some of the people I work with because he liked my music. I said, oh, I produce with Marva King. He said, oh, I know Marva. Marva's in the New Power Generation. That's how I found out. Because I wasn't paying attention that she was even with him at that time. I didn't even pay attention. So he told me that she was in the New Power Generation. And I was like, oh shit, I felt stupid that I didn't know that at the time, but maybe I just wasn't paying. I was more paying attention to her acting career and hadn't paid attention to the fact that she had been with Prince for a long time. And they've done duets together, and there's projects Princeton produced projects on her. And I'll tell you a story. Let me tell you a story about Marva King. Here's a story that nobody knows. She might put it in her book. Yes, Margot, I met Prince. When Prince was working in Vegas, I was there almost probably at least 3 or 4 times a week for his contract period that he was playing with my music director, my big brother, Lonnie Motley. Okay. Oh, I was saying something. Shit. I was talking about, damn, I can't remember what I was about to say. It was important too. Margot, you got to remind me what I was saying. Was Prince able also in litigation for publishing at a time of him going to? No. So check this out. So at the time of Prince passing, he had got his catalog back, and he had just got his publishing back. He had gotten his catalog, and he had just received his publishing, literally not even a week of him passing away. Now, Marva King owns one of the New Power Generation's new albums they just cut. She actually owns the masters free and clear. She orchestrated the whole session, and she ended up owning the masters to an unreleased record. But let me tell you what some of the stuff Marva has told me. This is exclusive. It might be in her book. She shared with me. She told me that Prince had built a house for her in the shape of her initials, which is M. And I was like, nah, you kidding me? She said, no, really. She said, ask anybody in the band. She said, when I first started hanging around Prince and I became part of the band, Prince, she said, literally went and built a whole house for her in the shape of an M. Thank you for the 199 super chat. He say, even ever work with Sortree? My uncle is Kelly Jackson. No, but man, I would love to work with Sortree. See, you got family. Okay, you got industry family too. Tell Miss Jackson I said hello. Wow, that's amazing. That's beautiful. Tell Mr. Jackson I said hello. Let me ask you a question. Are they working on any new records right now? Are they working on anything new? Mike Lowe say, Black Lily. DJ Tony say, Prince was the voice for the... I don't know what you're talking about with that one, DJ Tony. Prince wasn't gay. Prince wasn't gay at all, Brother Tony, at all. Heat, what's your uncle doing? What are they doing right now? Because I know a lot of the 90s groups are coming back with stuff. I don't know if I agree with him being the voice for him, because he wasn't. In order for him to be the voice for him, that means he would have to have intentionally been trying to be the voice for him. I just think that maybe they took to his music like he represented them, but he wasn't. His mission wasn't to. He wasn't out to represent it like that. If you spoke to him, he would have told you that. That wasn't what his mission was. Maybe they felt like he spoke for them, and that's okay. You know, you can interpret anything any way you want. You know what I'm saying? But nah, he wasn't. You're the first person I've ever heard say that. Honestly, Rajmir said right after Prince passed away, his music was all over commercials, which Prince didn't want. Exactly, he didn't want his music on YouTube. He didn't want his stuff to be exploited. But of course, when people pass away, their families, you know, they want the money. The families didn't create that. They didn't create, they didn't produce the records. They don't know the passion and the time and the energy he put into his work. They don't give a fuck at all. They don't give a damn. They don't give a damn. You feel what I'm saying? So it's easier to deal with artists' families when they pass, because people know most of the families are going to be greedy and they're going to take the money and they're going to be like, yeah, I want the money. They want the money. So they know it's easy to. So when Prince passed, they knew, we can get all this shit back. Prince and Michael Jackson's catalogs are in the same place now. Make that make sense, because neither one of them wanted that shit. But the families, it's easy to negotiate. They're like, well, they didn't write it. They didn't produce it. That's why, listen, there's two things with me that happen. My catalog and my songs, if anything were to ever happen to me, I have a few people that it will be left to. Now, if something happened to those people, then I already have an instruction for it to be either just given away and the money used to help the homeless or something. But I don't want my family fucking with none of my shit. Y'all heard me say it on live. Sunstar say they don't care about the legacy. No, they don't. I would have a company manage. If the two people that I'm leaving my stuff with don't manage it right, I would leave instructions for either a certain company to manage my trust and to make sure that all my records that I haven't released continue to get released, and take the money and give it to the homeless. Not to none of my family. My family ain't never stood next to me. And my aunt put me in band. My mother's not here. If my mother was here, I would leave all of it for her. But she's not here. And my aunt would just end up leaving it for whoever else. And that's why I love my aunt, but I couldn't leave it for her, because she's going to give it to their asses. Margot say, I feel you, fam. Son say, I hear that, Pax. Yeah, I ain't leaving shit. Lil Red Movement said, I feel it. It was great when Michael Jackson tried to buy the Beatles. They wouldn't sell, so he bought all of Sony. He didn't buy all of Sony. He owned a majority of stock songs in Sony, which gave him a majority of stock. He bought the Beatles stuff. Lil Red, he owned it. That's why Paul McCartney was mad. Paul McCartney was mad at him. That's why he was upset, because he slid that move right under him without him knowing. So he did own. He owned old artists and new artists, and he gave Little Richard's his catalog back to him. He bought Little Richard's catalog and gave it back to him. Mike say, real talk, yep. He owned more than half. He owned so much, Mike, that if he had left, Sony would have shut down. He owned about 60%. If he had left, Sony would have went out of business, and they knew that. They knew that. Michael said he asked Paul and John. John, look, they refused. He asked Paul. He asked Paul and John and took. They refused. So no, let me tell you the real story, because his father told me this story 100 times. Mr. Joe Jackson shared it with me. Joe told me that Michael asked Paul about catalogs. Paul McCartney. He told him how it works, and this is how it works in that hall. And then Michael said to him, "Huh, maybe one day I'll buy yours." And Paul McCartney laughed at him. He thought that shit was a joke. Now, Joe Jackson told me this. He said, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. He said, I'm gonna ask Uncle from Sorty if his royalties was right. If not, maybe y'all can do business a lot. A lot of the 90s bands didn't make, yes. Let me know, because I can get them right. Let me know, like for real, because I can get them right. Because Sultry has some, just let me know what you need from me, and we're going to get it right, for sure. I can help him. If he ain't getting what he should, and as a matter of fact, those masters should be back in his hand. It should have been back at least about 5 years ago. So if he ain't got his masters back, yeah, it's some shit that's foul anyway. Okay, so Lo, let me tell you the story. So I asked Uncle Joe Jackson. I call him Uncle Joe. I asked him about that Michael and the catalog thing with Paul, and he told me that Paul gave Michael the game on how catalogs work, right, and the value of catalogs and certain ones, and really told him, like, this is how you make a move, this is how you really get ahead, and in the game with catalogs. If you can buy the catalogs, you control the catalogs, and the masters, you control the game. And so Michael said to him with a little funny little statement, "Oh, maybe I'll buy you guys the Beatles." And he laughed and turned around, and Michael bought that shit. Now, you got to remember, Michael never went to them to purchase it. They didn't even know he had bought it. I want you guys to understand that. That's how smooth Mike was. Mike bought it without anybody even knowing he had bought it. Paul McCartney found out because somebody told him, and he called, because his royalties had to be switched up to be paid from Michael's company. And then he found out again, because whenever you buy a catalog, right, and the royalties and the publishing, then the assignment of royalties have to be moved over to the new company. So that's how Paul found out, because the assignment of a letter had to go out to let him know that the catalogs have been acquired. Like whenever your catalogs get bought, right, and you're getting royalties, you get an email or a letter in the mail stating that it's being bought, and here's the new company that's going to be paying the royalties. And that's how Paul McCartney found out. And then he contacted Mike upset. Mike say, "You're right." He said, "It was at the videos shoot of," say, "Yes, it was." No, he asked them if they were interested, and they said no. You know, this music industry is powerful. I'll say this. I've gotten calls for my whole catalog, because you know I got about 5,000 songs in my catalog, tons of unreleased stuff. So I've actually gotten calls with companies wanting private investors asking to purchase my catalog, write out everything, whatever I got, because they know the catalog I have is making money. So whatever is there, they're like, shit, all the other songs we have, we'll take them and release them. This is how powerful. You don't have to have a name. You just got to have a lot of records that are good records that they know they can make money off of. And if they see that you're already making streaming dollars, they go, well, shit, if you're making, they figure if you're making 8,000 a year, and they figure you got a 5,000 song catalog, if this person already making 8,000 a year in one song, that's just one song, and you might have 200 times 200 songs, and you making 8,000 each song a year. They know, they do the math. They go, well, shit, if we buy the whole catalog, we own it now. We'll just cash them out one set amount, and then we're going to own the whole catalog. Rajmir said, and they don't have a problem with cutting them checks to own it. Mike said, you're right. Okay, Rajmir said, I heard Michael Jackson gave Sly Stone his royalties back when Sly Stone was, yes, he sure did. Sly Stone lived in that van all the way up until he passed away. Sunstar said, wow, Pax, that is awesome. Yeah, I'm not, I'm keeping control of mine. Tyne said, Brother Stone, would you tell us that just imagine Sam Cooke back in those days, him owning all his stuff. To me, that is remarkable. Mike Lowe said, MJ was a 50 cent of Sony ATV. Yes, he was. No, he was more than 50%. Towards the end, he almost like 60%, Mike. Whatever they have printed says 50, but he owned more than that. Trust me. I've been on the phone with his family, and his dad told me. I'm trying to tell y'all, He owned more than 50. Why you think Sony was acting weird? 50%, you can still take it and the company will kind of fold, but 60% they folding. It's over with if you leave and you own 60%. Little Red Ghetto Movement said, yeah, I almost sold my catalog, but I like my checks every few months. It's nice knowing it's gonna come in even when I'm gone. Yep, Lil Red. So Lil Red, I want y'all to imagine. If I pull up my radio numbers, I have at least anywhere from 30, sometimes to 200 stations playing me a day, all over the world. So can you imagine the publishing? And as I continue to drop records, it's growing because I'm getting a lot of radio play, not just Spotify streaming. So that's what makes the catalogs worth even more money, is when you getting those radio spins, that publishing, they know, right? I'm getting, as I'm sitting here speaking to you guys, they're spinning my record somewhere around the world. I pull up my numbers every day and I'm amazed. I'm always amazed, this is crazy, right? But that's when you start to understand the dynamic of this publishing game and how the publishing game works and why there's so much money in it and why people magically pass away and their publishing ends up in being acquired by the company that was asking about it before they passed away. Yes, he sure did, Lil Red. Radio plays. Listen, let me tell you guys something. Sunstar said, congratulations. Thank you, Sunstar. Sam Cooke, here's a prime example, like Brother Time said. Sam Cooke owned his publishing, and what he was about to do was to bring all the black artists together, and all of them were going to go under his distribution and publishing company, and they knew that. So magically, Sam Cooke disappeared. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that just, he was right there at the verge of that happening, and he disappeared. This is the reason why I'm glad my publishing is not controlled by nobody but me. This is honest to God reason why I never took a major label deal. I'm glad that all my deals with major labels didn't go through right. I'm glad that any albums I had with any major labels that I still own the master to, because they never put the records out. So they defaulted. Because I think I would be kind of scared if I still had records under a major label. I would kind of be worried, especially if I got to ask them, where's my masters, you guys? I need my masters back. Where's my publishing? But because I own everything, I don't have that fear to ask for my shit because I own my stuff. I'm independent, 100%, I own it. So all that radio play you see, I benefit 100% off of because I own my master. So when I if I make deals to sell my master, right? To sell my masters, I own it. I can go and do 300 more songs. If I wanted to sell 400 songs today and be like, all right, I'm just going to cash out, I could just go make 400 songs more because I own my step. I'm the producer, I'm the writer. I can go anywhere and make these songs. I can be in an apartment in Brazil or Puerto Rico and sit there and make hit records right there in that apartment with my MPC, my mic, and a couple of my preamps and converters, and that's it. I don't need my big studio. I don't have kids. I could pack my bag, sell my masters, go live somewhere on an island or in a country and still cut records and give you guys the best of Stone Paxton. Because I don't have kids. I don't have nothing that's holding me back. And that's why if something was to happen to me, I wouldn't leave shit for my family. Nothing. Time said, the same thing happened to Tony Lopez. He was not going to sign with a major label. He was 100% independent, and look what happened. Yeah. People ask me sometimes, do I worry about having so many songs, and when those companies approach me and I say no, am I worried that they're going to do something to me? I say, no, I'm not worried. I get approached all the time for my publishing. I think I had 2 emails today from companies asking me would I be interested in selling my publishing or selling my catalog. And I always say no. Now, you can borrow against your catalog, but it's rare that people ask to buy your catalogs. When people are asking to buy your catalog, that means that your catalog is worth something, and they know you're charting, and they know you're getting a lot of radio play, and they already done the numbers on you. Any artist can go borrow against your catalog if you got at least 200 records. You can go, as long as you're making $1,000 a year, you can go actually get an advance on your records. But buying your catalogs is a whole nother game. If they're trying to buy it, that means that you are making some real money, and they've done the numbers and they're like, in 5 years, this is what this person's gonna make. Oh, we gotta own that, because we could take them songs and put it in movies. So when you're making quality nostalgic records, right? They want a piece of that shit. Oh, trust and believe they do. Rasmir says Sony, Warner Brothers, and Universal got the music industry sold up. They rule with an iron fist. Yeah, and you know, I've been with Sony, the Orchard Sony, for years. And a lot of strange and weird shit happened that I can't say on here. Just a lot of weird shit, you know, a lot of weird conversations, shit that I felt like they should have had my back on, you know, but they didn't. But it's all good, you know what I'm saying? One monkey don't stop no show, you know. And I made decisions I'm not using Sony anymore, the Orchard Sony. I'm not using them. I don't utilize their services for my stuff anymore. And that was by choice. I decided to do that because it was some foul shit that went down. So I don't deal with it no more. So yeah, this music industry is just kind of strange, man. But once you figure it out, you can maneuver. Sunstar said, my ex was a musician, drummer, piano player, and wrote his own music. He told me about catalogs. Yes, that's good that he gave you knowledge about it. Little Red Ghetto said, yeah, Empire wanted to buy my catalog. Salute. Ghazi. Yeah, I know Ghazi. Mike Lowe, and who are they, how and whom created labels? Mike Lowe say, and who are they? Question, how and whom created labels? Well, the Purple Gang really was running, the Italians and the Purple Gang were running the labels back in the 40s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. You know, Kool and the Gang was backed by the Italian mob. You know, a lot of artists were backed by the mob back in the day. That's why I can't wait for Kool and the Gang. Those are my boys. I can't wait for them to do their movie. But they were backed by the mob. I've sit down and have conversations with Kool and Amir from Kool and the Gang. They were backed by the mob. So if it wasn't the Italian mob, it was the Purple Gang, which was the Jewish mob. They ran the music industry, and they're still running the entertainment industry. They control it, they run it. It is what it is. They run it, and they've been running it. And there would be a lot of guys that wouldn't be in the game if it wasn't for, you know, the Italian mob, and especially the old school guys, and the Purple Gang. Lil Red say, only reason I didn't sell is because I spent more to make the music that they offered, and I wasn't hurting for money. How many albums you got out, Lil Red? Sunstar say, I love Kool and the Gang. Wow, I didn't know. Yeah, when they do the movie, y'all heard it from me first. It's good that you didn't sell, Lil Red. Independent is the way the music industry is dying in real time. Yes, it is. Ty says, Stone, did you write a song called Steppin' for Marva King or my song Steppin'? Yeah, I got a song called Steppin'. Yeah. And a remix done by Cambodian Mystique. My moderator, Cambodian Mystique, actually produced the remix. But I also produced a song called Steppin', producing and co-wrote a song called Steppin' on Marva King. Oh, that was smart, Lil Red. That's good you didn't do it. That's good. I mean, you know, artists got to learn not to be desperate. You're going to make that money over a period of time, especially if you're a consistent artist and you're dropping records consistently. If you're dropping records consistently, then you're going to make the money. Understand, you know, companies that are out there asking to buy artists masters is because they don't want to, they rather cash you out and not pay you the future money. That's all that's about. It's a numbers game. If you got 40,000 artists you're distributing and you don't have to pay them, that's all profit. So if I give you 20,000 to own your shit or 50,000, I'm going to make way more than that in the future. That's the old school hustle. Y'all see what I'm saying? And Lil Red said, I got 20 albums. They told me to stop because I was releasing too much albums and I have over. Man, fuck them. Fuck them. Listen, keep releasing your music. Keep releasing your music. That's why they wanted to buy you out. Let me tell you what's happening, Lil Red. I'm gonna share something with you that you might not know. I'm gonna tell you what's going on, why they're not being honest with you. Uh, are they charging you for distribution? Let me ask you that first. Empire does, they do a few different deals over there. I know those guys. Mike Lowe said there's a rumor that labels are taking life insurance policies on clients and that Popo them thoughts, Popo, them thoughts is that old school. Listen, and them Popos, they do take out life insurance policy on artists. If you sign a contract, that is their insurance that they're not going to lose their investment. They've been doing it. It's just now it's finally come to light. And they're definitely doing it now. So if you sign with a label, know that they don't even have to tell you. They don't have to disclose with you because you're under contract. They don't even have to tell you they have a life insurance policy. They're just going to take one out. Even some people's jobs take out life insurance policies. Did y'all know that? You could be working for the state or the feds. You might not know there's a life insurance policy out on you, but it is. It's common practice in business. Do you know why JT Taylor disappeared from Kool and the Gang back in the day? Yeah, what happened when I talked to JT, he told me that they were touring a lot back in the day, and then he got sick one time, and he said he noticed that nobody cared that he was sick. They just wanted him to get on that stage and perform, and it didn't matter that he was sick. And he said that was the day that that was it. That was it for him. He said that's when he looked at it like he got to love himself and care for himself. And when he left the group, he never went back. They never had no argument or nothing. That was really the only reason he left. He was sick and he felt like nobody cared the fact that he was sick. They just wanted him to perform. And he left the group. Lil Rest said, yeah, if you sign an artist deal that put in life insurance, you can sell catalog signing as an artist and disto deal, and they were charging 30%, but I got 100%. Okay. So let me explain to you what's going on, Lil Red. I'm going to give you some game, and even artists that are on here. Buckeye say, that's wild. Joseph say, thanks, Stone. You're welcome, family. Lil Red, I'm going to give you some game. Lil Red say 3 deals. You can get artist deals, distribution deal, catalog. But yeah, I know all about it, Lil Red. You know, I'm a CEO of Brand Artist Coalition distribution company, so I know all about it. I've been doing, listen, Lil Red, I've been on distribution before there was even digital distribution. When it started, I was with the first company that started digital distribution, which is the Orchard. So when you see all these other companies with deals, you think that they're the digital. No, it's going through the Orchard Sony. Trust me. I was with the first digital distribution company that started it in 1999, and they delivered our music the first time to the iPhones. That was the first form of digital distribution in the beginning, 1999. So, Lil Red, so with them telling you not to put out albums, I'm going to tell you what's going on. Slow down. Okay, I'm about to hip y'all to some game that a lot of people don't know. Distributors have they have servers, right? And these servers can only, y'all know a server, just like a website, right? Computer servers. And it's like warehousing. Like back in the day, Lil Red, we used to have record stores. If we did consignment, they didn't want us to do too many records because they already had the major label records, right? And so if it didn't sell, they would ship it back on what you call a 30-day cap, right? And you would get charged for warehousing costs and all that. Now with digital distribution, now what's happening is that people are just throwing bullshit music out. And it's starting to fill up the servers that the major distribution companies like the Orchard. The Orchard is here. And it's all these companies like Empire and my company and other companies that the Orchard Sony is distributing. See, a lot of people don't know this. So when you see these distribution companies, they're distributed by the Orchard Sony. But what happens is the servers get too packed, right? And then what happens, distributors will have to start charging a fee because if the records are not, it's 2 reasons. Now, if the records are selling, they don't want to charge a fee. They don't tell you to slow down. But if it's a lot of records that are not selling, then what they will do is they will start charging fees for the records that are not selling, or they'll tell you to slow down on putting records out because it's costing them. And then they'll say, well, you got to pay 2 cents per record that's not selling, right? So let's say you got 5,000 records out. They say times 5,000, 2 cents. Or they'll start taking more money off the back end because whatever records you're putting out, if you got a distribution deal, or if you got distribution and print deal, or you just distributing your own stuff, if it's not selling, they're eating the cost somewhere, so they put that cost off on you, and they'll start saying, yeah, you putting out a lot of records, but slow down. Because what it is the warehousing cost, what it's costing them for that digital space is filling up. And they're like trying to figure out, okay, if this is not making us money with labels or artists, then we got to make the artists eat the cost. So they'll say, instead of them just being real, they'll say, slow down on the records. Oh, slow down, you're putting out too many. The music industry is about putting out records. How are you going to tell me to slow down? Just be honest with me and tell me the truth. Tell me the truth. Don't tell me to slow down. So that's really what's happening, Little Red. Trust me when I tell you. I have these meetings all the time. I tell artists all the time when I hear them say that, I try to tell them what's really happening. That digital space is costing them, and then they want to put the cost off on the artist instead of them eating the cost. They want to figure out a way of either they're going to buy your catalog so that way they don't have to pay you. So now they'll eat the cost because they know they'll win in the long run bigger by buying your catalog off. But if they don't own your catalog, they're like, well, shit, if it's costing us, there's 20 albums and only 4 of those albums are getting constant streams, we're losing money. And this is what a lot of artists don't know. Because artists think you just put it out in the streams. No, if it's not being promoted, ain't nobody gonna know it's not gonna stream. Now, with it being on streaming platforms, it will get some streams just being there. But when you got 200 albums, like with my 200 albums or 5,000 albums, if I had them all out and they're not selling, then I'm gonna have a conversation with the companies above me that are warehousing it, and they're gonna say, Mr. Paxton, you got to slow down, man. You got all these records, these 5,000, and it's only 3,000 of them are selling. We're losing out of our pockets. Either you sell us the 2,000 of that 5,000 catalog, sell it to us right out, or we're gonna have to dox you, or you're just gonna have to slow down on putting records out. That's all game to push the artist to sell that shit. Are they losing money? Yeah, they low key really are. Because it's warehousing costs. It's costing them for the digital space, just like you would rent your website out. And they say here, you need a hosting company. There's hosting companies that host the music, and they run out of hosting space. Don't believe they don't. They got to keep buying bigger hosting space because there's artists just throwing trash out. And there's artists just putting music out just because they think they can put it out. They're not doing like what we do. They're putting out quality music. It's cats just throwing out, they doing stuff on their phone and throwing it out. You see what I'm saying, Lil Red? So they running game. They running game, Lil Red. That's what's really going on behind the scenes. And how do I know? Because I am a distributor. So I'm honest with the artists that come to my distribution. I tell them the truth. Lil Red say, yeah, they only offered 20. No, fuck no, Lil Red. He say, what they offered wasn't near what I spent, 40K. Nah, don't sell your shit. He said, yes, but now we independent. Good. And stay that way, Lil Red. You good. Mike said, did MJ and Prince, in your opinion, pass from open? No, hell no. That was all business. Hey, that was all business. Mike Lowe, I'm sorry. Mike, that was all business. You know why they passed. Allegedly, they passed. From that, no, y'all know they allegedly. It wasn't that. The real way was you already know what it was. Yeah, that's bullshit. Artists, I'm telling you. When I put this compilation out, every artist will keep ownership of their publishing. Simple as that. I'm going to keep mine as a producer. They're going to keep theirs as artists. I don't want their publishing. I don't want their mechanical royalties. They'll keep 100% of their mechanicals and 100% of their publishing. I only want what my interest is in that as a producer, my publishing side, and my mechanical. That's it. I'm a fair dude, man. You know what I'm saying? That's the way it should be. Everybody should operate that way. I'm giving the opportunity, but I'm allowing cats. I'm not trying to take it from them, saying, I'm doing this for you, so I'm going to need 80%. I'm not asking cats that. We're doing 50-50. Every artist we do a song with is 50-50 down the middle. Mike said, allegedly for sure. Yeah, you already know they came for that dough. Lil Red said, yeah, if I was hurting for money, I would have took it. But then I would have lost all my, hit songs too. The first albums I recorded. Yeah. And see, the thing is, Lil Red, they bet on the guys that need the money. They bet on the ones that really are hurting and need that money. Imagine all the guys that have given their catalog away to that company that didn't have to. Imagine all the guys that's sitting around going, I spent that $24,000. Now I got to get in the studio and do 100 more albums all over again. Lil Red, you did. Yes, you did. You definitely played it smart. Because I'm sure you know a lot of cats that sold their stuff like I do. Then they boo-hooing and stuff. Because now they got to get back in the studio and do more records again. So they're boo-hooing. Well, that's just a game. You're going to have to get back in it and do more records again. Sorry. And maybe you'll be smart on the second go-round and keep control of your stuff. Can you go through struggles? Yeah, it gets tough sometimes as an artist, right? Right? And you want to sell your catalog, but it's all a mirage, right? You think that you need that for that moment until you sell it and you spend the money. Now you wish you hadn't, because now you don't have those residuals coming in every quarter or 2 times a month. Because if you got money coming in, now you can pull your money twice a month from your distribution. Lil Red say, facts, I had $200K budget, so there was more artists they offered to for show. Oh yeah. See, listen, let me tell you, that's what they do over there. They get artists and they want to buy their catalogs and they buy it. And the smart move, I'm gonna be honest with you, the smart move is to own the catalog. I ain't even gonna bullshit you. As a distributor, you win indefinitely. You win indefinitely. To own the catalog, you winning all the way around. Because you don't have to answer to the artist no more. Joseph D said, look what happened to Montel Jordan. I think he didn't foresee the future. Mike said, would you say the current industry is liking to good versus evil and just biz? It's definitely good versus evil, and in between there, it's like a blurred line. It's really good versus evil posed as business, right? Montel, yeah, I feel bad for Montel because he could use that money right now. Lil Red said all the artists need to understand is that labels have budgets and figure pit what your label's budget, pit what your label, yeah. Like, he's right. So Lil Red saying labels have budgets. So like when I do my album, I know I have a budget for each album. Once I spend that budget, I move on to the next album. So I might say my budget might be 15 to 20,000 for marketing, right? Once I'm done spending that money on that album, that's it. I move on to the next album, right? I try to get as much as I can out of that album with that budget. Now, some companies, distribution companies, would actually put up your budget marketing money. It's rare, but if they think you've been selling, they'll give you the budget money, but they're gonna take a bigger cut on the back end on your publishing side or the mechanical side or both. Rashmir say don't sell nothing. Rashmir said, read those contracts, folks, and the fine print. Lil Red said, yes, most definitely read contracts and get you a copy. Yeah, because most artists will read the contracts and they won't even get a copy of it. I had a copy of all my contracts from back in the day with every company I was with. I keep track of all my contracts. I need to be able to revert back to them. I need to see expiration dates and when these things have ended and when I need to ask for my master back for any companies I've been involved with. Now, I got a few companies I'm going to have to hit up about royalties on records I produced on artists from back in the day that I haven't heard from them. I noticed my royalty checks are not coming. So, but a lot of times when you move, if you don't do a new assignment for an address, they will hold the checks or it'll just kind of go in public domain sometimes. No, Red say facts. My first deal was 70-30. CC say free knowledge from Stone Paxton. Thank you, CC. Lil Red say, I fucks with this live. Lil Red, we appreciate you. Lil Red, I appreciate you for coming in and sharing with them as I'm having this conversation. It's beautiful that you came in with your example and shared. So it gives a few different perspectives because you're a rap artist and I shared my perspective and you came on and shared your perspective as to what you're dealing with right now. So I love that. I appreciate you because other rap artists coming in here and hip hop artists, they can see, oh, here's an artist who's going through. Stone speaking about his stuff, but also Lil Red just shared the game with us, what he went through with his 20 albums and what he's dealing with. Mike Love saying again and again for 30 years. Saudi Jamal said everything is digital, so what's been distributed? Saudi Luma, what do you mean? Said Jama, what do you mean? Everything is digital, so what has been distributed? What are you talking about? And please expand on what you're saying so we understand. Be clear. Just give us a little bit more so I can answer. Shrine said very soulful flow. Nah, Lil Ray, we appreciate you. Yeah, help us understand what you're saying. Said Jama. Oh yeah, absolutely. No more CDs. I mean, there still are CDs. I still do CDs. And they go on the record stores in Japan and London. But yeah, predominantly everything is 90% streaming now. Yeah, facts. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Lil Red, thank you, fam. Yeah, type in Stone Paxton. You know to pop up Spotify, iTunes. Listen, I want y'all to understand, even if there was a distributor that offered you a budget for marketing, typically that deal's probably going to look like 80-20 or 60-40 favoring them. Because if they put up any kind of marketing dollars, they're like, well, shit, we got to get our money back off top, right? Now, if you down for that, then that might be a good deal for you. But you got to understand the same company that's giving you the money is the same company that has to tell you when you recoup and when you don't. Do you trust 100%? Taking that money and then knowing you got to trust them to be honest about if if you're out of the red for what you borrowed from them. You get what I'm saying? This is how artists get caught up. They'll take advances and they'll figure, oh, I'm going to sell, I'll get that money to come back. And then they'll end up being in the red. And then the label or distributor will say to them, well, you still owe us, you still $80,000 in the red because you borrowed 80. And now you're 2 years into it and they still telling you the same shit. And you have to believe they're being honest. You got to believe they're being honest. You just got to trust they're being honest, right? Meanwhile, they're saying, by the way, when is that next album ready? You working on the next album? Because you already 80,000 in the red with a distributor, not even a record label. And they're like, shit, you're like, so am I out of the red yet? Every royalty statement they send you, you looking at it. And it says you still owe 79,000, 78,000. And you're like, damn, it's been 2 years. So know that when you do take money for marketing, understand there's a price to that. Lil Red say, keep up the great work, Stone. Yeah, I had to change my music page because there's a bunch of Lil Reds. That's why I added Ghetto Movement Boys. Man, that's smart. That's smart. Lil Red, let me tell you something. I remember, listen, before digital distribution was popping, right? And it was just taking off, right? And my records was out everywhere. My name was just Stone. Then I look up and there was a rock group called Stone, and then another rock group called Stone Sour. So I had to add my last name to my name because I was like, damn, I had this shit way before them. And that's something as artists, your name has to be uniquely your name, you guys. When you're creating these names as artists, come up with a name because you will have conflicts with Spotify and iTunes, and your stuff will go to somebody else's Spotify page too. If my name is Lil Stoney, imagine how many Lil Stonies out there that's rapping. Lil Stone. Yo, my name Lil Stoney. You know how many Lil Stonies there are? And you go load it to Spotify and there's 300 Lil Stonies, or 300 Lil J's, or 300 Lil Mercs. A 300 little badass. Do you see what I'm saying? Think of a name, your real name or a unique name that you know, and then check it before you distribute your music. Go and check your name on Spotify to make sure, and then check it on Google to make sure nobody has that same name and has a release out years before yours, because they can dispute yours and say, I've had that before them. And Spotify will be like, will tell you, yeah, you're going to have to change your name. They will do that.